Live stream.
Okay.
Perfect. Wonderful. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing before going live. Testing, testing. One, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. This is sound test before we go live. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still nothing, Henry?
Yeah, no, we're good.
Oh, are we? They are saying that there's no, but you can hear us, Henry, through the live stream.
No, I'm hearing your direct input to me.
Okay. Testing, testing. Is the live stream going out? Can you hear me? One, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Testing, testing.
Check, check, check. You got it on there.
Testing.
And this is your live stream.
Yep.
And have you got any audio
Yes.
coming there?
So you can't hear, so it's not going out.
There we go.
I'm getting them. I can hear you.
Testing, testing.
Check, check, check. You got it on there.
No, testing.
And this is your live stream.
I can hear you on the
And have you got any audio?
Yes, fine. So you can't hear, so it's not going out.
All good.
I'm getting them.
If we stop
Testing,
the
testing. Stream going out now, please.
Check, check, check. You got it on there.
Testing.
Are we still coming through, Richard? Yeah. Lovely, thank you. I think that we are ready. Fingers crossed.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. If I may have your attention, please. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Maurice Button. I'm the CEO of Citium Financial, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to today's gathering to discuss the UK's sustainability reporting strategy as it currently stands. I'd like also to welcome our virtual guests. Today's event's being live streamed. Lots of people are tuning in. Many people who are down with flu, colds, and so on are attending virtually as well. I'd like to thank our sponsors and our supporters, all of whom have helped bring today's event to fruition. A few housekeeping points, if I may. There's further information about the programme in the app. I hope you've downloaded that. Lots of interesting stuff in there. There's a delegate questionnaire on the desk. Please do complete that at the end of the day. Let us know what you think. That way we can improve what we're doing. And the fire exits, as you may have gathered, are there and at the back. I have to let you know that for legal reasons. I'd also like just to flag up a couple of our forthcoming related events, perhaps for your diaries. These are all coming up in the spring. The Transition Finance Summit, I think it's our third look at that topic. The Climate Adaptation Summit and the Natural Capital Investment Summit. Further details are available or will be available shortly from our website. Now, as you all know, the landscape of sustainability reporting in the UK is undergoing something of a change. And shortly, we understand the UK Sustainability Reporting Standards, the UK SRS, will be finalised and published. We'd rather hope that might have been by the date of this conference, but sadly not. And the FCA will be publishing its consultation paper rather more imminently. And of course, we await the outcome of the other consultations that the government launched back in June of last year, looking at a new system of oversight for assurance services for sustainability reporting and also looking at mandatory transition plans. So today we brought together a very strong panel of speakers with considerable expertise in all these areas and on related issues. So I think it's probably good if I introduce our chair for the day and we get the show started. Now I'd like to welcome Paul Lee, who is the chair of the UK Endorsement Board, charged by the Secretary of State with leading the UK's work on influencing the development of IASB standards, as well as approving them for application. He also sits on, he is a member of the UK Sustainability Reporting Technical Advisory Committee, TAC, which provides advice on the adoption of IASB sustainability standards, and he's on the advisory board for the technology startup Impactive Tech. And I think I'll leave it there. I could go on, Paul, but welcome.
Thank you, Maurice. And welcome everybody in the room and indeed online. As Maurice says, we meet at a crucial moment for sustainability reporting in the UK and in the world. We now have global standards, the so-called global baseline from the ISSB. And as Maurice says, our government, the FCA, will, and others indeed, will shortly be publishing the next steps for our country in relation to those. The Sustainability Disclosure Technical Advisory Committee agreed an update to our advice to the government on that just yesterday. These decisions are being taken in a world where geopolitical tensions are rising, and the assumption that globalism is the right way forwards is taken less and less for granted. It's a time when the pressure for deregulation and lowering the burdens on business is being heard increasingly loudly. As I know from my day job at the UK Endorsement Board, if done right, standard setting can reduce the burdens for business, clarify the way forwards, and free companies to compete on a level playing field. But done wrong, standards can be a burden for business. Similarly, when companies get their reporting, including their sustainability reporting, right, they build investor confidence, they lower their cost of capital, they strengthen investment and growth. There's a positive externality. We love talking about externalities in sustainability, and for once, this is a positive one rather than a negative one. A positive externality for the market as a whole, which can be seen as more trustworthy and so worthy of greater investment flows. And that's our opportunity today and more broadly. At a time when many see increasing challenges to the sustainability of business and the sustainability of our economies as a whole, we desperately need sustainability reporting to deliver clarity, to build trust, and to lead to that level playing field. I'm looking forward to learning a lot today, to hearing these issues and more explored in more depth as the day goes by. But that's definitely enough from me for the time being. Hopefully, we have our first keynote speaker available to us. We're running about a minute ahead of time. I don't know if Richard is with us yet. He is indeed. So we are joined by the wonderful Richard Barker, who is a board member at the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board. So over to you, Richard. He is indeed. So we are joined by the wonderful Richard Barker, who is a board member at the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board. So over to you, Richard. He is indeed. So we are joined by the wonderful Richard Barker, who is a board member at
Can you hear me?
There is a very long delay, clearly.
Yeah, I'm getting a very long delay coming.
You're now sounding much more live, Richard, so I think
Okay.
we might be able to go for it.
All right, I've come to life. That is,
Yes,
that is
that's
good.
great.
That's survived that health check. All right. Thanks for inviting me. I'm sorry not to be there in person. I enjoy this conference. It's a very good gathering, always really good speakers, and I think in this context, I'm just the warm-up act. You've got some important sessions coming up, so I see myself as a segue between what Paul has just been talking about and the speakers to follow. And my message actually is very similar to Paul's, an expansion of Paul's, but very similar. This has been a turbulent year for sustainability. You know, this conference this time last year, the world was in a very different place. And it's important, I think, in that context to step back and to reflect on where we are and what the role of international standards is in that context. Let me just check, Paul. Am I coming through okay now?
You are. We're getting a slightly odd echo, which hopefully the tech team can carry on, can sort out. But it's my voice from minutes ago, keeping on repeating. But you carry on, Richard. You're louder than me, so it's fine.
The gift that keeps giving, Paul. Okay. So let me start just by reference to the EU. The EU, again, if you step back and look at a bigger picture here, a positive effect of all that's happened within the EU is that sustainability reporting expertise and experience has ramped up significantly over the course of the past year. So it's been a sort of full-on experiment, as it were, but I think ultimately in the medium term and the longer term, a really important acceleration of sustainability capability. That said, of course, as everyone will know, the omnibus has the effect of pulling back on CSRD. So we know that the plans for sector standards have been shelved. This is a good thing from a global baseline point of view, that ideally you want one source of standards from an interoperability point of view. We know that the scope for companies within the CSRD has come down considerably. So there were approximately 40,000 entities within scope. There's now about 6,000. So it's a much greater focus on the larger entities, and also a greater importance for voluntary. So this is investors want the information, companies decide that actually, because investors want it, it's in the interest of companies themselves to provide it. TCFD, very similar. TCFD also by the market for the market. Investors wanting to understand what are the opportunities associated with their investments, what are the risks associated with their investments, general perception that disclosure was insufficient. And so TCFD was a way of structuring, standardizing, encouraging disclosure in the best interest, the best mutual interest of companies and investors. Again, hugely successful. and in some cases adopted as a mandatory requirement, as you know. So the ISSB is a logical extension of those sorts of developments that have happened in the past. And what the ISSB does is it takes it to a higher level. It makes it more likely that sustainability reporting standards become mandatory on a global basis. Mandatory is really important here because sustainability reporting done on a voluntary basis, we know from empirical evidence, is selective and incomplete. Reporting that's done that's also audited is likely to be of higher quality, more likely to adhere to the standard, and more likely to be trusted by those using the information. The ISSB taking this on also enhances, of course, connectivity with financial statements. The interest of investors in sustainability reporting is not an interest in climate change per se or an interest in pollution per se. It's an interest in the financial effects on their investment of those things. And so being able to connect the sustainability reporting with the financial statements is a really important feature of sustainability reporting done well. Having a global baseline is also, of course, efficient. Right? If you have one set of standard, especially one standard, especially if you're reporting throughout an entity's value chain, in other words, there's many different entities globally involved in any one individual entity's reporting, then all applying the same standard is massively beneficial from an efficiency perspective, just a pure sort of deadweight loss perspective. Final thing is, and super important, and I'm going to expand upon it, is that the provision of material information, in other words, information that can reasonably be expected to affect an investment decision, is good for investment and it's good for value creation. So investors want to understand information that affects the financial prospects of their investment. Our reporting, ISSB reporting, requires the disclosure of material information, no more and no less. So only the stuff that investors need to know in order to make their investment decisions. So that's the kind of the background. Notice a few things here about what sustainability reporting under ISSB standards is not, right? It's not CSR. It's not in corporate social responsibility, right? It's not sustainability reporting in a sense of nice stories about putting a few dollars into funding a school in a developing country or something, right? This is about value creation. It's core business reporting. It's not a separate exercise that's somehow independent of the business and about philanthropy or responsibility or some kind of a position of that type. Second thing, notice, and Paul mentioned this, it's not and should not be understood as regulatory burden. It's about communicating opportunity and it's about being transparent about risk. Now, Paul used the term positive externality. I'm going to use the term public good, but the meaning comes to much the same thing. There is collective value for all participants in the market in having a set of standards that they all adhere to that enables the transparent and reliable communication of information. That's a benefit for all by signing up to the system. It applies to any kind of legal regulatory type of environment if, again, as Paul says, if done well, right? So if it's perceived as regulatory burden, either it's not being done properly or the perception is incorrect. But certainly the principle, the design of standards that enable better reporting is in a sense the exact opposite of regulatory burden. It enhances the flow of capital, the flow of information, and therefore the flow of capital between companies and investors. Something else it's not particularly new, actually. Now, if you think not just about, I'm not just referring to TCFD, but in general, in corporate reporting has never been just about financial statements. It's if you think about the investor relations function, it's not just about explaining what goes into the financial statements. It's about explaining value creation to investors. It's about encouraging investors to invest. And that means explaining things like human capital, right? Or intangibles, things that are off the balance sheet that are fundamental to the entity's prospects. It means explaining strategy, business model, governance, direction of travel of the business, risk management. All these things are not new in corporate reporting. What's new in the sustainability context is we have, climate change is a bigger deal now than it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Planetary boundaries are a bigger deal now than they were 10 years or 20 years ago. So the world has changed. But the way to do reporting, the way to think about reporting and the skill set to do reporting is actually is nothing new, I would say. Something else it's not an added obligation. And I think that's also really important. If you're a director of a business, you have a fiduciary duty to protect the interest of the members of your business. You have if you're in the UK, you have a Section 172 duty to take into consideration other stakeholders. And bear in mind that sustainability reporting under IFRS sustainability disclosure standards is all about material information, only material information for the purpose of value creation. So if information is material to your investors, but it's not being discussed by the board, or the information is not available in-house to the company, something's wrong there somewhere, right? Information that's disclosed externally should be a subset of what's already on the board table, or else the board's not doing its job properly. So again, it's not an extra obligation, or shouldn't be seen as such. It's also not a pro-green or an anti-brown, as it were, right? So actually, it doesn't matter what kind of business you are. This is relevant. So recently we have seen impairment losses for wind power, renewable energy businesses in the US. And so that's a renewable business, it's an energy business, and it's not telling a sort of positive story in a sustainability sense right now, because actually it's made investments that it's writing off. Similarly, if you imagine a loosening of environmental regulation, suppose net zero targets are put out to a later date, or whatever it happens to be, you could imagine oil and gas businesses having previously reported closing down operations at an earlier date, now reporting they're closing them down at a later date. So the point is, sustainability related risks and opportunities go both ways, and they apply to all types of entity. And the question is one of change, right? It's the stock market has a particular view. It embeds sustainability related risks and opportunity into the value of the company. And if any news happens to change that information, the stock price should change. That's the information that should get communicated, positively and negatively. Final thing is that it's not an instrument of public policy. So, companies are communicating how they create value within the rules of the game. Whatever the regulations are, whatever consumer behavior is, et cetera, the role of sustainability reporting is to explain how the business is operating with respect to its view of transition scenarios, for example, its view of how regulation will change over time. But it's not an instrument for implementing that regulation. It's entity-specific reporting about how the entity is responding to the challenges that are out in the market. Now, having said all of that, I think probably the most important test case for all of this right now, as it happens, is in the UK. So, I've talked about the sustainability sort of being rolled back in general, sort of in terms of policy terms and so on, globally. And the headwinds that we've experienced over the course of this year in this space. It just so happens that the timing of the UK announcement of the government and the FCA announcement is coming right now. So the UK can do one of two things, right? It can, as it were, double down on sustainability reporting is good for business in the way that I've just described. It is about creating value. It is about explaining to investors. And if you don't explain to investors, they don't invest in you, right? So it increases the flow of capital, reduces the cost of capital, increases the attractiveness of any given company, actually. So the UK can either emphasize that message, or it can appeal to one of the things I've just described as being a false description of sustainability reporting, that it's regulatory burden, or it's an extra obligation, or sort of stereotypical type associations that don't actually make sense when you scratch the surface of them. So the UK position, and again, Paul has mentioned this, we're awaiting the outcome of the government endorsement process. One thing I would say, and I've said this many times before, the TAC process, the UK's formal technical process for evaluating and endorsing the standards, as it were, was second to none globally. The work that went in, the transparency of the process, the depth and and length and depth of the papers and the discussion across all topics in S1 and S2 in the UK was far and away, in my view, and not an official board position or whatever, but far away and exceeds anything we've seen anywhere else. So very, very impressive. It's now with DBT to make to put out the official government endorsement position, and then critically, the FCA consultation for listed entities, for the use of UK SRS for listed entities, is a really important step for the UK. It's not just a UK position, it's because it will influence the rest of the world. This is the major jurisdiction that's making a decision right now that will influence the level of uptake and the nature of uptake in different jurisdictions around the world. So there's a genuine leadership opportunity, I would say, for the UK right now. So with all of that, Paul, let me hand back to you and to the various experts that we have coming up. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. What a fascinating and excellent beginning to the session. Really sets us up very well for the rest of the day. So thank you very much. I'm conscious that we are already a moment behind time, so I'm going to call forward Mark for our second keynote. Mark Babington is the Executive Director of Regulatory Standards at the Financial Reporting Council and an old friend.
Thank you, Paul, and very pleased to be able to join the discussion. It's never a good thing in the agenda where you're the person following Richard Barker because he's stolen everything you were going to say. And that's the second time he's done that to me. It won't be the last either. I'm going to sit down because I'm adapting to new lenses in my glasses, so it looks like heavy seas out there at the moment as I go between various things. Sustainability UK landscape. Well, one thing is, unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball. You've heard already from the people who've come before me that we are at a critical juncture. There are some important decisions to be taken by government and by the Financial Conduct Authority in order to determine what the UK sustainability reporting landscape will be. From an FRC perspective, we have supported that technical evaluation process, providing the Secretariat to the TAC, and it was really good to hear Richard's acknowledgement of the fact that we have run a really good process, and certainly sort of listening to some of the tax discussions. It's not easy what they've been asked to do, but they certainly threw themselves into it and did so in a really challenging timetable. Although decisions have been delayed, the one advantage is that it has allowed the TAC to take time to consider some of the amendments that the ISSB made to its standards. So UK SRS can also deal with those issues. So thinking about what I wanted to say to you, I'm not going to sort of rehash the fact that we've got decisions that are being taken by other people that are outside of my scope and outside of my control, other than to acknowledge that we do live in interesting times and those decisions are imminent. Please don't ask me to define what imminent means. And therefore I thought, firstly, I want to endorse absolutely what Richard said. This is about consistent, comparable, high-quality information that supports decision-making in capital markets. So an important basis for investment and capital allocation decisions. That's why we want this, because we want to be consistent and comparable. That is a fair and reasonable basis for making decisions. I'm also going to sort of cover 3 or 4 issues briefly, and those are issues really where I'm giving my own view. I'm not really going to give an FRC view. It sounds a bit like the sort of standard SEC caveat, anything I say today is just my own and not attributable to anyone else. But I think they're interesting issues, and they're ones that we're going to have to wrestle with in the year ahead. So as we wait for the decisions, and of course, Richard said an important one will be the FCA consultation on the use of UK SRS in listed companies. Also, there will be a further decision point further down the road where government will have to take a decision about what it wants to put in company law about reporting by other entities that are not listed entities. So the decision process, it moves out quite some way. And one of the things that also is front of mind for me and a number of my colleagues is the implementation of reporting will not happen overnight. In those jurisdictions that are moving ahead quite quickly, for instance in Australia, they have a 4-year implementation period, various stages that they go through. And we will have to think about that because companies won't spring fully formed into the sort of reporting perfection that we expect to see in years to come. And we've got a really good evidence base for saying that because that's what happened with TCFD. You know, the UK was one of the first movers there. It was something that got up to speed and improved and got better and better. And that's what we're going to have to bear in mind. While this has been going on, there's support that we've provided to DBT colleagues on some of their other consultations. So I'm mindful of the fact that although this is focused on UK SRS reporting, government has consulted on a broader infrastructure, broader regulatory infrastructure for the wider issue of sustainability and how that will work, particularly because those providing those services are not all people from regulated professions. So really important consideration. We strongly support the ISSB's global baseline. Global standards have been an enormous benefit for the UK, and from my point of view, I will continue to argue passionately for them as a way of really building on that advantage that global standards have given us. But I sort of had 4 things that I wanted to put to you as being what I think will be some of the highlights of the UK landscape as we move forward. Firstly, we need to have a debate about materiality. And the reason we need a debate about materiality is it's a well-understood concept. I am a supporter of the single materiality, the financial materiality that is in the IFRS standards and that is in the ISSB standards. But it is clear that there is a debate to be had over what is material information. So we are already aware of discussions where investors call for more information to be provided in company reports. And in some cases, companies push back because they say it's not material. So there is not a single view of what is material. Why is it important to have that discussion? It's really important because not everything can be material, you know, by its definition. And therefore, it will not sway the argument if the debate is about the fact that this must be provided because it's material, as is this, as is this, as is this. Because otherwise you begin to obscure information, you crowd it out. So we will have to have, as a community of preparers, of investors, of those who assure the information, and the other consumers of that information, about how materiality will work. And, you know, it's one of those things where we will have to be quite disciplined. And I think that that is going to be something of a learning process for all of us. Investor views are going to be really important. And I really welcome the fact that investors are standing up and openly saying what they want to see. What is the information that we value? What do we want to see companies report? Because at the moment, as we wait for decisions to be taken, we are being led by the market. And that's important, because if you want something, you've got to be willing to fight for it, to argue for it. And I think what the market wants is going to be an important dynamic in how the sustainability reporting and assurance framework develops within the UK. So therefore, I think greater engagement with investors and a clearer articulation of what people want to see and when they want to see it and how they want to see it is going to be really important. So my message to the investor community is don't hide, we're coming to get you, because we want to know what you want to see. Because of where we are, the influence of other jurisdictions is important. And we've touched briefly already on CSRD and the changes that the European Commission has made to its reporting framework. Why are other jurisdictions so important? Because the longer we wait for a decision in the UK over how we report and what we report and what we need, the more that will be steered by what other jurisdictions want. So you will have a situation where a company may have subsidiaries or material business in other jurisdictions. Those jurisdictions have reporting obligations, and the UK company may say, we're going to follow this. It might be higher than the baseline, but at least it means we've covered the baseline. So therefore, and Maurice made reference to Paul's role and that of the UK Endorsement Board, the importance of influencing the development of international standards. I worry that our ability to influence tails off because other jurisdictions are moving ahead of us. And that's a real concern, and we're going to have to think about how we get back some of our strategic advantage. With all of these things, everything moves to fill a void, so it's really important that the void that we have is as small and contained as possible. And we are fortunate that we have a strong baseline in terms of TCFD reporting in the UK, which of course, you know, in a sense has been used as the foundational building blocks of what the ISSB has done. But nevertheless, we need to retake our competitive advantage in this space. And then my fourth and my final area to leave you with is connectivity, which is talked about a lot. And it's this idea that as the standards develop, company reporting becomes a cohesive package of information to support decision-making. But that can't be an exponentially growing package. My worry is that having had a really strong and informed debate over the importance of climate, we now are in a situation where people are going, what about biodiversity? What about nature? What about this? What about that? The answer is not another 20 pages on your annual report. So all of us, be it those who are involved in company financial reporting or those who are involved in company disclosures and narrative reporting, are going to have to think about how we land this package in a way that is useful, clear, meets investor and user needs, and is not going to be onerous in terms of what it demands. And I think that there's an enormous amount to do. And I think probably both Paul and I have observed the difficult process even the two boards within the IFRS Foundation have gone through to understand the importance of their own connectivity in the work that they do. So it's really important that we don't end up with a situation where the company annual report, instead of being a mine of useful decision supportive information, becomes an enormous compliance doorstop that is a library, but of little value to the decision-making process. And that, I think, is going to be something all of us have to turn our thoughts to, because that is going to be the most significant challenge that happens as a result of sustainability reporting. So those are my sort of key takeaways at the moment. We'll continue to watch and work with our partners across government and in other regulatory bodies, and indeed we continue to engage with other jurisdictions over how sustainability reporting and assurance is taken forward. It is going to be an exciting but challenging journey, and there are some quite fundamental issues that need to be resolved. So with that, I'll leave it for you to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We've got time probably just for one brief question, if it's a quick question and a relatively quick answer. Do we have any in the room? Please just down the front here. The lady in the black.
Hi, Mark. Thank you very much. Michelle from Inspired. I have two questions, but I'm going to only ask one of them. With regards to the movement towards assurance, limited and reasonable, do we have any idea how that's going to shape up in the UK versus the EU? Because in the EU, it can only be done by the auditors. Or do we think the UK is going to follow the same track as the EU, or will they allow independent assurance providers to assure the non-financial part of the accounts?
So we have a bit of a patchwork in Europe, where some jurisdictions are saying it's just auditors, some are saying it is anyone who is a registered provider of assurance. It would be no surprise that the government in the UK has long pushed for measures that will improve the diversity and capacity of the market to provide assurance. So, you know, in the consultation that went out last year, it did indicate a broader market than just auditors and assurance. But that brings with it the need to work in a consistent way to a consistent standard, which is why, from the FRC's perspective, we adopted ISSA 5000 for use in the UK. And that is an important step. But one of the things we're going to need is a regulatory framework that applies equally to all participants, because we want people to have confidence in the information and the assurance that's provided. And the journey, based on other jurisdictions, will be it takes us through limited assurance, potentially as a route to reasonable. Personally, I have no great love of limited assurance. But it is a means to an end.
Thank you, Mark. Right, we must stop there. Thank you very much indeed. And with that, we will move from one Mark to another Mark. Mark Manning is going to moderate our first panel of the day. Mark is these days visiting senior fellow at the Centre for Economic Transition Expertise at the London School of Economics. So, Mark, please take it away. I'm going to vacate the panel space and invite you to bring the panel up with you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed, Paul. And Mark, great start to the session today. So, as we've heard from both Richard and Mark, this is obviously a very interesting time for sustainability reporting, both internationally and domestically. Despite some of the headwinds that Richard spoke about, we are seeing good momentum behind adoption of ISSB standards, with around 40 jurisdictions on the journey. And that journey, in most cases, is taking them to full adoption of the standards, even if there's a phased process and a phased timeline to get there. And as we've heard, the UK is one of those. Having consulted last year on the draft UK sustainability reporting standards, and with the Department for Business and Trade expected to publish a final endorsement decision very soon, and the FCA also to consult on requirements for listed companies to report against those standards. And so we have a fantastic panel here, and I think we're getting Andrew on the screen as well. Oh, no, we're getting Richard again.
I'm here, if you can hear me.
Ah, fantastic. There we go, we can see you now. Excellent. Thanks very much, Andrew. This panel will focus specifically on the UK's journey. We had hoped that perhaps the FCA's proposals might be in the public domain by the time we all came together here today, and that the FCA would also be represented on this panel. As it turns out, the consultation is not yet live, but hopefully coming soon. We did, however, get the following message from Alicia Kudzerski, the FCA's head of department in the Sustainable Finance Division, and she said, we're working through our policy proposals and have said publicly that we intend to consult in January. Once our proposals have been published, we welcome formal responses and industry engagement to inform our final policy statement, so watch this space. We've got, what is it, about 10 days, 11 days now. Hopefully we'll see something in that time frame. So that's the backdrop to our panel. We're looking forward to a good discussion about the UK process, what it means for companies, how they can get ready for high quality reporting against UK SRS, and how, in the context of some of the remarks we heard from Richard, how they can leverage their reporting to support value creation and to attract finance. So let me introduce our panelists. So online we have Andrew Death, Deputy Director at the UK Department of Business and Trade. And it's Andrew's team, and we have Daniel from Andrew's team in the room here today, that has run the endorsement process on UK SRS. So we'll get a good inside track from Andrew on where we've got to on that. And then to my right, we have Veronica Poole, Vice Chair of Deloitte UK and Deloitte's Global IFRS and Corporate Reporting Leader. And of course, Veronica had a big hand in the establishment of the ISSB, so we'll hear some great insights from her. We then have David Thatcher, Interim Head of Standards for Sustainability at BSI, the UK's national standards body. And BSI is, of course, the UK member of ISO, which develops standards of good practice that can, in the context of our discussion today, support the better management and measurement of sustainability performance, which can lead us to more consistent and trusted reporting. And last but not least, we have Gareth Sykes, Partner and UK Head of Corporate Governance Advisory at Herbert Smith Freehills Kramer. And Gareth will not only be able to give us a UK perspective, but hopefully also share some insights from his firm's international offices as well. So, great panel to take us through the discussion today. First, we'll hear from our panelists, and then we'll leave a good amount of time, hopefully, for discussion in the room. So, as we go through, please give some thought to the questions that you might like to ask our panelists at the end. So, without further ado, then, let's kick off. And Andrew, perhaps we can start with yourself. We obviously heard a few remarks about the UK process in the initial keynotes, but perhaps you could give us an update on the UK endorsement process in respect of UK SRS. What's been done so far? What did you hear in the consultation? And where do we go from here? Over to you, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you, everybody. Apologies, I can't be there in person. The UK has always been a very strong supporter of international sustainability standards from its announcement at COP26, and so we have been working very hard on the endorsement of UK SRS based off of international sustainability standards in order to make them available for use in the UK. We've been through quite an extensive process, so as Mark Babington mentioned, his team has overseen the Technical Advisory Committee, scrutiny of the standards, so making sure that the standards can work effectively for UK corporates and fit within the current landscape of legislation. And then I have chaired the Policy and Implementation Committee, which has brought government together to identify how the standards fit within current government policy and within current government legislation to make sure that that works. So we've been through quite a comprehensive process to assess the standards. As has been said, we consulted last year on the standards that we proposed to endorse. We got quite a good response to that. We had around 200 responses to that consultation and very supportive of the standards generally. There wasn't any great surprises coming back from that consultation. The main points that were made to us were that the transition provisions that are in the standard need to be considered for how we implement sustainability reporting on the basis of if there is introduction by FCA for capital markets and then potentially subsequent introduction for mandatory reporting under the Companies Act. If the transition provisions are contained within the standards themselves, that creates quite a complicated picture for those people adopting the use of the standards, and for those who we would quite hope would choose to voluntarily introduce the standards. So that's the main aspect that we are looking for. One advantage of where we are right now as well, though, is that the ISSB concluded their consideration of some more amendments to the standards back in December. And as we haven't published endorsed standards yet, this gives us an opportunity to include those amendments within our final endorsed standards. So that's the process that we are going through right now, and I very much hope that we will publish endorsed standards next month. So that should be imminent, yeah, that will then make it available for use in the UK. We will then obviously need to have conversation about what we do around mandating standards, and that is a subsequent conversation, but I shall come back to that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. Well, Veronica, what's your take on the UK adoption process so far? Where do you where do you think UK companies are in terms of their readiness to report against UK SRS, and what are you hearing from them?
So let me perhaps start with saying that, for me, the adoption of the ISSB standards should be a given. For the UK, where many of our companies have significant international footprint, this just makes total sense. Ultimately, we want consistent and comparable information on critical business matters, and we want to be able to understand it in a consistent way, factor it into company valuations and our assessments. So to me, I think the next question is how quickly can we get there? And the certainty of who, when, what. I think that certainty is extremely important. First of all, of course, it is important for companies to be able to focus on their corporate reporting strategy, their approach. It is somewhat dissatisfactory when we have got foreign regimes, corporate reporting regimes, dictating as to how a company approaches its reporting in the UK. And I think the sooner the UK brings that certainty and establishes the domestic reporting regime, the better. That's what we would expect from our mature capital markets with our mature corporate reporting system. UK historically has been leader in this space. Mark talked about this, about us losing perhaps some of that leadership and retaking it, I think, is really important. It brings the appropriate influence in shaping the standards in the future, but also brings a very important negotiating basis for achieving equivalence or global passporting arrangements for companies that operate across borders, so that they don't have to report on the same information in however many different ways and provide however many reconciling ledgers. We need a global language, but to start introducing it, we need to have clarity of what it is that we're doing in the UK. So not only it is important for companies internally, but it is also important for reducing the entirety of the cost of the entire ecosystem, who otherwise has to deal with fragmented landscape of requirements. That's the first thing. So are we ready to move there? Well, I think UK is incredibly well positioned to be ready. It should be ready. I think it is ready. And the reason for that, well, Mark talked a little bit about the history of TCFD and our history of strategic report. I would add to this the whole Section 172 that requires directors to take a balanced perspective of short versus long term and a balanced perspective of companies' prospects. I think that is a really important piece of our infrastructure, corporate reporting infrastructure. I think the strategic report providing quite comprehensive guidance on how to comply with the provisions of Section 172 and to deliver that fair, balanced, understandable portrayal of companies' affairs. I think that's really quite an important piece, which we always must remember, because fundamentally what the ISSB standards, the UK SRS will bring is exactly that perspective, fair, balanced, understandable portrayal of all drivers of value and risk, not just the financial, but the broader portrayal of the value and risk. So I think that is important. That takes me then to another big piece that we already have in the UK, which is, of course, we have a history of reporting across many different aspects of sustainability matters, whether you talk about anti-bribery, anti-corruption, pay practices, pay gap. We have got supplier payment practices. We have got all sorts of things around SECR, and it's embedded across many different pieces of regulation today. But we are familiar with these concepts. We're already collecting data. We're already reporting on these matters. And I think that gives us a good starting point. But what it also gives us an opportunity to do is rationalize and take the entirety of all of this reporting through a materiality lens. I'll come back to that in a minute. But before I go there, one further reflection is, of course, our mature corporate governance regime. We have got a very mature corporate governance regime and practice. And that's really important, because when we talk about sustainability, or if we are to talk about sustainability, rather than through a disclosure, but through a strategic lens, we need to go to governance, to the fundamentals of governance. And ultimately, I think we have already got a very robust infrastructure in that space and good practice. Okay, at the listed end, okay, perhaps at the smaller listed end, perhaps not across the entirety of the ecosystem, but it has penetrated across the market quite significantly. And we mustn't underestimate that. From this year, Provision 29 brings even more focus on having that holistic approach to the control environment, to your risk management, and the requirements for the directors, not only to have that in place, but to review and report on this, I think is really important. And that, of course, covers sustainability controls, material sustainability controls. It is not just about financial. So I think that's a good starting base. But the most important thing that we need to focus on is the strategic value that this gives us. This move to UK SRS creates a huge opportunity, as I say, to refocus on what is truly material. We need to focus on this sustainability matters, not as a long list, laundry list of disclosures, which is what was potentially encouraged by some of the other approaches, like the one in the EU, where you had more than 1,100 disclosures to go through, sustainability topics to review, and decide what to report on. That, to me, is the wrong way around. To me, we need to start in the boardroom, we need to start with the risk register. We need to identify what is important to the company, not start with a disclosure checklist. And that's our opportunity here to go back to that concept of financial materiality and focus on short, medium, and long-term prospects. That's at the heart of the ISSB standards. Proper application of financial materiality through a strategic lens, not through a tunnel vision of compliance. And to me, I think it's a huge opportunity. And that's where the strategic value lies.
And that, Veronica, really speaks to what Mark was saying at the very end of his remarks. We need to avoid the annual report just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We need to home in on what's truly important.
Well, let me give you an interesting statistic. So we did a survey of the first wave of CSRD reporters. And of course, it was a massive requirement for companies to get on top of. But you really get the feel for it when you look as to what it has actually done. So the statement, the sustainability statement that companies had prepared in accordance with those requirements, on average runs to 130 pages. Some of those were in excess of 400 pages. So think about this. This is more than doubling, in many cases, the length of their annual reporting package. In terms of the RNOs, or impacts, risks, and opportunities that companies were identifying, the average was in excess of 40. I doubt that for all those companies who reported that many, and for some in excess of 100, to be precise, 160, I don't imagine that that was on the board agenda or on the risk register. So that wasn't a strategic lens of impact, risks, and opportunities that company was facing. And I really do not want us to end up in that space. So
that's quite powerful.
Really
Thank you.
important.
Thanks very much, Veronica. Gareth, I wonder if I can turn to you. I mean, do you agree with that? Is that is that sort of journey from TCFD to ISSB on the lines that Veronica described? Is that how you see it? And what are you hearing from other markets as well, perhaps those that have been a little ahead of us on the journey?
Sure thing. Well, look, I agree with everything Veronica said, and I agree, I think Mark summed up really nicely that we have a very strong baseline in the UK by virtue of having mandatory TCFD reporting. And I thought about the journey from 2022 that a number of companies have been on. And I think also Mark mentioned getting away from nice stories in reporting. I think there was still an element of that back in sort of 2021, 2022 as companies were adapting to the mandatory TCFD regime. But we've grown and developed over time. And as Mark said, I think we've now got a strong baseline. And I think we are potentially ahead of others in terms of preparedness for ISSB reporting. And I think that's partly because most of the infrastructure should be there, and Veronica's already alluded to it. But to TCFD report, companies will already have their management processes, policies, procedures in place. They will already be doing a lot of the things that are required from an ISSB perspective. They will already be thinking about legal support, assurance support as well in the context of their sustainability disclosures, then pushing that on what the board needs for its review and signing off of those disclosures. So I think there's a lot that can be leveraged from existing processes and adapted for ISSB. You mentioned different perspectives. Herbert Smith Freehills we have a large presence in Australia, which is one of the first countries to adopt ISSB reporting, or ASSB reporting, as they called it, if anyone wants another acronym to throw into the mix this morning. They have gone down a slightly different route. They only have to report against effectively S2 and not S1. But still, they have seen quite a lot of growing pain, I would say, or companies have had quite a lot of growing pain moving to ISSB reporting. I think that is in part because they have come from a place where they have not had mandatory TCFD reporting in Australia. It's been a voluntary framework. And I think Richard said in his remarks at the outset, when something's voluntary, there are necessarily potentially selective and slightly incomplete disclosures. And I think that's probably what's happened a bit in Australia and the Australian experience. I've certainly seen some TCFD reports, which are only 1 or 2 pages from large Australian listed companies, which I don't think we would see in the UK. So by virtue of us having mandatory TCFD reporting, I think that puts us on a much firmer and much better footing. But I suppose in terms of maybe some key themes or pain points that my Australian colleagues have seen as they've been helping companies prepare for ASSB reporting, I think interestingly, when they've been going through draft reports and disclosures, they're only finding up to sort of 50 to 75% compliance with the standards. So I think the lesson there is really just engaging with ISSB, the ISSB standards, or the UK SRSs as they will be, and making sure that the disclosures meet the expectations there. And to be honest, again, thinking back to 2022, that was a bit of a theme with TCFD as well, making sure that there had been adequate engagement with the relevant standard. They have also picked up that guidance is not being followed, so look out for guidance and make sure that that's followed as appropriate. And again, on the subject of engaging with the standards, making sure that you're dealing with the how in particular. I think that's a gap that they have spotted in a number of occasions. And then I think the other lesson that they have drawn out is just the importance of landing foundational issues early on in your process. And as Veronica just said, not starting with the checklist, that's not the right way to go about it. So I think they've been having some really interesting discussions around materiality and around financial materiality, how that works in the ASSB context. I think to contrast the 130 pages that you mentioned, Veronica, they're generally seeing reports of between 30 and 40 pages under ASSB, which is much shorter, much more streamlined. So that suggests that there's a slightly more sensible approach to materiality being taken there, and much fewer than those 40 risks or opportunities that you mentioned. I think is where they are definitely heading in Australia, and hopefully the UK will adopt a similar approach.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Maybe I could just get a very quick perspective, and then I'll turn to David. Get a quick perspective from both yourself, Gareth, and Veronica around what the professional services industry is doing to sort of help companies on that journey. Basically, how are you supporting them make that transition from where we are today to where they're going to need to be tomorrow? Do you want to kick off, Gareth?
Sure. Well, I think my key message is that it's a team sport, and to that point from Australia, it's really the early engagement that I think is key. I'm also going to borrow a phrase from Kate O'Neill, one of Mark Babbitt's colleagues. If you've heard her speak from the FRC, she is absolutely evangelical about the point that one size doesn't fit all in the context of reporting, and it is an individual exercise. So not following what somebody else is doing. If you are a high street retailer, you should not be producing the same level of reporting as an oil and gas major, for example. So I think it's really early engagement, landing those foundational issues around materiality, around scenarios, for example, getting a template approved early in terms of your reporting. Again, I remember back from 2022 and TCFD being given draft disclosures and going, are these okay? And going, no, they miss points, and by that point it is a bit too late in the day to be fixing things that should have been embedded earlier on in the year that you're reporting on.
Amazing. And Veronica?
So I think one of the core challenges for a company embracing sustainability reporting, climate reporting, is the internal governance and control framework for reporting on sustainability matters more generally. So, and one of the core things that needs to happen for us to have as high quality and as robust reporting on sustainability matters is the transformation within a company to integrate consideration of those factors into the day-to-day decision-making, into the governance and control infrastructure. And more often than not, that, of course, means that we need to bring the role of finance front and center of this exercise. And what we have absolutely seen is that transition, not just here in the UK, it's happening as companies have started adopting TCFD, but transformation around the world where we are seeing that responsibility travel into the umbrella, into the portfolio of the CFO. I think that is good. And it goes to the heart of what I was saying earlier about an integrated approach to governance, to risk management, to strategy, thinking holistically. So once the organization starts doing that, the reporting comes more naturally. So the more you can actually get that integrated approach to be the DNA, then the reporting just falls out to reflect what's happening in the business rather than being a separate exercise.
Well, that's a beautiful segue to Mr. Thatcher. I think the quality infrastructure and how the quality infrastructure of international standards can complement the reporting standards is probably where you're focusing your attention, isn't it? How you can get management processes, systems, controls that are ISO standard governed to actually bring that integration that Veronica's talking about.
Very much so, and I think when I come to events like this, obviously people immediately start talking about standards and they're talking about reporting standards, and where I come from, BSI, as you said in your introduction, UK standards body, and I'll provide a little bit more context into that if you'll indulge me, and also UK member of ISO. I'd like to characterise it more simply, I suppose, as we are the organisation in the UK and part of that global group that is developing almost performance standards, and it's those performance standards, as you say, Mark, that become that foundational know-how which enable companies then to move forward into reporting with hopefully more confidence. And you talk about that idea of the quality infrastructure, and I know people might think of BSI, and then if Mark says quality infrastructure, it's like, oh, it's just going down a direction of a ISO 9001 quality management. Quality infrastructure in this context really means that, and again, I'm going to take us out of the auditorium slightly into the lab a little bit, the sharper end of management and measurement. But for example, we have in the UK an organisation called the National Physical Laboratory. That's part of the UK quality infrastructure because that's the organisation that kind of develops the techniques for measuring. So, for example, something like air quality, water quality, all of those standards used at that sharper end of measurement are developed by NPL, and they convene that space. BSI then takes that and more codifies that into a process, as Mark was saying, a practice that then becomes a little bit more usable by enterprises. But another crucially important part, which comes almost back into this point about assurance and what the FRC is involved in, and also one of the consultations last summer, is there's an organisation called the UK Accreditation Service. So in other words, you need to have the technique as to how you might quantify and measure. You need to kind of put that into a process. That's BSI's role alongside NPL. UCAS then provides some confidence to you in the market that if you are following a standard that's been written to be tested or certified, that you have confidence in the organisation that is providing that assurance service because it's been accredited by UCAS. And that's all a kind of a continuous sort of confidence, trust continuum that hopefully we're providing into this space. And I think that's really important, as you say, Mark, because one thing I've had time at BSI, but I've also had time working in ESG consulting and working with clients, very much, coming to us saying, we're not sure if we're in scope under CSRD, and we're not sure what to do now if we're not, or if we are. And there's a real kind of disconnect there, I think. I mean, that's one of my observations probably for the last couple of years, a bit of a Goldilocks moment where industry groups are saying these disclosure requirements are too challenging. NGOs are saying they're not challenging enough. Companies are saying, well, maybe we'll do nothing until you guys work it all out. And they're perhaps falling behind where they should be in terms of being on the front foot and saying, well, even if we don't fall into scope of some reporting, and I'm talking here about more CSRD than ISSB, maybe we can actually just get a bit more match fit in terms of how we kind of manage risk and measure it, and then actually, can take the data we're getting internally and externally. Hopefully by using international standards, you're getting more consistency, more kind of confidence in how you're managing and measuring that information. But doing that now, even if you're not actually going to be under the kind of the scope of any mandatory regulation, seems like a smart move. And that's really what that national quality infrastructure is all about, is providing those measurement techniques, that kind of codification, and enabling companies to implement that know-how, and also more downstream where applicable, providing that assurance avenue, but also accreditation of assurance providers, test houses, certification bodies. And that's the space we're in, and I guess by way of concluding, Mark, it's complementing all of what we're hearing today. And one thing I do want everyone in the room to understand is that if BSI and ISO are, as you said before, another bunch of acronyms to walk out of this room with, don't think of this as being some kind of competing standards entity. It's very much about giving you the know-how to measure and manage performance using ISO standards, that consistency that they bring. If your supply chain are using them, then you've got that bond of trust that you're measuring something the same way we're measuring it. And then that hopefully sets you up for success when it comes down to using the reporting standards, SRS or whatever, ESRS under CSRD. And that's where I think these two things are complementing each other rather than hopefully clashing. And actually, one final thing before I forget. We continue to hear about harmonization in this reporting space, but another thing that may not have made headlines in these kind of events is last year that the Greenhouse Gas Protocol and ISO came to a partnership agreement, because that's another historically source of some confusion in this management measurement space, in that some companies might say, well, I'm using an ISO to quantify greenhouse gas emissions. I've got maybe a potential supply chain partner who's talking about GHG protocol. Is that okay? I mean, are we talking Coke and Pepsi? Are they kind of the same, but they're different brands? And what's happening now is that through that partnership, they will continue to remain independent, but what we're doing now, working with GHG protocol, is going on the same road together. So therefore, that way, in this context, if an organization is saying, here's the evidence of how we're meeting a requirement in a reporting standard, we're using the GHG protocol, and if another organization says, well, we're using this ISO, then actually, hopefully, through that partnership and references to ISO standards within IFRS guidance, which does exist, I think means that what we're doing becomes more mainstream in this kind of event, and more recognized as being the means by which solutions can be better unlocked.
Brilliant. That's super helpful, David. Thank you very much. Now, I'm conscious that we've probably only got 5 or 6 minutes before we need to wrap up the panel part and open up for Q&A. So I wonder if we can just do a little bit of a look ahead. First of all, Andrew, I wonder if you could give a little bit of a sense of what's next for the government in this space. I know you're looking at streamlining and simplification of reporting, which follows on quite nicely from some of the remarks that Mark and then Veronica have made. I wonder if you could give us a little bit of a sense of where you are and what's on the horizon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. So yes, modernising corporate reporting is the sort of tagline that we are using in order to review the whole of the annual report accounts and try and streamline this. I mean, Veronica talked about sort of the expanding annual report. The QCA came out with a lovely stat last May, which I repeat whenever I can, which is that the average annual report is now longer than The Hobbit. And I think that is a problem. The purpose of the annual report is not to produce reporting, it is to provide useful information and useful information for investment. And so that's something that we are very keen to sort of refocus the annual report on, providing useful information for investors and creditors. So we will be publishing a comprehensive consultation on this in the next couple of months. Really keen to co-create the policy in this space as to how we can streamline, how we can simplify reporting. And that's not just about cutting out reporting, because I think sustainability shows that there is appetite for further reporting, but it's about focusing that reporting in a way that makes it most valuable and most useful for investors and creditors. So yeah, that is something that we are very keen to work with everybody in the room on, so that we can sort of cut down the amount of unnecessary reporting companies are required to make.
Amazing, amazing. Is there any, are there any other initiatives that you're looking ahead to at this point? Worth mentioning to the audience?
So there is plenty going on in that space, certainly.
No doubt about that.
Yes. I mean, I think the other thing just to mention is that we are working very closely with the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero on the manifesto commitment to introduce transition plan reporting. Obviously, transition plan reporting is included within UK SRS, where companies have them that they can report on aspects of their transition plan. And so there is a question and a policy debate as to further reporting in this space to help investors understand how companies are transitioning to the challenges of net zero.
Great, thank you very much, Andrew. Okay, well, from Bilbo Baggins, let's look ahead. I wonder whether we can just take maybe 1 or 1.5 minutes from each of you, just on your key messages and asks for DBT and FCA as we get into this sort of the pointy end of the process. Veronica, do you want to go first?
I have a very good wish list here, so Andrew, some for your ears. So one of the first things I would like the DBT and the FCA to move without delay. I think I talked about the importance of the certainty. I think bringing that certainty to the domestic regime is really, really my first ask. Let's not only make standards available, let's decide who reports, when, what. That gives the right starting point for companies to start planning ahead and stop doing what they have been doing, which is procrastinating and waiting for things to settle down, some at least. My second ask is really in your exercises, you're looking at the simplification and streamlining of the UK regulation, is to focus on 2 things. 1, less is more. Let's focus on what's truly material. And 2, let's remember integrated thinking. It is really important that we don't do tail wagging the dog, so reporting doesn't tell us how to run the business. We run the business with good governance principles, with the right balanced, informed approach to risk management. And we reflect this strategic approach, that integrated thinking in our reporting. So that way around would be better. I'm not denying that reporting is a very important, integral part of the dog, but I still much prefer the dog to wag the tail, not the other way around. So my, I guess, final ask is for the UK to regain its leadership ambition in the world of corporate reporting and governance. And with that, to get out there to help shape the future of sustainability standards, help shape the common passporting arrangements for companies operating globally. It is more important than ever now, because with fragmentation, we risk not only running up the costs in the entirety of the ecosystem, but we are genuinely pushing reporting into a compliance box. And that's not going to serve anyone. What's the point of reporting if all we're doing is complying with lots of long checklists and it does not affect the decision-making within a business? I think it is important to focus on getting to a common language on everything, not just financial reporting, where we take IFRS for granted, but we do need to refocus that to cover the entirety of the issues that are relevant today to a business and we must report on. It's my wish list.
Amazing. Thank you very much. 3 powerful messages there. David?
Probably my message would be, and actually, again, indulge me slightly, Mark, I know we're up against time, to provide a bit more context as to who BSI is, because then what I'm going to say makes more sense. So we are independent of government and industry. We're a private Royal Charter company, but work very closely with government, government reps sit on our committees, as do industry associations and academics, NGOs, etc. The reason I say all that is because, so for example, on our net zero committee, developing a net zero standard now, we have reps from DBT, DEFRA and DESNES, and that's really important because we need to make sure that the standards we're developing and in an ISO international context align with where UK government and regulatory sort of direction of travel is. So I suppose that's the reason I provided that kind of bit of context, is because I think there is many examples of where the standards we develop are known and recognised by government, policymakers and regulators, and are often referenced and cited. I think what I'd like, and Andrew and I have had a call already on this, and so it's not like we're meeting each other for the first time, but I definitely think that it would be very helpful, I think, hopefully if what I've been saying makes sense to the room here, that government are aware of some of these international standards. IFRS already reference an ISO standard publishing in a few months' time on net zero transition planning for financial institutions that Mark's very aware of, and also another ISO standard on net zero publishing probably later this year. They're already referencing that as being a very good how-to begin your journey and do so with some credibility. So I think if we can engage with DBT and FCA and FRC and see how, where it is appropriate to do so, the work that BSI and ISO have done can be signposted as a means by which companies may seek to evidence that the progress they're making. I think that'll be good. There's evidence of that working in things like the Environment Agency, for example, regarding waste permitting. If a company has been certified to a particular ISO standard, then the EA will say, we're not going to knock on your door quite as much as we would to another company, because we can see that as evidence of taking that risk seriously. This may not be quite a comparable example, but I definitely think if we can work with DBT, we have an MOU with DBT at BSI, I think that will be good to try and work through this idea of collectively lightening the load on businesses just by kind of recognizing where both organizations, DBT and BSI, can support each other supporting businesses. I think that would be a good outcome. And the same applies to FCA and FRC as well.
And part of what as you mentioned in your response to one of the earlier questions, David, one of the things that you're looking at is the measurement side of things. And that is absolutely crucial. I know, Veronica, you've been thinking about this as well, haven't you?
Well, measurement, of course, is integral to any accounting we do. So, and when I say measurement, I don't mean just monetary number. We are talking about measurement includes metrics, right? So measurement is quite an important concept that we take for granted in the world of financial reporting. So we take like discounted cash flows technique into account as, it's a fundamental. We don't have the same in the world of sustainability for all matters that we need to measure. So it doesn't mean that we need to aspire to put a monetary value on everything. Sometimes we can only limit that to metrics or better understanding of what uncertainty, judgment was in the exercise of trying to explain a matter. And I think all of this come to the fore when you start looking at the work of ISO and GHG protocol around GHG emissions, for example, right? So that collaboration that David was talking about is incredibly important. So can I just ask you to pay attention to what's happening around measurement of emissions in the first instance, but then also what's happening around measurement of nature and measurement of social issues, because we need to have measurement methodologies well established around those spaces. And what we cannot afford is a pushback, competing initiatives undermining what we're trying to build at speed around measurement of emissions and everything else we need to measure and report on. So the work of ISO and GHG protocol is important, not just for emissions, not just because it's about measurement, but because there are many gaps we need to fill, and we need this to move at speed and bring everything we can into that space to bring that robust, comparable way of approaching some of the important matters around sustainability.
And the ISO model is very inclusive in that sense. So we have SBTI and GHG protocol on that net zero committee at a global level, and a recently published standard by ISO on biodiversity includes in a liaison role TNFD. So again, back to the point, I really want to make sure people understand this. This is not, we're doing something in our own little space called measurement, and if there's a reporting group's ecosystem, well, hopefully they'll eventually pick up on it through an event like this. I mean, they're there at the onset, and I think I've said this, I may have said it on this panel already, Mark, apologies. I think I may have just said it in the meeting somebody earlier on, but I do say it a lot. You know, disclosure requirements say what to do, but not how to do it. And I think hopefully that's what we can bring to this party, that complementary how to then support the what.
Brilliant. Sorry, Gareth, you've been waiting very, very patiently. Please, your top asks for DBT and FCA.
UK SRS, we should just endorse. I think my main plea would be to Andrew and DBT, please be bold in the forthcoming consultation around streamlining of the annual report. I think it's 2013 since the last major overhaul of the annual report in the UK, and progressively the annual report's become a bit of a Frankenstein. We've bolted on additional requirements here, there, and everywhere. So I think it lacks some coherence and some consistency, and I would question whether it is all decision useful information that we're now mandating be included in the annual report and account. So this is a real opportunity to streamline. I think the comments that came out at the end of last year around getting rid of the director's report and streamlining the strategic report are really welcome. And I do think we need to look at, for example, whether it is really necessary for payment practices data to be replicated in the annual report when it's a freestanding requirement. I realise that was a new SI that came out last year, but I think this is an opportunity for us to really think and go back to basics and help with clarity, consistency, and reducing duplication.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Gareth. That's fantastic set of insights from all of you. I wonder if we can now turn just for the last few minutes to the audience and see if there are any questions coming. Please, one straight away in the front here.
Hang on, just wait for a mic because we've got live.
Hi, I'm Arnold from Trio. Someone has to ask this, so I'm going to. What impact do you think the US backlash on sustainability is going to have on the global rollout of standards? Do you think we're going to stand our ground, or do you think there's going to be a global slowdown?
There we go. The elephant in the room has surfaced. Who would like to take this one?
Well, let me, because I don't think we can afford a slowdown. Because fundamentally, again, if you take this through the right strategic lens, we're talking about matters relevant to business resilience. So you may need to change the narrative. You may need to tone down your advocacy if you're operating in the US environment. But companies we have worked with through Finance for the Future, and I will just bring in the words from the CFO of Mars, which is a US company, last summer, who simply said, well, it's business as usual. Fundamentals haven't changed. Why would I change my fundamental approach to risk management, resilience, and how I run my business? It is really important to remember that point, that we're not talking about something that is some woke statements or anything that is somehow less important to a business than foreign currency, liquidity, interest rates. These matters are equally important. And if we approach it through that lens, then we will get this right. But it is important for jurisdictions like the UK, like Europe, like Australia, who are continuing with their ambitious agenda, to remember that we mustn't just fall down the road of simplification. Simplification means we just reduce. We don't just reduce. We reduce to get to the business fundamentals and proper portrayal of it. I think that's what we need to do.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Any quick additions to that before we take one more question?
I'd probably argue that certainly in terms of ISO is a global organisation, so I mean it's about 150 members, including many in the global south. You know, I think companies operating with long and complex supply chains are implementing that kind of know-how because it's often contractual. It's often the means by which you can enter a market and comply with local regulation, and a lot of that local national regulation is not, I don't think, likely to be knocked off course by by what we're hearing from out of Washington or whatever. So I feel like there's a lot of resilience within that system, because it just feels like I can trust you to manage environmental risks more effectively if you have in place a process. So I know that's slightly off topic from reporting as such in that sense, but I think the idea of confidence, trust is very much cut through the world I operate in terms of this management and measurement of risk. So I think it will weather that. Having said that, I think the ISO system is losing quite a few US experts who are being told they cannot participate in so many programs, which is obviously to the detriment of the greater totality of wisdom in the room. But hopefully that will change. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Look, this has been a fantastic panel. Thank you all so much. I'm sure the audience has taken lots of insights away. I've got 4 pages of notes myself. No, this is brilliant. I think we've got a coffee break next, so if there are other questions for panelists, hopefully they will be sticking around for a cup of coffee, and you might be able to nab them then. But please join me in our appreciation for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. What a fantastic panel, as you say. A great segue from the regulatory sphere to the marketplace, which is where we're going to be for the rest of the day, hearing from companies, investors, and advisors about how they respond to all of this. So thank you for that. We do indeed have a coffee break. We'll be back at 15:15, please. But do grab the panel if you do have those questions for them. Thank you all very much.
Hello, Matti. Hi, can you hear me? Hello. How are you feeling today?
Oh gosh, I feel like I'm starting to bounce back, but
Good.
still, still sniffing away and coughing away.
Good. Well, this seems to be working really well. So
Good.
everything's good here. So your session's due to start at 12, as you know.
Okay.
So you can either you can stay on this link even if easier. So you can stay here.
I think I will.
Yeah.
I think I'll just stay. Yeah, I just need to fiddle with my background. I think there's a way I can change it.
And yeah, all you need to do is to just turn your, camera off and mute. We will control your stream at this end anyway. And then as soon as you hear that your panel starts, you will be, of course, introduced, and you will be able to see the room as well. Can you see me, by the way?
I can see you,
Yeah,
yes.
perfect. And then you would be able to see the top table during your session.
Perfect. No, this is good.
Excellent.
Can
This is
hear you
fantastic. Good.
Looking forward to it. Sounds like you've got a full house.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Matti.
Brilliant.
See you. Bye.
Thank you. Please, I'll stay here. I'll stay on the line.
Perfect. Just mute and turn off your camera, please.
Yeah, brilliant.
Lovely. Thank you. Thanks.
Can I
Matti.
just check? Does my background change now?
It did, yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, looks good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Later. Bye. That's fine, but we can't do anything to it now, because otherwise we can't check it. That's it. We just have to turn it off and then probably in the future we might share. We can't fully. Well, yes, every time. Check others. But like those are not.
Thanks, Liz. Okay, I think we'll try to get started. It is wonderful that you're all having these conversations and are running over from the coffee break, but we do need to get on with the next session. So if I could ask Rachel and her panel to come up. While they're doing so, just a reminder, you have a questionnaire and you have a chance to win a bottle of champagne, it says on the screen. So don't miss that opportunity. We have our next panel on transition plans, chaired by Rachel Barrett, a partner at Linklaters, the law firm, and I will invite her to introduce the rest of her panel. Over to you, Rachel.
Thank you very much. Once I've finished the waiting service here, I will introduce my panel. Welcome back from the coffee break. It's very nice to see so many faces in the room and online. I am, is that better? There we go. I'm Rachel Barrett. I'm a partner at Linklaters. I head up the ESG practice, as we now call it. And today we're going to be talking about transition planning, which is something that we have talked about a little bit in previous years. Every year there seems to be more to say. We still don't have mandatory transition planning requirements yet, but it sounds like we might do at some point soon. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. I'm conscious that some in the room will already have disclosed a transition plan. Others will be thinking about that or working on one. Others still might be scratching their heads a little bit and wondering what it is that makes these plans so special and why their existing disclosures and what they already say publicly isn't enough. What makes these different, and do we really need more? Many of us will have been watching last year with interest, or a mix of interest and a bit of horror, possibly, at what was going on in the EU, where mandatory transition planning was debated and ultimately was pulled at the 11th hour. So that made for some very interesting learnings that we'll talk about a little bit today. And of course, now I'm sure the UK is looking to learn from that experience as it thinks about what to do next with its own regulatory regimes. So we're going to explore some of those questions, some key concepts, and some emerging best practices. I will introduce the panel briefly, and then we can do questions at the end. So do stick your hands up at the end. We'll try and leave 5-10 minutes in case anyone has questions they want to pick up. So I am joined today by Faith Ward. Faith has a wealth of experience in this area and wears many hats. To name a few, she is the Chief Responsible Investment Officer at the Brunel Pension Partnership. She's chair of the Institutional Investors Group on Climate Change, which many of you will be familiar with, and she is chair of the UK's Transition Finance Council Working Group on scaling transition finance, and we'll be coming back to the work of the TFC quite a bit in this session. I'm joined also by Alice. Alice is from Lloyds Banking Group, where she's Associate Director of Climate and Sustainability Strategy, and the technical lead on Lloyds' approach to assessing client transition plans, but also embedding decarbonisation targets within the corporate and institutional banking. Finally, last but not least, we've got Heather at the end. Heather leads the UK Sustainable Finance Programme at E3G, which many of you will know well, and has led campaigns on key policy reforms, including the UK's Green Finance Strategy and private sector transition plan requirements. And she also sits on the UK's Transition Finance Council working group focused on pathways, policies and governance. So I can't do their clear wealth of expertise justice with that, but you can see you're in very good hands with the speakers that we've got today. So we're going to dive right in. We heard at the very end of the last panel about the possibility of mandatory transition planning in the UK, and we also heard a lot about the UK SRS that is coming down the track. We know they're going to be based on the IFRS sustainability disclosure standards, and they do already require in IFRS S2 quite a lot of disclosures on climate strategy and actions and the likes, as well as disclosure of any transition plan, if you have one. Those with good memories will also remember the manifesto commitment of the Labour government that we picked up this morning. But we're in an era of cutting red tape and simplifying regulation. So Faith, here's the big question. Do we really need more? Do we need mandatory transition planning, or are the SRS requirements not already enough? That's what I'd like to know.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about this today. I feel like many of us in this room would have sort of lived and breathed these topics around the Sustainable Finance Reporting Agenda last year, so it still feels like we need to keep those energy levels up to kind of see that through in 2026. I think the short answer I'm going to give is just yes, which is probably unsurprising, and then hopefully during this panel we can convince you as to why these really are going to add value to the investor community, to stakeholders, and provide some of that sort of comprehensive understanding of what we need to do from a climate transition perspective. I'm a very strong supporter, and I've been a strong advocate of the adoption of the ISSB standards globally, and particularly here in the UK, to get the SRS embedded. But I do think the transition plan, particularly if you take things like the Transition Plan Task Force kind of expectations and requirements, do take things forward. The SRS, if you are with S2, if you really grabbed it and ran with it, it probably would cover a lot of the bases that I'm going to talk to. The problem is not everybody will do that. Some people will use it and disclose to the SRS standards, so completely compliant, and will provide very decision-useful information. But it probably won't tell me everything that I want to know, particularly as an allocator of capital, on kind of perhaps the what next. What transition plans do is they're much more action-orientated. I do think that the TPT standard does raise expectations. It does clarify, to Mark's point, around what might be considered to be material, particularly if you connect that with things like the SASB sectoral standards. It gives you a bit more insight and depth with respect to kind of what your sector should be doing and the depth of material. So I think it's just that added, it's just that next step that I think is quite vital to identify what those what you're doing, and also allows you to be, I suppose, more contextual and to really enhance the narrative and your story as a corporate as to what you're doing and going forward with next. So SRS, absolutely brilliant, very strong supporter, delighted to hear Andrew's news that we'll see those next month. But the transition planning expectations, I think, are a natural and much needed next step.
So I mentioned earlier, actually, the CSDDD, so the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive in the EU, that many of you will have been tracking closely. That is largely about due diligence, but it also had a transition planning requirement in the back, and that, as we know, has now gone. That, at the time, throughout last year, sparked quite intense debates about not just whether or not you should disclose a plan, but what should go in your plan, what should the features of a plan be. And obviously that didn't go well, it didn't work out in the end, but I'm keen to hear what you think we can maybe learn from that when we're thinking about our own frameworks.
No, and I think it is really important. I think one of the things the whole sustainable finance community, and indeed responsible investment community more broadly, is about those lessons learned and about how do we get smarter, more elegant, more refined about everything that we do. I think we're recognising that need. For me, the CSDDD really is the prime example of the adage, the perfect getting in the way of the good. They try too hard to mandate what the outcomes of these transition plans. They required them to, in terms of the implementation, in terms of them to be 1.5 aligned. And just to be clear, so my comments are not misunderstood, I would absolutely love to be in a world where every corporation had the capacity to have an implementable 1.5 aligned transition plan. I absolutely 100% be delighted with that. That is not the world in which I'm living in. There are many sectors, there's many geographies for which that is not a credible pathway at this moment. There isn't technological or economical feasibility around that. So what we want the UK government to focus on is keeping it real. They need to set very clear expectations and the ambitions as to where we want to go to. We do need direction on the hows, but in a, some of the mechanisms that were outlined in the CSDDD were really helpful, but we lost everything under that sort of the reform. But it's not being about prescriptive of there being only one pathway to setting out what your company needs to do. I think one of the things we'll bring out, perhaps also in the work of the TFC, is we recognise that if you're looking at all different geographies, different sectors, companies operating under multiple jurisdictions, it is incredibly complex. So being overly prescriptive is just not helpful. So you really do need to allow there to be a lot of flexibility for companies to control the narrative by being very clear about what the expectations and what good looks like. So focus on the quality of the process, not overly prescriptive on individual metrics or outputs. It's where I would go with that. But Heather, do you want to come in? Because I think this is an area that you've been...
Yeah, of course. And just to apologise, I've come back from 3 weeks in Glasgow, so I hope I've remembered to speak slowly enough to be understood in these sorts of things. Yeah, I think the EU experience, obviously, we were watching quite closely, given the proximity of the market, but also the global finance transition planning dialogue. And to be honest, I guess one of my core reflections was that I felt very lucky to be working in the UK jurisdiction, because despite a lot of the global movements about net zero, a lot of the political conversations about net zero, it remains that the market participants, the financial institutions, the corporates I speak to on a daily basis in the UK are all, by and large, strongly supportive of continuing along that train. And I think where the UK has a particular USP is we do take quite a consultative approach to developing regulation. So, for example, we've mentioned the Transition Finance Council, which a couple of us sit on here and engage with. But even before that, even all the way through to the Transition Plan Task Force, and a number of the Green Finance Strategy process, I feel like there was a lot of opportunity for government to engage with market participants to really understand the nuances of what makes good policy. So while I agree completely with Faith that we are in a challenging dynamic at the moment globally, I think I can still see quite a clear pathway for the UK and the new government, well, the government new as of a year ago, to fulfil their manifesto commitment in a way that works for the market. So yes, I think that's probably what gives me hope at the start of 2026, is I think the UK does generally have quite a consultative and smart approach to designing regulation.
So that's interesting. So we've talked a bit about keeping it real, and we've talked a bit about buy-in, the levels of buy-in. That kind of takes us on, Heather, I guess, to who should it apply to. For this to be meaningful, who would need to disclose or produce or implement a transition plan? What do you think?
Yes, so we've been doing quite a bit of work around the consultation. I think I can see a staff member of mine in the room, and I think we've written many a document on this question, so hopefully I'll summarise it well. So I think in general, we would welcome the move from government, as is anticipated, to extend the coverage of transition plan requirements to all large companies. I think one of the core issues we've noticed in the UK, especially with the market engagement we've done, is it comes up again and again and again that there's just a lack of comparability, consistency and credibility in the transition plan information that's coming out at the moment. So this is a perfect role for government to step in and help ease those market barriers and provide consistent and helpful guidance for companies when developing the transition plans. I think it's over 70% of FTSE companies already have transition plans, and this is obviously a growing global norm anyway. So if the UK can get ahead of what is a highly anticipatable interoperability crisis and sort of develop regulation that's, yes, streamlined, yes, sensible, but consistent across the market, that could be really helpful. We were working on a couple of things, I think, in terms of who it should actually apply to, or what actually a good policy, so it's not just the coverage really, it's what a good policy actually looks like in practice. So what we would recommend is that all large and listed companies and large corporates should be required to develop climate transition plans. To support the consistency basis, these transition plans should be disclosed in line with Transition Plan Task Force guidance to really ensure that, the information that's produced is actually decision useful and accessible for particularly the investors and also the policymakers looking at this data as well. We obviously, I think also the level of alignment and ambition is a really important question. So the government, as has been stated already, has committed to 1.5 aligned transition plans. So we really think that government can work with the sector to support them in setting like entity level targets that align with credible science-based pathways. There's a bit of nuance within that, but there can be a bit of flex. There's multiple ways to skin a cat on this. But again, that level of credibility I think is really important within transition planning. And then finally, implementation. I think on a best efforts basis, it would be great to see the UK government signal progress towards requiring companies to make best efforts to implement these plans. I think that obviously requires bringing in a broader range of stakeholders, so not just government speaking to the market, but also the regulators and also other key partners as well, just to make sure that that process is, as we were saying, embeds consensus and embeds common sense as well, to ensure that these are actually practical requirements on companies.
The mention of best efforts, every lawyer in the room's ears will have pricked up and gone, oh. We'll come back to that one a bit later. In the meantime, I wanted to pivot a little bit and talk a bit about what we're going to be doing with all these great transition plans. What are they for and how are they useful? And Alice, I'm conscious that you're very much kind of on the front line of that as a user as well as a producer of transition plans. And so I'd be keen to know, what is it that you look for in one of these plans that we're saying ideally everyone would produce?
Yes, yeah, and as part of what we do at Lloyds, we've reviewed hundreds of companies' transition plans, and I guess first of all, please don't make them 400 pages, as Veronica was mentioning earlier. And I think with that, it's around, maybe I'll step back. The team's focus of what we do within corporate and institutional banking at Lloyds is that we have one element, which is assessing the transition plans of our largest clients, understanding their strategy. And I say strategy because it's a fundamental part of business strategy, in our opinion. And the second element is how do we then finance the transition off the back of that information? Because it can become a tick box exercise where we will happily come up with a really long list of yes, no's, and then embed it into a highly bureaucratic risk process, which we love to do. Or we can use that information to find the gaps in the plan, where there are challenges, where there are dependencies, and how can we finance it? Is there a way for us to develop some sort of innovative financing solution as to where we could help the client to transition where they need to go? That's hopefully our role. And I think if we then ask ourselves what we want to see in the plan, it's the how. And if we look across the Transition Plan Task Force's 3 pillars of ambition, action, and accountability, I think sometimes we get a bit stuck on ambition, and we could come up with 10 different ways to determine temperature alignment of a target and many different ways to define whether we think the target is really, really good or not. But then we lose the ambition moving into action. And that's where we are really, really interested as a bank. And I think many financial institutions are. I might just go back to what Richard was saying earlier, that the information needs to influence an investment decision. It's not CSR or a nice story. We want to know how it creates value and how it's core to a business strategy. Ultimately, we're not philanthropic. So an action plan that outlines the intended investments, how much it's going to cost. Is there an additional revenue stream you're going to gain from the transition? Do you have a financing gap? And is there a need you have? That's the information that if we look kind of beyond the detailed guidance and the list of things you must say, that we are really interested in hearing about. And it doesn't need to be 400 pages in order to do that. Frankly, if it's 400 pages, you're just asking for AI to read it rather than a real person. And then they'll decide what's material for you rather than a person. But I think that's a totally different topic. We'll get sidetracked.
Good point there. I really want to remember, I think, when everyone's drafting. Yes. We've talked a bit, I mean, you focused there quite a bit on ambition, actually. Yes. We've talked a bit about that across the other contributions that we've had. I'm conscious as well, credibility is a word that a few of you have mentioned and that we quite often hear in the context of transition planning. And I'd be very keen to hear from each of you what that means to you. And when it comes to transition planning, it sounds like, while we'd all love everyone to have super high levels of ambition, actually, am I right that while we'd love to have ambitious goals and success stories, really what we want is a warts and all approach where everything's laid bare so we can get a true measure of what it means to transition and what to do with that information. I'd be keen to, I don't know, Faith, if you want to kick off with that.
I think, and this very much relates back to the keeping it real. So understanding kind of where the company wants to go, how it's going to get there, looking at kind of the mechanisms. I mean, one of the questions I often get asked is what is the single most important thing around a transition plan? And for me, it is around the dependencies. What is going to enable or get in the way of you actually delivering on your ambition, on what it is you're seeking to actually achieve as a company, as Alice very eloquently put it, in terms of embedding within the strategy and what your company is trying to do. Also, as an investor, I'm also looking kind of at that. Again, we're not philanthropic. We are trying to kind of look at where best to invest our money in terms of those sort of risk and rewards, and see very much this transition plan demonstrating to me that the company has clearly understood the risks that to its operations and how it's going to sort of tackle those, and also the opportunities that presents. I think for me, probably unsurprising, that not only in addition to the transition risk, but also on adaptation and physical resilience. These are areas that are slightly underplayed, I feel, still within all of these frameworks, and it's something that I'm actively trying to sort of enhance. But so that's what I'm looking for, the company being very clear about how it has gone about and understood these risks, what it's going to do about it, and what is going to potentially get in the way or enable it to do so through those dependencies. Because that is just super useful information, not only for me as an investor, for the bank, for other capital providers, but actually also for our policymakers and regulators. It's critical information. They need to know what is sort of going to get in the way. And by that, I don't mean if I see transition plans telling me this is going to require an enabling policy environment and just leaves it at that, I will not be happy. I need it to be at an actionable level of, what is it specifically that is getting in the way? What is it? Is it a particular regulation? Is it a particular ask? Or is it, what is it, the lack of technology? What is it? Is it access to a certain type of resource? So we do need those dependencies to be articulated at a level that somebody can do something about, and not just whiffle to provide you with a get out of jail free card. That's just not helpful at all. So those are sort of, but maybe others to...
No, I completely agree with that. And I think for us, because what we try and do, obviously we have thousands of corporate clients, but with our most material ones, we try and then link up reviewing a transition plan with engagement and having an actual conversation with the company as much as possible about their strategy. And we're most interested that a company is planning, and if that then results in a document titled transition plan that gets published and we can download, that's lovely. But if you're transition planning, we're happy. And that could be within a sustainability report, it could be within an annual report, it could be bilaterally communicated to us if you feel like there's information that's competitively sensitive in there. But that's where we care. And you do sometimes find that there's a really pretty, beautiful document that's been published, but when we engage, perhaps the sustainability team and the CFO barely know each other. And there have been times where we've had an engagement meeting where the head of sustainability and the CFO are only really talking because we've asked them to, and that's where we're like, see, this is what we care most about. What you then communicate in your report helps us to understand it, but it's the actual embedding into the business strategy that gives us the confidence that the plan is credible, that it's not just a document. And with that, the warts and all comment, I think that's exactly it. I think there's sometimes a tendency with a transition plan being inherently forwards-looking to only focus on what you will do. And then traditionally, sometimes sustainability reports have been mostly backwards-looking, reporting metrics or governance structures that you've put in place. But what we want to know is how those two things mesh up. Was there an action that you took that exceeded expectations and was fantastic? Let's replicate that in this way. We say, oh, great, they found something that's worked and they're going to do that. Or equally, if you've done something and it hasn't worked that well, if you tell us that and said, we've learned this and therefore we're going to change strategy, that is such an incredible sign of credibility in your plan, that it's been based off of learnings that you've actually made in your industry, in your jurisdiction. I think there has been a tendency to, if you've gone down a route in sustainability and it hasn't worked, to just pretend it never happened and never mention it ever again. And I think that's where really credible transition plans are able to outline those gaps in a way that is warts and all and gives us hope that the analysis is real.
Yeah, and I would love to bounce off that because I agree entirely. I think just to pick up something you said in your last round as well from about the translation of ambition to action, I think that's absolutely critical, is actually seeing companies moving forward on their sort of transition progress and having that visibility, which is partly why the sort of breadth of disclosure requirements and support is so important to get that cross-sector / cross-economy visibility on how companies are doing, what the dependencies are, what the common issues are, and where they need additional support from a more specific interpretation of enabling environment, let's say, policy enabling environment. So I think that's one core thing for credibility, is just visibility in the first place, and also the clarity on what's going right, what's going wrong. I think that the ability to be honest about course correction is really, really helpful. The only sort of additional piece I'll add is that regulation by itself is not a panacea. You need a broader sort of, again, I'm using the phrase that Faith hates, but enabling environment, where the government is working in lockstep with the private sector to support them on their transition pathway. So it's taking that aggregate dependencies information and implementing changes that enable transition to flow more effectively. And it's partly why through the Transition Finance Council and prior, a number of us, both in the room but also in the panel, have been advocating for government to take quite a similar approach to what they're asking corporates and financial institutions to do. So to have a national transition plan that is backed up and embedded within the financials of government, i.e. Treasury thinking, and takes course corrects based on dependency information, based on what they're getting from the market. And I think that's such a critical missing piece of the UK's transition puzzle, because there's a lot of great work happening in the private sector. There's also a lot of great work happening in government too, but there's a level of disjointedness that's meaning that all this ambition, all this action isn't actually delivering the finance on the ground that it could be. So I think that's a really interesting conversation and seem to push for in 2026.
Really interesting. I want to pick up that point on dependencies, actually, because as lawyers, it's something many of us will have pushed for many years, and it will have started out with the one-liner. People have been weirdly quite uncomfortable talking about their dependencies, as if it's some sort of weakness, when actually it's taken a while for that to filter through and people to realize that that has protective effect. And if you're saying you're trying to do something, or you want to do something, or have a high level of ambition, but you know you may not be able to achieve it, you need to tell your investors that, otherwise you risk misleading them. And that's why the dependencies are so important from a legal perspective. The more specific you can be, obviously then the better, and then that ties in with your advocacy, which ties in with the enabling environment. So it all works as a nice virtuous circle, but strangely it has taken quite a while to get to that point where people feel comfortable talking about those, and also talking about failure and things not going right and needing to course correct. So hopefully, going forwards, we'll be in a better place on that, because it is becoming more common that people are moving a little bit further forwards with being articulate about what it is that needs to happen.
I was going to pick up on that, because I think one of the challenges, and I feel this is a pension fund, particularly one managing assets on behalf of the local authorities, there has been that tension between that sort of admission of challenges within that I suppose the seeking of perfection has been problematic. And so I think there's an element where in this sort of collaborative context, we also need to push back to those who want it to be more, they would like to live in a slightly more idealized kind of outcome, and just recognize the fact that some companies are going to have difficulties achieving some of the things at the speed that they want. And I think it is I think it's important for the likes of myself, who has sort of, we have the reputation of being progressive on climate, but that does not mean we have to be pragmatic if we're actually going to achieve the change. So I do think we need to help improve the narrative, and that's, we'll touch on a little bit with the work with the TFC, but it is very focused on this hard to abate, some of the more difficult parts of the economy, to provide that narrative that will hopefully provide a more collegiate way going forward. And when you asked me about pitfalls, I do think that, to your point around the dependencies, the government needs to make sure that is a safe space for companies and does not have unintended consequences of making it more difficult than it already is.
Yeah, I agree. And there are plans afoot to try and make that a little bit easier. How much they end up being picked up or used, or how comfortable people feel with them, I think is yet to be seen. But certainly the intention is clearly there to try and soften the landing on that one. You mentioned the TFC action. I'm conscious we haven't talked about that very much, so we should probably pivot to that, because we've talked about enabling environment, we've talked about what the plans are for, what one of the things they can be for, so connecting capital flows and enabling transition finance. That is obviously very much at the heart of what the TFC is looking at. So Faith, given you're chairing the working group on scaling transition finance, I was keen to hear what else you think we need to unlock those capital flows.
Well, I think we've actually touched on quite a lot of what the TFC is actually trying to do. It's trying to bring multi-stakeholders, so there's the real economy, there's regulators, there's civil society, there's investors, the capital providers. So we're all in the room, so that's the first thing. So I think it's trying to essentially, I suppose, live some of the comments that we've already made in bringing those together. It is about in scaling those financial flows. So how do we get more money flowing to those companies who are credibly trying to move their business model to a low carbon environment? We need it to be the whole economy, as I said, and one of the things that the TFC is focused on is those hard to abate, so some of the more tricky parts of the economy that are absolutely critical to how we actually do transition, but themselves may have some absolutely quite substantive challenges in actually moving forward, certainly at the speed with which the sort of that transition. And I think some of what the TFC is trying to bring in is some of that nuance and recognising that one size does not fit all. But actually we do need to have like a credible framework to operate, and we have to have guardrails that we know what the difference between a company that's just using some of these things to carry on just as normal and those who are actually genuinely trying to transition. So the first one, the first working group, which Heather sits on, is about that consistency, that comparability, about having at an entity level, what does credibility actually look like? So we've talked about the SRS, we've talked about transition plans, but neither of those actually say what credibility is in terms of a normative standard as to what does a transition plan mean to be credible. So the TFC guidelines seek to do that. They're currently out for consultation, a few weeks left still to do that. What credible means is going to be very contextualised. It's going to matter what sector you're in. Hence, that then links to Working Group 2 that's looking at sectoral plans, and specifically, and working with the Net Zero Council, looking at the financial aspects of that. So what is we've got this finance playbook. So what makes for a really good sectoral transition plan that enables and builds in those sort of financial requirements to make sure that the money can flow, so that becomes more sort of frictionless. And then finally, it's about the scaling. How do we sort of unlock those flows of capital? Because sometimes you can have the most perfect infrastructure and it still isn't working. The system still has blockages, and that's what a little bit what Working Group 3 is looking at. What are the barriers? What are the policy sort of asks to these dependencies? Getting into the weeds of what is really sort of getting in the way of allowing companies to really motor forward and to achieve these goals. But also, what are some of the solutions? What has worked well, and how can that be sort of replicated? And one of the examples, we're working on quite a lot of this at the moment. One of the examples we're actually amplifying is actually a project that Alice has worked on about sort of seeing a sort of financial solution that, again, we want to see replicate and enhance and see more of that. But I'm not going to steal Alice's thunder. I'm going to let her talk about her project. But it's how do we take some of those examples and make those more widely known and project those. So that's quite a lot of what the work. But I'm very passionate about the work of the Transition Finance Council, because I think it really is sort of bringing quite a lot of these threads together and is trying to genuinely find solutions. I think I just touched on the fact that I would agree with some of the comments that were made earlier about the UK hanging on by its fingernails to the idea that it's leading globally. This is the opportunity to step forward with that, but they do need to recognise that they do need to actually do something if they want to lead. So, on that note...
I think we wanted to give an example that brought to life what we actually mean when we talk about transition plans being then used to create opportunities for transition finance. It also links to what you were saying around the public and private partnership, where Lloyds have got a partnership with the National Wealth Fund to try and look at blended finance opportunities. And we've committed £500 million in finance towards social housing providers, guaranteed by the National Wealth Fund, that allows retrofit of their stock. And I think this is where we start to see the ecosystem come to life, where we've worked with our social housing clients to understand their transition plans, where their gaps are, the key challenge being retrofitting their stock, and that there's a financing gap there, that they can't afford to retrofit it. And then if we can provide the loans that enable them to do that, but the risk profile being too challenging, and then the National Wealth Fund can step in to de-risk that investment and enable it to happen, you start to see how this environment where the reporting and understanding of the gaps and the challenges and the dependencies starts to link up with finance opportunities, and we can play our role in helping the transition to happen. And if we can try and see what's working well there and lift and drop it to other sectors and understand how we can communicate transition plans through reporting and then enable transition finance off the back of it, I think that's where you're starting to get some real momentum and having this, rather than being nice things we're writing down, starting to make a real impact.
Nice to know that success stories and case studies can be useful as well. Heather, I know you're on one of the other working groups. I wondered if you wanted to mention a bit about the work you're doing.
Yeah, of course. And actually, just as maybe to step back, as a broader point about sort of the role for the TFC, I think it touches on a lot of what Faith said, but it's worth recognising we are in a challenging political time. There is a lot of controversy about talking about climate. However, what gives me a lot of hope is the number of institutions I talk to where the economics just make sense for them. They might not be talking about it loudly, but they are just carrying on and pushing forward with the transition because the economics make sense of having energy security, cheap energy, et cetera, so that's why I think, that gives me some hope, but it's why I think there are such important roles for councils or groups like the Transition Finance Council, in a sense where it's like confidence by numbers. There's a really important story that can be told of the very recognisable, very quantifiable opportunities of the net zero transition for the UK. I think we see that in other jurisdictions where they're a little bit more confident about speaking about that. If we look to Asia, for example, there's a lot of great work happening and a lot of positive noises. So I do really think that is a really key role that institutions like the Transition Finance Council, Net Zero Council can play in resetting the balance a little bit in the conversation on the UK and enabling great policy ideas and great policy or regulatory progression like transition plans to happen more smoothly in the UK context. And then in terms of the work we've been doing with the TFC, it's on working a lot on this idea of yes, sector plans, yes, sectoral clarity, but actually what you want is an investable sector plan, something that has credibility, that indicates the levels of financing that's required and the expectation from where that's going to be coming, from across the capital stack, across the public finance space, etc., and setting out clarity for investors, for companies, on expectations on the speed of travel, the policy incentives that are coming in place, the regulatory package, etc. So that sort of whole of economy package that will be used to, a whole of economy package and set of reforms that will be used to drive the transition forward and get everyone sort of aligned. I think it's been a really interesting process as well, because all the way back in COP26, we were working with what was then Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak on this idea of a net zero aligned financial centre. So obviously at COP26 I did love that little green box, but we obviously saw some progress on transition planning with the UK's world leading move and a commitment to be a net zero aligned financial centre. I am so pleased to say that in 2026 the dialogue has moved on so much. Back then we were trying to do case making, we were trying to, I was very boring at dinner parties, trying to explain what this was. And now I have, for example, in this very room, people coming up telling me that they're independently campaigning for this from government, because actually it's a really sensible idea to help align all the amazing activity in the private sector with an overarching environment from government, overarching strategy from government that is credible and that will help the UK to transition. So if you do want to check it out, there is a finance playbook, I think it was published in September, in conjunction with the Net Zero Council, who published their guidance, or the basic blueprint, on what a good sector plan looks like. And we're really hopeful to see some progress on that, some case studies, etc., over the course of 2026, because it's with progress happening elsewhere. If we look at Japan, for example, and their GX plan, and other key jurisdictions, there's a lot happening in Australia and China, etc. It's high time for the UK to catch up with what they advocate for internationally all the time and actually implement that whole of economy package at home to unlock the opportunities that the transition offers.
Super. What a good place to end the COVID. It's not all bad. There's more to come. If you were depressed by last year, then there has been progress. Don't feel too bad about that. And clearly some candidates for Prime Minister on this panel. So very pleased to pause there and see if we've got any questions, because we have a few minutes left. Stick your hand up if you want to ask anything. Yes, we have one down here.
Hi. When you're looking at the transition plan for the financing timelines, what are your forward planning timelines like? Are there 2, 5, 10 years when you're assessing the transition plans?
Sorry, what do you mean? So like when the transition
forward planning, so when you're doing forward, like with your TCFD, you're doing a forward plan with your scenario analysis, so you've got 2 years, 5 years, 10, 20. What are the timelines? Because that's a question we get a lot from our clients.
How far ahead should we be looking?
Forward-looking in sustainability reporting outstrips that in financial reporting significantly. So that's where there's a lot of tension.
You know, I feel like this is where we start to... I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all in terms of how far ahead you should be looking with your plan. Obviously, there's some kind of classics like the 2050 target and the interim targets. There's structure there. But in terms of how much detail you have available as to the actions that are going to be taken over the next 2 to 5 years versus 10 or 20 is so sector dependent. I'm thinking there are some companies whose assets lifetimes are 20, 30 years. They're going to need to be thinking further ahead than those that don't have that sort of situation in place within their business model. So I think it's not a great answer in that there's no like, and I want you to be showing me 5 years exactly what your plan is. It's more that if you've analysed what is your business model, you might have a long-term ambition, what steps do you need to put in place based on what information you have? And then being clear on where you don't have information. Because what we would rather see, rather than a very hopeful view in 30 years' time based off of not a lot of data, a clear view in for 5 years, and then outlining, we think this will be the case, we don't know, we haven't got the data, we're looking into it, this is what we're going to try and do. Just making it clear what your knowns and unknowns are, to me, is a more important part of the transition plan than knowing exactly where you're going to be in 20 years' time.
I completely agree on that point. I think we do need to keep them fresh, though. So I think the sort of wisdom is probably a triennial cycle as a good starting point. But I've actually implemented and written our own as a pension fund, and I actually found 3 years quite short, which is unsurprising for a pension fund that has liabilities going already to 2100. So in that sense, I felt like I'd only just finished getting to the beginning or into the swing of implementation, and I needed to start engaging again as to the next step. So I've encouraged us to move to perhaps a more 5-year cycle in terms of, but with the view that if anything fundamentally changes, and it's the same as the business, if something changes, your strategy changes, you need to change your transition plan. So to Alice's point, I think they just need to be connected with what is your business, how are you setting your strategy as a business, how do you go about that, what timeframes work for you strategically. There are some business models that are working where they're so dynamic, they're moving quite rapidly, whereas there are others which might be more like an aircraft carrier in terms of they're moving so slowly, but they just need to tweak their plan over different timeframes. So I am very much with Alice in terms of there is no one-size-fits-all, but you do need to be aware of the fact that they need to be kept up to date, they need to be fresh enough for that investment flows. We need to see the evidence flowing through them that these are still remain credible, and some of obviously the technological changes are happening that may have an impact and may need things needing to be refreshed. But yeah, and then certainly some aspects need to be more refreshed than others. So again, I think there's lots of nuance that can be brought into this. We do need to be quite flexible, which goes to your earlier question about having a very agile regulatory framework, not one that's too prescriptive that locks us into what we think is the right thing today, because we know by next week it'll be wrong.
Any other questions?
Hi, Jason Perks from DMV. Given the inextricable linkage between climate, nature and biodiversity and the sort of follow-on that's happening in TNFD, etc. What's your advice to companies about how they should think about considering the nature and biodiversity aspects whilst they're also doing their climate transition plan?
I'm going to answer as a lawyer first, which is, that's great, but don't say you're going to do it and then find it's really hard and then have to backtrack on that, which is what everyone has done. So that's my contribution. Otherwise, over to you guys.
Yeah, probably done that myself. But I think you need to show the ambition that you want to kind of, because I think the recognition that we don't achieve any of these goals without embedding nature. But for some sectors, it's going to be more material. It's absolutely going to be, that is going to be how they're going to actually deliver their climate transition. For others, it might be just more of a kind of to make sure that they don't aggravate or add sort of additional burdens. So again, it's that sort of nuance. I think the sooner we bring all of these risks together and we think more about the whole system, and that includes also the human capital, and hence the reason why you can't do TNFD without having a human rights policy. So the idea that we bring all of these threads together and actually think about, which is why we went back to this point, it is about the business strategy. How is the business going to progress in a very rapidly changing world for many ways? And these are some of the changes that you're having and risks you're having to deal with. And nature is certainly part of those. The way the TFC has sort of encapsulated that is in those sort of contextual aspects, and saying, that it is up to that individual entity to decide if these are contextually relevant, and where they are, they should be disclosed.
Yeah, I actually had a whole big debate about this semi-recently, where someone was advocating for a nature transition plan, like a climate transition plan and a nature transition plan, then a people transition plan. And I was like, I think the reporting teams will say, please stop. And, that's what our clients are telling us. They're like, we're just grappling climate. I don't have a nature team. This is really hard for us. I cannot write another document. And we're saying we don't want another document. We want it integrated. And it was at a different conference, actually, where someone used the phrase, understand the nature of nature for your business. But I think that is apt, and it comes back to this question of materiality, of pick out the elements that are most material to your business. How do they interlock with your climate issues you're already facing? And then try to, I know it's hard because no one quite has the right metrics or data to quite grapple with nature or biodiversity targets in the same way as we have for greenhouse gas emissions. But if you can try and interlock them together, people are more likely to naturally consider your nature strategy alongside your climate one. Because if there's 7 documents and one of them feels like the most important one, you might find your stakeholders only read the one.
And just quickly to add on to that, I entirely agree with the integration piece. I think adaptation and nature are no longer seen as nice to haves. They are completely integrated within a company and within a national sort of approach to transition, just due to the significant risks that are increasingly becoming clear. One thing I would say when I was in Sao Paulo at the Business COP this year is that mitigation is seen as a given. Basically, I think companies really see the economics of it. They really understand it. There's quite a lot of different frameworks, which is why TPT is quite helpful to try and integrate those within your business model. On the adaptation and nature side, it's pretty emergent. So I think that's why the work of groups like the TNFD are really helpful. The TFC is really helpful. But again, there is a role for government here in trying to support companies who have meaningful risks in this space, in integrating that within the transition planning approach. And obviously with nature transition plans, there's quite a bit of guidance around there too. And then just finally, because I do have to be a shill for the old national context piece, but I think there's also a really interesting emergent trend around national approaches to adaptation as well, and how that can help entity-level organisations or corporates integrate those risks too. So in as much as I would call for an investable national transition plan with investable sector pathways, I would also call for that to apply to the adaptation sector too. And finally, just to round out, because there's a lot of finance, and again, family over Christmas does not want to hear about any of it, but I think there's a significant role for public finance too, because the nature market is pretty nascent. There's a lot of rewilding projects going on right by my house in Scotland. That's great, but I think there's a lot of innovation as well in the nature and adaptation investment space, and institutions like the National Will Fund can partner with the private sector to de-risk these innovations and make them more wide-stream and more available to enable that move from ambition and disclosure into action on nature and adaptation.
Super. great call to action. Sounds like next year's panel, embedding nature and a focus on adaptation for next year. Thank you so much for all the questions. Thank you so much to our panelists. That was fantastic. That's where we're going to end things because we're just at time, and we're going to hand over to our next panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What an excellent panel. Thank you very much, Rachel. Thank you, Heather, for speaking slowly enough for us. That was very kind of you. My particular takeaway from that was Faith's comment that we're looking for substance, not whiffle. And I think if that's going to be the subtitle for today's session, that would be excellent. We've got our next panel already coming forward, which is great. So I will hand over to Beth Meyer, Chief Legal Officer, Head of Risk and Compliance at Naval.
Thank you. We have one of our members is joining remotely, so I don't know. She might surprise us in a moment. Hi, everybody. I'm Beth Meyer, Chief Legal Officer of Novata, a sustainability data collection, analytics, and benchmarking platform. A big part of my role, I get to spend time with our clients, helping them translate fast-moving sustainability regulations into something that's actually useful for their business. So I'm very thrilled to get to talk today about sector-specific disclosures, and we have an incredible group of different perspectives across our panel. So I want to start by asking each of our panelists to do just a quick intro.
Hello everyone, I'm Laura Halstead. I work at Octopus Energy Generation. We're the fund management business within the Octopus Energy Group. We manage around £7 billion worth of assets on behalf of investors. Most of those investors are either large pension funds, institutional investors. We also have a listed investment trust, so some individuals as well. And we invest in infrastructure as well as energy transition businesses.
Hello, I'm Julia Rowe. I've been working in corporate sustainability in the FTSE 100 or 250 for about 20 years now. I reckon I wrote my first CDP disclosure and integrated sustainability section in annual report in about 2011. But now I'm the Vice President of Sustainability at Ocado Group. And I'm responsible for setting the strategy, a framework, the goals, targets, and delivering them, as well as all the external reporting. I really passionately believe with what they said this morning about the fact that sustainability is about creating value in a company. It's absolutely not about regulatory compliance.
I'm Leo Donahue. I'm a senior policy specialist at the Institutional Investors Group on climate change. IGCC, for those who are maybe a little less familiar with our work, we're an investor-led membership organisation representing around 400 members at the moment, mainly asset owners, asset managers, together responsible for some £60 trillion in assets under management. And really what we look to do is act as a kind of convening platform within the industry, bringing the investment community together to develop frameworks, tools to help them navigate climate-related risks, opportunities, and ultimately to finance a net zero and resilient future. And within IGCC, I sit in our policy team, so I lead a lot of our work on sustainable finance regulations, specifically on disclosures, making sure investors have access to the information they need to make informed investment decisions and engage with their holdings. And of course, sector-specific disclosures are an incredibly important part of that.
And we have Maddie with us as well.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Maddie Yetter, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for CGI. I hope you can hear me okay. I do firstly want to start off by apologizing that I can't be there in person. Hopefully you can pick up from my voice that I have picked up some things along the way, and I'm not sure where. So rather than pass on what I've got, I think the responsible thing is for me to stay at home and recover. CGI is an IT organization and also a system integrator that was founded in 1976. So we are about 50 years old, and we basically work across all of the sectors, from banking, insurance, across government, manufacturing, transport, government, and we deploy all sorts of technologies, and we support with wider consultancy work around digitization, transformation, and effectively building any technology systems. I've been with CGI for 4 years, and prior to joining CGI, I was with the UK government for 10 years, heading up sustainability. I'm really looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. I think it would be best if we started with some context. And Leo, I think you might have just shared about how it shows up in your role. But if each of the panelists could share with us how sector-specific sustainability disclosures show up specifically in your role, I think that'd be really helpful for everyone to have a bit of context before we dive in.
Yeah, happy to provide that. So I think when we take a step back and think about what's been discussed a lot today, the bulk of the standards and the frameworks that we're all very familiar with that are either in place already or which are in the process of being developed, they are, by and large, sector-neutral standards and frameworks, right? TCFD, ISSB, TNFD, the CSRD in the EU. It's primarily sector-neutral. And of course, you know, investors, other users of sustainability reporting, they need and want this information. You know, there's going to be a lot of disclosures, a lot of topics that are relevant for all industries to disclose. You'd probably want most companies to be disclosing how their board has sufficient governance and oversight of sustainability-related risks and opportunities. You're going to want to understand how companies are responding to climate change in their transition plan, what kind of capital expenditure, for example, that they're putting towards that transition. That's relevant on all industries, right? I guess what these standards obviously don't address are those specific sectoral risks, impacts, and opportunities that are really material, that arise within a given sector. And of course, that's where, you know, sector-specific disclosures come in. They really help to build on that cross-industry set of reporting that enables comparison across all industries with an additional subset of information that helps you to compare peers within a sector. And I mean, in terms of sort of my day-to-day job, it comes up most directly in the context of our engagement. You know, we're very much encouraging policymakers, regulators, standard setters to incorporate sector-specific disclosures into these requirements. But it's definitely also an important kind of topic for IGCC more broadly. We developed the Net Zero Investment Framework some years ago. That's now the most widely used framework for investors looking to develop net zero strategies globally. That's essentially a sector-specific transition plan. It was born out of the industry's desire to really kind of account for the specificities of investors' role in the transition. And beyond that, we also have engaged quite extensively with corporates and with our members to develop net zero standards for high-impact sectors, for hard-to-abate, oil and gas, mining, whatever they might be, just be really because, again, investors really wanted that additional layer of information to meaningfully assess how companies were transitioning. So it's something that crops up across the kind of spectrum of our work at IGCC.
Do you want me to go?
I'd love to hear.
I guess I've almost got 3 layers, which is quite interesting. So we're an investment manager and part of an energy group. So we'll have various reporting requirements as an energy group. And then as an investment manager, we've got to disclose certain information about how we manage investments on behalf of investors. Within TCFD, there are asset manager specific recommendations that we need to adhere to. And we also need to sum up the parts. So underlying, we have products, funds which we manage, which might get caught depending on where they're domiciled. So in the UK, I might get caught by the Sustainable Disclosures regime. So SDR, I've got a sustainable focused labelled product. So I've got a whole bunch of disclosures to make there. I've also got a whole bunch of EU Luxembourg domiciled funds. So I've got a whole host of SFDR disclosures to make there. And then I will have to sum those up again as an investment manager. And then if you go down one level below that, I might be 100% owner. One of my funds might be 100% owner in one of the actual underlying large energy investments that we make, where we all sit as directors on those companies. So then I've got to think about whether my company is large and whether I have got to make certain disclosures there, whether I get caught by ESOS or SECA or perhaps the other sort of more generic ones that are coming through. So I have a lot of things to consider.
So I'd say, there aren't that many sector-specific standards at the moment that come up. They are mostly general standards. But I'd say my experience with ESG surveys sort of foreboded what it could be like. And for Ocado, it's actually quite frustrating. So the fact that EFRAG were proposing a food and beverage standard was really sort of putting a bit of the fear of God into me. And that's because Ocado is listed on the FTSE as a food and staples company, and that probably doesn't surprise any of you. But probably what would surprise you is that we don't trade in food. We don't buy food, we don't sell food. So when the standards require me, or the ESG surveys, to give information on sustainable farming or whether we source the fish sustainably, I can't do it because it's not us that buy it, it's our partners. And in the business in the UK, that would be Ocado Retail Limited, which is a independent joint venture of ours. In the other 13 countries in the world where we operate, that would be the local equivalent brand. So you know, as somebody who likes to win on surveys and competitions, scoring 0 in various sections doesn't land very well with me. And I think it's quite an extreme example. Ocado, by the way, would consider itself a robotics and technology company. We do have a UK warehousing distribution system, but basically what we do is build robots and e-commerce platforms. So responsible AI is probably far more important than responsible farming. And I wouldn't want to be pigeonholed because of our FTSE listing into that food and staples sector-specific standard. So I'm actually quite pleased that they are rolling them back, because I think a responsible a company that actually cares about sustainability and creating value through it will be able to tell you what its material topics are. And then if the standards give guidance on what the appropriate KPIs are, that enables us to still be comparable across from company to company.
I want to come back to what you're saying, Julia, because under CSRD they have removed the sector-specific requirements for now, and I can tell that you're really a critic of them, which is great, and I want us to hear more about that. But before we do, I want to make sure we get to hear about Maddie, how it's coming up in your current role.
Yeah, so I operate in the IT sector, and I guess looking at sector-specific standards in 2 areas. The first is the environmental. We have a lot of data centers at CGI, so data center energy efficiency standards reporting are something that's constantly coming up for us, especially that people are becoming a lot more knowledgeable now about the impact of data centers and just how cross-cutting they are into daily lives, from the use of your mobile phone to the television to just making a simple phone call. It's not just data centers, it's networks, it's where you're storing your data. So my colleague touched on AI there and responsible AI. So power use effectiveness, PUE, which speaks to the heart of energy consumption of data centers becoming a really big thing in terms of reporting for us. I think other areas definitely I've touched on: data centers, network, specific reporting. Circular economy is becoming a really big topic for us. We deal with a lot of hardware and components. The mobile phone you're using at the moment, your laptops will all have critical raw materials and minerals: tin, tantalum, gold, tungsten, and topics such as urban mining are coming up, especially here in the UK, where we're thinking about circularity a lot more. The government is driving a lot of standards to ensure that we are retaining as much of the minerals and materials within all our products. So I think that's really growing, and we can see that increasing over the next couple of years. Topics around our supply chain are becoming huge topics for us. Again, it's circular economy, but it's also conflict minerals and critical minerals as well. Again, the same minerals: tin, tantalum, cobalt. Again, from a human rights perspective, modern slavery, they seem to be significant cross-cutting themes. And then, of course, right into pollution, and the impact on nature and biodiversity of our activities and the extraction of minerals to build specific components. I think those are the main ones I will touch on.
It sounds like it's a lot. Julia mentioned it earlier, but we are seeing a rollback of sustainability regulations and requirements, and some of those that are taking hit are those that are sector-specific disclosures. And it seems like there's a pretty clear division in our perspective here. With Maddie, it sounds like it shows up a lot and you find a lot of use in it. Leo, you guys are even proponents in your group. Whereas Julia and Laura, it sounds like it's either a fearsome mislabeling or something that's burying you under disclosure requirements over disclosure requirements. I think it'd be really helpful to hear more from both of those perspectives. So to start maybe with Leo and Maddie, how are you finding that tailoring disclosure requirements to specific sectors actually drives more value than a one-size-fits-all approach?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, I think I'd like to just say that I fully appreciate the challenges that sector-specific disclosures present for preparers, particularly when you've got a complex business model. It's not very clear always where to, pigeonhole. I think that example of, Ocado being more of an AI company than a kind of sort of food and beverage company is a really good example of that. But maybe just kind of from the perspective, obviously, of users, i.e. GCC's members, I think these disclosures still really matter because many of the most material climate-related impacts, risks, opportunities, they are going to materialize within the specific sectors in which a company operates. That's particularly true for those hard-to-abate sectors, high-emitting sectors whose transition is so critical. And when it comes to making investment decisions, how do investors do that? Well, they're going to analyze holdings through an industry lens. They compare the strategies and business models of companies with their peer group. So I think it does make sense to have that layer incorporated into sustainability reporting to some extent. And I mean, I'm probably playing devil's advocate here to some extent, but I think from an investor perspective, it wouldn't be too wide off the mark to suggest that we might be in a better place if appreciating all the stuff that's been said today about 400-page long reports, if you actually pared back sector-neutral disclosures across the economy, if that meant that the 20 or 30% of companies that are operating in these high-impact, hard-to-abate sectors were also then disclosing on a subset of the most decision-useful material, sector-specific disclosures particularly in the context of their transition plans, I think that would be beneficial, to be honest. And I think obviously because by nature this reporting is more tailored to the activities that companies are carrying out, it can help to improve comparability, and actually in some ways I think it can also help to reduce burdens and costs, which is obviously a huge priority at the moment across the reporting landscape. I think sector-specific reporting is occasionally presented as an additional cost, an additional source of complexity, but actually if it's enabling companies to navigate their materiality assessments, focusing razor-sharply on the risks and opportunities that are most relevant for them, for their peers, that users of disclosures are most interested in, that actually could save money and time, and we are hearing that from some of the companies that we engage with. So I think there is still a place for it, and I think in the current environment, sector-specific disclosures do not get nearly as much airtime as they should be getting.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think speaking practically from my perspective as CSO of an organization, I think they are helping enforcing detailed discussions and conversations with my board of directors. And they are forcing us to really think about integration and integration of sustainability with our strategy, our financial approach, our profit margins, our losses, our opportunities, and our risks. They're forcing us to look at our service models and our products and the discussions with vice presidents and their markets and industries on where the opportunities are and what they might be missing in terms of new markets, or what they may not be tapping into. So I'm finding them incredibly useful from an IT perspective in terms of the relevance and the precision of conversation, because honestly, I don't have a lot of time in the day to focus on broader topics. I'd like to really focus on how I can help my organization improve and drive real impact within the areas in which we operate, but also how do I integrate the topic of sustainability better on a daily basis. And for me, it's those conversations with a board of directors, whether that's upskilling them or helping them to understand where we can weave sustainability a little bit more. So relevant precision, improving comparability from one business area to another business area, and enhancing decision making in opportunities or areas that we should be investing in as an organization. For example, are there specific products, or are there specific services or specific solutions that actually we need to invest more from an R&D or innovation perspective, because we're just seeing significant shifts further down the line, 2030. So I know everybody's looking at sector-specific disclosures as reporting, but actually I'm looking at them as an opportunity for us to expand our strategies, as well as identify risks and open conversations that help us to prioritize what's relevant and current globally, regionally, within the UK and across different countries. Data privacy topics, security, AI, and data centers and so forth. Those topics are becoming incredibly sort of relevant nationally, but also strategicing for many of us. But it also, not saying that it's isolating me, because I think I've maybe painted a picture of sort of standing alone in an IT area and just looking at my own sector-specific reporting, but actually it's also helping to broaden the conversation, given that we do operate in different sectors. From, I could be talking agriculture today, I could be discussing health tomorrow, or banking and finance and insurance the next day. So again, it also helps to focus on topics that are specific to industries, biodiversity, water use, and then aligning them to what can I do and what value can I bring to those industries and sectors from a sustainability perspective, beyond sort of being compliant and just integrating into our DNA.
I think it's really helpful to view it as I think they were intended, which is a driver of what's material, how do I generate decision useful data for my business on the basis of these disclosures. And I think you've laid out really well how that works, at least at CGI. I think it also can have, well-intended things have difficult consequences, and it sounds like that's true for Ocado and maybe for Octopus as well. It sounds like you took it as a relief that maybe some of these sector-specific requirements might not be coming. Do you want to share a bit more about that?
Yeah, no, I mean, exactly. I think you put the nail on the head there, is that what's the purpose of sector-specific standards? Actually to do the materiality assessment for you. And that for many companies is helpful. Like, these are the things you should be thinking about. Don't forget to think about them. Where it goes wrong is when it forces you to try and write about things that in fact aren't material, because there are very few businesses that actually just operate in a very simple sector. They only do one thing. Most multinationals have all these different divisions that actually operate in different sectors. So what you need to leave then is the flexibility to go, well, actually, I'll tell you about this bit in this sector, but this bit over here is the set, and there's no negative consequences to not being able to answer the questions. But they are helpful to get you started. And an example of that, I think, is TCFD. It's not a sector-specific standard; it's a general standard. But the whole thing about it making you think about certain things that you might not otherwise have thought about is how you mature and grow and work out why sustainability is more than a tick box.
What about you, Laura?
I think my viewpoint here is more simplification than full rollback, actually. So I think my sort of introduction already explained all of the different layering that we have to do. And so I'm supportive of cutting the duplication. I do recognise that investors want and need information to help make capital allocation decisions, but actually quite a lot of the disclosure requirements that are within the investment management regime are around, the sustainable, the SFDR, which is asking us to produce reams of data points of principal adverse impacts across, regardless of what you're investing in, is challenging. And so we're not trying to lose transparency. I think we still need that, but sort of recognizing what makes these things really hard. So as I'm going out, I'm making lots of investments in private companies, which actually can be pretty small. Some of them might have 3 people in them, but I've got the same data request for that as I have of an offshore wind farm, which might have full ability to collect that data and third parties engaged on it. So I think there's a real world complexity that comes. I think some of the standards just ask for a complete set of data points, but where I'm reporting and 60% of those are NA, something's gone wrong. And that is where we are. So I am creating reams of reporting requirements with NA, asking businesses to give their water requirement, litres of water when they don't use really water very much at all in what they're doing, asking a wind farm. Maybe it's slightly more relevant for solar as they're cleaning panels, but that's quite hard. And then the other piece that is really tricky is cross-jurisdiction. So I am making investments in the UK and I'm making investments in Europe, but I also might be making investments in India or the Philippines or Japan and try and get them to report that data to you in their EU regulatory requirements is actually really difficult. So I think the current approach is a bit broken in that respect. We keep adding frameworks. We don't take anything away. There's a lot of duplication between the sector-specific and then the sort of standards. So I'm doing TCFD and SFDR all in one annual report for my products. I'm being asked for it all. And I'm being asked for a transition plan for a wind farm. So it's like, how am I supposed to do all of this? So I think it's the simplification, not full rollback, and allowing some ability to choose what's important and material for the capital allocators.
You've hit on something that I would love us to dig a bit more into. At Novata, we have tens of thousands of companies reporting on the platform to hundreds of different investors. And what you see time and time again is companies feeling like they're being asked too much or what they're being asked isn't actually relevant. And investors feeling like these are things we absolutely must ask, either because of regulation or because it actually makes sense for our fund and our thesis. I'm curious, Leo, you're representing a very large group of investors, and Laura, you're an investor yourself, but also someone that has to constantly meet your own reporting obligations. With this tension, what do you think it is that investors are what matters most to them when it comes to these sustainability disclosures?
Yeah, I mean, I think Laura's touched on a lot of the most important points, but I think just maybe a few things from our perspective. I think it's better rather than more data is obviously really essential. We don't want reams and reams of disclosure. It needs to be relevant. It needs to be decision useful. I think when you're looking at these indicators and disclosure topics, whether it's sector neutral or sector specific, it's tying that back to, is this reducing risk, or could it reduce risk, or could it create value? And if the answer is yes, then chances are that's going to be material from an investor perspective, and you should be disclosing on it. It should be tailored. Obviously, I think that the benefit of sector-specific disclosures is you can get that level of tailoring to your sector. That's really, really important. And so therefore you should have that leeway to kind of really just focus on the impacts, the risks and opportunities that matter most for you and your company. That said, you want the tailoring, but you also hope that there's a coalescence around a kind of minimum baseline of disclosures within that sector that enables comparison with peers. You want to be able to compare, oranges with oranges, so to speak. So having that like a consistency and looking at what the wider industry is doing, that's going to be really, really helpful. And then I think just from IGCC's perspective, particularly in how we are advocating for, pushing for sector-specific disclosures, I think it's really important to think about how these disclosures can enhance your transition plans. How do they build on those sector-neutral transition plans with that additional layer of information? We know that this is important. The TPT framework, for example, is excellent, but they did additional work to develop sector-specific guidance for sector-neutral plans for a range of sectors because it was needed by the industry. You know, these things are going to make a real difference, I think, to some of the standards that we've developed within IGC and what's out there. You know, if you're an oil and gas company, you've got your emissions reduction targets. If you then have additional granularity, say, on your upstream or your downstream emission targets and how that kind of fits in, that is a level of granularity that I think investors would benefit from. You know, if you're a mining company, your capex, do you have presumably there is capex for coal? Is that going to be phased out? Again, these kind of granular details that really help to inform decision making. So I guess in terms of what's most important from an investor perspective, focus on quality over quantity and decision useful information, some degree of consistency with what your peers in the sector are reporting, and think about how this could meaningfully enhance, if you've got a transition plan in place, how can you supplement that transition plan with relevant sector-specific detail?
Great. Thank you, Leo.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. If you get the right disclosures, then it should be a tool to help investors understand the risks that they're taking by investing. It should help those capital allocations. It should allow you to compare climate resilience to the investments that you're doing. And maybe some of it is about format. So I've got an interesting question. I'm curious. So my investors are pretty demanding. I have yet to hear an investor come to say, I've read your disclosures, I've read your annual report, I've got everything that I need. How many people have heard that from their investors? Not very many. Instead, I get another DDQ, another format to report on. The intermediaries and the consultants, the advisors are proliferating that even further with the 150 ESG questions I may get with all of the same data. They're asking for it, just again, in a different version. So it's actually really difficult for me to understand what investors want because they seem to just want everything you could possibly provide and more. But I don't yet know how investors are truly using that to make decisions. And from my perspective, I think a much smaller sector-specific benchmarks, etc., would allow investors to really see what are leaders and laggards in specific sectors, rather than just have this smorgasbord of data, which is where we are at the moment.
On the smorgasbord of data, we still have CSRD. We have CSRD, we have ISSB, we have both IFRSs under ISSB, we have the alphabet soup, TCFD, TNFD. We have all of these and more standards and regulations and frameworks. At the same time, we have the whole EU omnibus simplification package and sustainability teams that have been reporting against these frameworks for years, screaming, this is too much. Like, reporting is becoming a full-time job, which is not the intent of having us as a group, which is to drive value for the business. So I'm curious from each of our panelists, what you think of, are we just continuing to layer complexity by adding framework after framework after framework and DDQs on top of those? Or do you think we're at a moment where people are understanding perhaps less is more and more convergence is needed?
Well, I'm certain that we're at that point, which is a good thing, right? And who in the room wouldn't love to see ISSB and CSRD become the same thing? Hands up. Of course we would. Maybe we'll get there eventually. But just as we don't all quite speak a common language, perhaps we won't quite get there. So I think the other thing that we haven't sort of talked about, but it is quite important to know, this is what people are doing with the data. It's not just humans reading it these days. It is the AI, and increasingly it's the AI. So actually, whether the report's 50 pages or 200 or 400 pages, the AI doesn't really care. I think what the AI cares about is the data quality. Because if you put rubbish in, you'll get rubbish out, and the AI will make poor decisions just as the humans do. So I think that the assurance standards is what really matters here, and making sure that anything we disclose is accurate, right? So at that point, less is more. Best to have a small amount of high quality than a lot of drivel. I think the previous panel talked a little bit about TNFD and TCFD. Yeah, for me, TNFD is a natural progression of TCFD. It's not a separate thing. But climate is a whole lot more nature is a whole lot more complex than climate, so maybe we have to go there in stages, which might mean we have to do two things for a little while, because we'll do the climate bit quite well, because we've all been practicing, at least in the UK, for 5 years. But nature, we've got a long way to go. Absolutely. The world is always changing. We'll never have to the point where we fix it. And you said, well, do we not want reporting to be a full-time job? And I often reflect on the fact that we have quite large finance departments in our corporations for whom financial reporting is a full-time job. And I sometimes tease my colleagues that they only deal in black and white, whereas I deal in all the colours of the rainbow, because we are reporting on so many different types of metrics. And that's not a bad thing, actually.
I appreciate the analogy. Maddie, we haven't gotten to hear from you.
Look, I concur with colleagues and other panelists there. I think simplification and more alignment is always welcomed. I personally celebrated in 2021 or at the COP in Glasgow when the announcement was made that several reporting standards and bodies were going to be joining up their reporting. And I think a lot of work has gone into that through, ISSB. Yes, a lot more alignment could be done with CSRD. I think many of us would welcome that. So, yeah, I don't think I've got any more to add there. Very, very much welcomed.
Wonderful. Laura, Leo, anything to add, or pro what Julia's already described?
I mean, yeah, happy to add a few reflections on that. I mean, IAGCC is broadly a European-focused organisation, so a lot of our policy engagement is focused on Brussels, and obviously, following the omnibus, we are not going to see sector-specific standards taken forward under the CSRD. They may well be repurposed as kind of implementation guidance, and I'd hope that it would build on all the excellent work that EFRAG did. I think they basically completed quite a few of their sector-specific standards, which are now going to be shelved. But I think if we're talking about alignment, obviously I think we could actually be in quite a good place with what we're seeing with SASB, and the SASB standards I think are broadly well understood, covering sort of 80 different industry standards at the moment. And now that they're under that IFRS Foundation umbrella, there's no reason why we can't see that blueprint that we've seen work for TCFD, work for sector standards. They incorporate the SASB under ISSB and so on and roll it out. And also the fact that they're tailored to investors' information needs, I think, helps. I appreciate, there are a lot of technical issues that still need to be ironed out to ensure that coherence between ISSB, between SASB. There's still duplication, the standards have differences that will need to be kind of addressed. But I think that alignment will and can happen, and from an investor perspective, obviously that's great. A lot of our members have global exposures, they operate globally, they don't want to be submitting a million different reports, and they want to be able to assess their holdings that they operate in different jurisdictions. And I think, we have seen the IFRS Foundation put out several consultations recently. They're trying to make the standards, the SASB standards, more globally applicable, less US skewed, additional kind of consultations to kind of build that alignment out with the ESRS and GRI. So I think, there is hope for kind of more a level of alignment. And actually, I think just even in the last few days, something that I'm sure others in the room will have seen, but China have just put out their climate disclosure standard, which I think from an initial skim on my part, seems to tick a lot of boxes. They've looked at what's happened. It's ISSB aligned. It will be phased in with the biggest companies reporting first. They'll take a building blocks approach. They'll build double materiality perspectives on top of it. They'll build China-specific requirements on top of it. It's almost, sort of taking a step back, watch everything kind of blow up, and then kind of decide how to implement it. But I think it's a good example of how this could work in practice, building on that building blocks approach that the IFRS Foundation talks so much about in the context of sector-neutral disclosures.
China is an excellent example. I think we're seeing that with a lot of, Philippines just came out with something ISSB aligned with Philippines specific. Like this is a blueprint people are following, which is quite helpful.
And maybe actually to sort of change the tax slightly, is it's not all bad, right? So some of these sector-specific disclosures have actually influenced how we make our investment decisions. So under sort of SFDR, we have to ensure that we're doing no harm as we're making those investments. If we're Article 9, very dark green, we have to meet EU taxonomy requirements for a sustainable investment because we've pledged to have a minimum amount of our investments be EU taxonomy aligned. And what that's meaning in practice is that we are working with our investee companies to have more sustainable business practices, i.e. asking them to put in policies such that we can demonstrate that we are doing no harm as we're making our investment decision. Every investment that we make, we put through a climate risk analysis tool such that we can see whether that investment, especially because a lot of it is physical infrastructure, is exposed to physical risks. It's starting to think about how we diversify when we're making a portfolio of infrastructure assets, and where some might be sunnier and some might be windier or less windy or more sunny, as we're starting to think about how we create that composition. And if we hadn't had all of those disclosure requirements and standards and things that have ended up being labelling regimes, would we have gone that far? Maybe not. So it's not, I want a little bit of positivity. It's not all bad, but we should try and focus on some of the things that really matter and do the simplification.
I love the positive note, and I appreciate it. We had a lot of other questions we were hoping to cover with the panel, but unfortunately we only have exactly 5 minutes left, and we want to give a chance to let everybody ask questions. So on the very positive note from Laura, thank you. I want to open up to the audience in case you have any questions.
It's because they want their lunch.
Yeah. Very fair. No questions. Oh, one.
Hi, I couldn't agree more about some of the sort of professional services. They are incentivized to create their own proprietary questionnaire to drive you nuts. How do we tackle that? How do we prevent the proliferation of that when they are incentivized to do that? How do we get harmonization? Because I think harmonization, standardization is common themes that we're talking about today, but actually also have been kind of caught. That's the whole point of ISSB, is to have that sort of common baseline. So, what's the panel's thoughts on how do we overcome that?
AI. AI, yeah, just let AI read it all. I think it's really hard. I mean, a central database, perhaps, that stores the information in a standard way, maybe. All of these things have been tried before, though, in ways. It's really difficult, and we're all encouraged to create hard copy reports, or almost like PDF reports. Actually, should it be that you've got to provide an Excel file with the data alongside your reporting, and therefore that can be sucked into everybody else's and they can consolidate it. So it might be on just the format in which we're sharing information, and that we could standardize or even create a central repository in some way. I don't think it's an easy fix, though. It's really hard.
I guess that's what the EU are proposing.
The machine readable, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Julia was half joking, but half serious.
I wasn't joking at all, actually.
Yeah. I think AI will help a lot on that. I think there's an ability to, because a lot of these questions you'll see in one framework to another, or even in a DDQ, is changed just enough, even though the substance of your response is the same, that you couldn't copy-paste it. And it's, Nevada even supports it. You can take your answer from this one and say, as long as this is the same, and you can do the data check yourself, where it's still a lift. It's still frustrating to think, I have to report against this many. But I think also once the different service providers and the entities behind these frameworks see, okay, look, we're ultimately all asking the same thing. It's going to help everybody, and we might get better quality data when we give people more time to do that, as opposed to burying them in nuanced, slightly different requests. Hopefully that will drive harmonization.
I think the other way is also I will use the AI, so it doesn't matter how many different questionnaires are sent by different interested stakeholders. That if I've got one core data set, I'll get the AI to fill them all in. Exactly. So it actually then does not become a problem.
Great question.
Thank you very much.
We have one more item standing between us and lunch. I'm going to invite Andrew Henderson to come and join us, Senior Advisor at Speaky, and give us a brief presentation. You're going to sit there? Yeah. There's a clicker, I think. I will sit down for...
Well, that was a very nice segue into my session today, which is a little amuse-bouche before we go for lunch. I'm talking about AI, which I think the previous panel has taken most of my point. I think sustainability is an area that will have to take on AI. I don't think there's any question about that. But before we dive in, a little bit about myself. I'm a lawyer originally. Was at Freehills in Australia many years ago before they merged. But our business is really about assurance these days. So we're an ISO assurance business, so it was interesting to see BSI here, as well as a sustainability report assurance business. So we look at this from a number of places. We have a technology platform as well. But AI is seeping into all of them. Everything that we touch, AI is seeping into. And the reason why sustainability you need is it's inevitable. It's not something that really is a choice. It's not something that a sustainability team can pick and choose from. And there's a number of reasons why that. I think in the previous panel there was a discussion about the size of a finance team versus the size of a sustainability team. I think that's just the reality that we're living in. Finance has been around for a long time. When finance teams were building up the requirements that they had for reporting, plus actually running a business, the only answer was to get people. Sometimes those people have been offshored to India or the Philippines or somewhere else, but it was really a people relationship. Sustainability is obviously a newer function. Obviously, people have been doing sustainability reporting and sustainability work for many years. But as, I suppose, the spotlight is being pushed on sustainability with the reporting requirements and the requirements for boards to sign off on disclosures, sustainability will need a similar kind of volume of work. It's not just about reporting. Reporting is only one small piece of an overall sustainability function. And at the moment, the only way to get that work done will be to embrace either, I suppose, old technology or AI. And the previous panel had some great discussion about that, where a lot of work will just be done by AI. I don't think there's any chance of it not happening in that way, because there's too much work to be done. And finance is not going to give a sustainability team 25 people to do that work. It's not going to happen. It's a reality, and I don't think they need to have the volumes of people. I think they need to have an orchestration between people and AI machines with some oversight. So I think sustainability as a function will have to embrace AI. Obviously, there are some issues around AI for sustainability purposes. The data centres, I think, were mentioned in the last panel. There's a lot of issues around that, but as a function, as a relatively new function, sustainability will have to take on AI. At the moment, there's a number of areas, a number of use cases where AI is being used. So we have tools for AI. The one that was talked about in a number of areas today is obviously greenhouse gas emissions. Some people are still using spreadsheets, but to scale, everyone needs to use technology. Obviously, spreadsheets are a form of technology, but there's a lot of areas where AI can make that process far more efficient and more accurate to some extent. Things like pulling in spend data from an ERP system and working out what categories that spend data should be applied to. That's something that can take consultants or staff members weeks, months to do because of the volume. Whereas AI can do that in minutes, and we see it happening constantly. AI has also evolved from maybe last year, where it would just give you an answer and not tell you how it got to that answer. nowadays it tells you how it got to the answer, it'll tell you some confidence scores. So it's a very useful tool, and it's almost inevitable that you're going to have to get to that point. Again, going back to your CFO and asking for $50,000 or pounds for a set of people to go and do calculations of greenhouse gas emissions is just not going to be sustainable. I don't think they'll give you that money, so you need to have better answers, and there are those answers out there today. Reading invoices is another thing for your Scope 2 emissions. You're reading your power invoices. At the moment, that's a very manual process. You historically could have set up OCR kind of technologies to give you all that information, but that was a very painful process. Every provider had a different template and you had to set up each one of those separately. Nowadays, that's bread and butter for an AI machine. It can recognise what's important, what's not important. So all of these things are there today, and it's really about embracing that, using providers who have that built in, or doing it yourself if you can, but it's an inevitability. Another example is just drafting disclosures. And again, this was talked about a bit earlier. There's a whole lot of information within the company that you need to go and gather, but taking that information and putting it in a format, whether it's CSRD or ESRS or the UK SRS or all the other different flavours of IFRS, that's, as a manual process, that's a huge amount of work. A lot of work, a lot of specialised resource. For AI, that's actually pretty easy. The reporting standard is there. It can ingest the standard. It can look at the data set that you've curated. So you need that kind of data to be sitting in a place that can gather that information. And then the reporting is, should just be a press button. It's taking all of that underlying data, publishing it in a format, because all the reporting standards are a specific format. It's like a language. So UK SRS is a language to describe sustainability-related matters. ESRS is a different language. So the AI, as long as it can understand what those languages are and present them, it's like saying, I need this report in French and English and German. That's really where you need to get to, and AI can do that. Humans, that takes a lot of effort, a lot of people, and a lot of resource. So taking that raw underlying data, putting it into formats, is a very AI function. What it means is that people can be focusing much more on the running the sustainability programs and gathering that data into some kind of a data set that you can then apply the AI to. And that's where, again, the discussion from BSI, some of the ISO protocols and processes can be the data gathering part of that, which has to be there. And without that, it means it's much harder to get that data into a consistent format. So I think that's another big area. I think, again, what was talked about with the output of these reports getting ingested by AI, again, I think that's inevitable. It's going to happen. Whether it's a 400-page report or a 10-page report, it's going to go into an AI kind of driven system. I remember having discussions about the export of reporting standards, so the XBRL machine-readable export, which IFRS has generated a schema for that, ESRS has got a schema for that. No one's actually mandated that. No one actually requires you to do it. And I think it's just one of those ideas or technologies that's missed the boat, because AI will take that. You don't need the machine-readable format, which is a shame when we've spent a lot of time and effort getting things into that format. But I think it's past. We've moved past that. We don't need that kind of structure. We just need the data, and again, as the panel previously was saying, it is the quality of the data. It's what you need to be thinking about, which is, let's spend more time on the strategy and the governance and the gathering the metrics than on the reporting standard that it has to go out to, because people won't care about it. I don't think people will be reading a lot of these reports. I think the AI machines will be ingesting them, maybe spitting out the key metrics, and then it should be back to the discussion, the actual humans doing the discussion, but with the data behind it. That would be an ideal world. Maybe the humans will be out of the picture as well, who knows. And the last thing is, just as another example, there's obviously thousands of examples, is assurance. Now that's the key part of our business. Taking, again, the data sets that come in and doing assurance on those, AI is making a huge difference already. We're just playing with tools at the moment to do that, but it's making a huge difference. And you can very quickly focus on the things that really matter. That's what it's all about. AI is not taking away the need for assurance. In fact, yeah, it makes the ability to do assurance much more scalable. We can do much bigger projects. We can do projects for smaller companies. It means that more people can get assurance at reasonable cost than currently is. At the moment, assurance as a manual task is quite expensive. I think it's a valuable process to go through because I think investors want to know that they can trust the information that's coming out, but it's not really scalable as a manual process. I don't think it's scalable in finance, and I'm sure the finance auditors are all focusing on AI at the moment as well. But for sustainability, which again is a newer place, I think we're going to leap straight into using AI to support the assurance process. Still have to have assurance practitioners sign off on that process, but it gets us a long way very quickly. That's not to say AI is perfect. There's still a need for a lot of governance. I think AI can go horribly wrong. I think we've all seen examples of that. It needs humans at the end of the day to be signing off on the information, making sure that they understood what it's telling you. But as I mentioned before, AI is certainly getting better at explaining how it got to answers and giving you the ability to make some sense of that. Decisions shouldn't be AI decisions. I know there was some discussion of that. I think AI is not best for decisions. I think there's a lot of issues around it, but it can give you the information for a human to make those decisions. I'm not saying that won't happen, but that's my view. And lastly, AI needs governance. Again, there's some ISO standards that we work with, other standards, to make sure that you're driving the AI rather than it driving you. And that's really all I wanted to talk about. We can open up the floor for questions and then get to some lunch.
Are there any questions?
Thank you for a very interesting presentation, and I'm sure that AI has a vital role to play. I just wonder how comfortable you would be signing off on a set of disclosures that are being generated by AI. And where does the legal liability lie?
Well, again, disclosures will be signed off by a board, so it's the board's responsibility. And as a practitioner for the assurance side, I would be signing off on them. The AI is a support, and it needs to be seen as a support. It's not going to take over. But as a support, it can take you a long way in a very short space of time.
And there's another question.
Hello.
Hi.
So I'm very interested to get your perspective on something. So my name's Amy Brown. I work for a company called CCLA Investment Management, and we run a number of benchmarks on social sustainability issues. Now, one of the benchmarks is on modern slavery. It's looking at companies' modern slavery disclosures. And over the past couple of years, we've partnered with an AI consulting firm, if you like, who have helped us to train a large language model to be able to undertake these assessments for us, essentially. Before we got the AI involved, we had to have an army of analysts who spent a couple of months going through the public disclosures of 200 companies annually. But the large language model promised to change the world for us. But in practice, it's taken months and months and months and months of iteration after iteration, tweaking the model. And now, of course, then the government comes and changes its statutory guidance on modern slavery. And so you've got to do the whole thing again. So my question for you is at what point will this stuff actually make our lives more productive? Because it promises the world, but actually it takes ages to get it all right.
Yeah, I mean, AI is in that hype cycle like everything else. I think we're well up the slope of the hype cycle. The large language models are getting better every year, so the amount of training you need will be reducing. Every time there's a new model comes out, it is phenomenally better than the last one, and there's a lot of competition. But that said, a large language model knows nothing about subject matter. You need to train it on modern slavery disclosures or some standards. So that's why the reporting standards are quite good, because you can give them the guidance document and it tells them what it needs to come out with. And it can, for assurance, it can say, is it complete? The accuracy is slightly more complicated, but certainly completeness it can do. But there is training. I suppose I shouldn't be saying or giving the impression that everything is ready out of the box. It's not. It requires training. Some things are fairly generic. So if it's taking data out of a repository and writing it in a format, that is fairly generic. That's something a large language model can do today. If it's trying to apply a specific topic, like your modern slavery, then it requires training on what that means and what to look for. So it's a much more specialised topic, which you either get from training it yourself or you find a provider who does that, and they do the training on that topic and you get the benefit of that training. It's like everything. You can get it out of the box and you can do it yourself, or you can get someone who has already done a lot of that work for you for the specific use case that you're looking for. I hope that answers.
Thank you. Is there any final question? No, I think lunch is calling. Andrew, thank you very much for an AI presentation that didn't promise us the world and was actually realistic, and I'm very grateful for that, as well as your failure to mention the cricket, which is particularly welcome. It is now lunch. We will be back at 2:05, and I look forward to the afternoon session, but to the conversations over lunch. Thank you.
Sure. You just tell me when.
Great. Thank you all for coming back from the joys of lunch and the conversations around the lunch tables. We are back straight into it and talking with great joy about assurance, which we've already touched on this morning. I'm going to hand straight over to the moderator of this slightly depleted panel, Dania Souza, who is Director of Climate Change and Sustainability Services at Ernst & Young. Over to you, Dan.
Hello, everyone. I hope we have energy in the room. After lunch, it's always difficult, so we expect a lot of questions, hopefully. Right, so who we have in front of you? Andrew Henderson, Senior Advisor at Specky. Andrew has experience a blend of ESG, compliance, technology experience, and he's helping businesses build ESG data and reporting solutions. We also have Ravi, and I'm very sorry, Ravi, how do you pronounce your last name?
Abhiwardana.
Thank you. Director of Sustainability Reporting and Assurance at the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. He leads initiatives to strengthen capabilities in sustainability disclosures and assurance for its members and the wider profession. So, to kick us off, if you could describe the current state of sustainability assurance in the UK in one word, what would that be and why?
Limited, I suppose. Sorry? Limited.
Why limited?
Why limited? Well, I think there's still a lack of understanding of what assurance is for a sustainability disclosure. I mean, I think it's a very well understood concept in financial assurance, but in sustainability or non-financial assurance, I don't think everyone really understands what an assurance project is, what the difference between limited assurance and reasonable assurance is, what we're actually assuring, whether we're assuring the disclosure or all the underlying data. I think there's still a lot of education needed in the client base. People come to us and say they want assurance, but they don't really know what they want.
Yeah. Sounds familiar.
And really building upon what Andrew has mentioned, I would also say it's one of a slightly fragmented market as well. And there are lots of different professionals out there providing some form of assurance to companies. With international standards, in particular ISO 5000 coming in, and the profession agnostic approach which it's taken, there's a really exciting opportunity to provide that clarity into the UK market on a standard which could support those who actually do the assurance on a particular framework to provide that sort of guiding light. But also, just building upon what Andrew had mentioned, there is a real need for capacity building. the what, the why, and the how. And that's even for statutory auditors as well, who have started to raise questions around how is this different? How is a sustainability assurance engagement different from one of a statutory one?
Excellent. So that brings us to a couple of key topics that we're going to discuss in the panel. One is the government consultation. It's a voluntary registration for sustainability assurance providers. We're also going to discuss the current assurance standards in the UK that are being used in the market and the future of sustainability assurance. We also want to make sure that we see the impact of assurance under green claims and what is coming on a regulatory perspective. And then finally, ESG data processes and controls and how that can really, really support the sustainability assurance process. So let's start with the government consultation. So the consultation is focused on creating credible, trustworthy ecosystems of assurance providers. And like you were describing, the idea is that it mirrors the audit regulation, but it's intentionally light touch at first, so it's encouraged the market growth. So for you, how do you think a voluntary system might influence market confidence, and what challenges may arise in the short term?
You can start.
Yeah, of course. I think this is a particularly exciting area for the UK market. And it's one where some sort of feasibility assessment on what assurance looks like within the UK and the steps in which the government has taken to make this a voluntary landscape is one of which is a well-considered one. Building upon what I had mentioned earlier, it's fairly fragmented at the moment, and there is a need to upskill, and there is a need via this voluntary register, an opportunity to include individuals or firms that have the appropriate skill set to deliver that sort of level of assurance that provides trust into the market. And ultimately, if we take a step back, that's what we're looking to achieve via these different mechanisms, because you need trust in the information, or investors need trust in the information to actually allocate their capital appropriately. And I'm short off the heels of the ISSB, so I left them a couple of months ago, and our rhetoric was, and I'm still using this in this job, which is, it's very well that an entity can disclose material information, but the job is not done there. You also have to have trust in the information as well. And to build that trust on that information, you need to take the ecosystem with you. So really going in from a mandatory perspective and requesting reasonable could ultimately break the system. So it appears once again to be a really considered approach from the UK government on how to build that capability within the ecosystem and do it in a considered manner that maintains the competitiveness within the ecosystem, because it's not financial auditors here who have been doing sustainability assurance engagements. There's also quite a large proportion who aren't financial auditors, and that's particularly exciting. So there's a real opportunity to build a very exciting ecosystem within the UK and to make the UK a bit of a powerhouse on these sort of areas, really building upon the expertise which we've been able to create over the last few years.
Excellent. Andrew?
So I'm very happy that the UK is following the ISSA 5000. I think it's a good standard. Obviously, we're not financial auditors, so we're very happy that we're included in the game. Because I think we do have skills that financial auditors would need to learn, and vice versa. Obviously, there needs to be a crossover, because we're mapping back to financial statements. But I think voluntary is a good place to start. Most of the work that we're doing at the moment is ESRS disclosures, where we're doing assurance on a purely voluntary basis, because either clients thought they were going to have to provide these statements now and it's been pushed back by a few years, or they've just done the work and they want to make sure that they can use that work by having some level of assurance. So I don't think there's any problem starting off with a voluntary assurance regime and then moving on in the future, whether it's limited or reasonable, to those where it makes sense to do it, because it certainly doesn't make sense for the smallest entity to require reasonable assurance. It's just added cost for no real benefit.
Excellent.
Could I just come in on one thing? I do think at some point the government will have to come in with regards to its overall direction on assurance, and really I'll do a disservice to the statutory auditor if I didn't mention this. I do think there's a genuine need to upskill the statutory auditor, but there's also some huge benefits in a statutory auditor doing this as well. They understand the business, they understand the material risks. I guess those material risks will be expanding in the foreseeable future, and it really is one of collaboration. It's one, the expertise. It's one where the profession needs to collaborate with other professionals to actually provide that level of assurance on to investors ultimately, or whoever is using the information.
Yeah, I agree there will be collaboration. From our point of view, we don't have any intention to become statutory auditors or skill set. But it's about trust. I mean, the whole point of doing an assurance project is so people can trust the data. But to do that, they need to trust the auditor or the assurance provider. And we're in the world of the sort of ISO world, where we're under the aegis of ANAB and COFRAC and the ISO providers. But it's that kind of assurance for us, or trust for us, that we're in a set of bodies that you can trust, and if you don't trust them, you can go up to the next level and try and find someone else you can trust. But you need that at some point. You can't have someone off the street who says they can do the job. They have to be within some kind of regime, but what that regime doesn't necessarily need to be the same as the financial regime that it currently exists.
Yeah, and all of this talks about one of the key challenges that at least we hear very commonly from our clients, that sustainability assurance is multidisciplinary. Yep. It's very different. Sometimes you will be assuring climate change, then human rights, and as such, it will require a team that not only knows how to audit information, but how to technically understand the topics that they're looking at. So with that in mind, in organizations expressing a concern about the inconsistency they're experiencing with assurance providers, which I think one of the root causes is what you're discussing right now, how they're being upskilled, there's no a curricula which they need to meet in order to do assurance. We're not as the financial auditor, sadly, and with the array of things that need to be assured, the right step right now is what is being done on a voluntary basis. But then if we take it back a step and we think about this voluntary registration, trying to address elements of it, is there anything else that we should be advocating for?
Well, I think there does need to be a minimum competency standard. Okay. That's been done in other places. Turkey has a set of exams everyone has to do. The French, we've had to go through that. We're a French-based company. There needs to be a minimum standard that someone has to pass to be an assurance provider, at least the principal who signs off on the statements. I think that's necessary. Because again, it's about trust. People have to start trusting at some level.
Yeah, I agree.
I guess there's also a component of, I agree with what panelists has mentioned. It's the key competences that warrants a sustainability assurance professional, and it's having some sort of guidance on what facilitates that. And that sort of guidance and having that sort of register should hopefully provide comfort to those who are relying upon that register to find a trusted advisor, a trusted assurance professional to deliver this. And really building upon what you had mentioned, the thematic expertise is so important, because you really do need to ask the appropriate questions of management as to why, for example, your competitor has been disclosing on climatic risks, but you haven't necessarily done that, even though you've made it a strategic priority. And despite that, there haven't been any sort of reflections within the actual financial statements with regards to investments related to, that strategic priority, whether there's been any impairments on assets on the balance sheet. So it really goes back to that fundamental comment. We need to upskill very quickly, but we also need to collaborate. There is a strong need to collaborate with experts within the field who really do understand these thematic issues, and then combining that to very pointed questions to management to that effect, to really have that or produce that trust in the information at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree. And an integrated team that looks at different aspects, because no person is going to have all the knowledge. It's impossible. So yes, collaboration, being able to be humble that we're not going to have every single bucket of ESG as a specialism is what makes us unique when we do this type of exercise. Now, if we put those two together, we have the assurance providers having different skill sets, requiring that knowledge, and then on the other side, we have the assurance standards. So at the moment, there's the upcoming ISA 5000, which is the first sustainability assurance-focused standard. And before that, we were using an overarching sustainability, non-financial assurance. And those that might not be doing those, there was another one, A1000, that was also used. So there's been several in the market prior to this. So putting those two together, from your perspective, how well do current assurance standards address the complexity of sustainability disclosures?
Well, they don't fully address them. They're not a how-to guide by any means. They're more about how we operate as a practice, almost.
Yeah.
Impartiality and the way we go about the work we do, how we can use the information from other providers. I think that's something that's fairly misunderstood or not understood, is that if the underlying data has certifications, like an ISO certification, we can look at that and say, we believe the provider of that certification is a reputable body. We're not going to spend a lot of time on that. So that kind of thinking, that's what ISA 5000 is really helpful with. It doesn't tell you how to run a project.
Yeah, I agree.
I guess from our perspective, the how component is the what and the how is something which we are exploring at the moment, and how to get our members who are statutory auditors onto that, onto supporting the ecosystem, especially with UK SRS, it's looking to be endorsed, next month, as other panelists have rightly communicated. It's how can we upskill our members to facilitate, meaningful disclosures or meaningful assurance engagements.
Yeah, and it was very refreshing to see the UK government saying, yes, our intention is to endorse ISA 5000, make it a standard that should be used. And also, you're discussing what we have as a challenge currently in sustainability assurance. It's sort of that understanding of what it really means and not getting mixed up with a financial audit. However, financial audits have evolved extensively over the decades, and they have many, many useful lessons. So in what way can sustainability assurance draw from this experience to strengthen its own practice?
Good question. I guess there is a component of how to actually embed. To what extent has this information been embedded into risk management from a corporate perspective? Because if you look at the actual international sustainability disclosure standards, or the UK variant, UK SRS, there are very pointed questions to management, or rather the disclosure of information around particular risks, and how have they be considered from a traditional risk management perspective? What is the connectivity of information from a sustainability disclosures perspective back to the financial statements? What is the effect of sustainability matters on cash flows, access to capital, and cost of capital? So these are very much bread and butter areas from a statutory perspective. You know, the business environment. You know, how is the business environment working? Are there any sort of risks? And then, to what extent has the information which has been disclosed represented in a true and fair manner? These are areas which a statutory auditor should be in a position to just broaden their lens. And it's a broadening of their lens still within that area of a financial insurance engagement.
Yeah, so that collaboration between, we've been in that, we know the challenges, how we can overcome them. Anything additional from you, Andrew?
Well, I'd agree that governance and strategy are probably the weakest areas when we're doing audits. We're constantly seeing that people focus on their carbon accounting, and they're great with the numbers, but they haven't spoken to their boards, and they haven't really spent a lot of time understanding how they fit in with the strategies. That's a maturity that I think everyone's seeing they're going through. So that needs work. I think in terms of a workflow, I would see the future, whether it's someone like us doing the sustainability or one firm doing it all. You start off with financial and non-financial going about their assurance, and then it has to come back together. And that's probably where the financial assurance leads, because you've got to tie up those statements. But I think they can be done separately up to that point.
I guess it ultimately comes back to cost.
Yes.
The cost of the entity. And we have to be very considerate of costs during these very uncertain geopolitical times, especially when there's winding back of sustainability commitment. So my advice would be to the UK government is continue as you are, and be fully cognizant of any sort of regulation and how that can spin out from a cost for implementation, but also a cost for assurance as well. Because we need to make companies competitive and be very to be resilient in these uncertain times. And any sort of additional costs does raise the question back to the regulator: have you taken the right decision?
And from what we see in EY from our clients is those costs, either from the advisory or when we are the auditors, it tends to be from the lack of understanding of the business, or the assurance provider not really having the necessary skill set to make it more efficient. So if we bring back this new standard that's going to be in place in 2027, do you feel it's going to improve and it's going to help with this cost reduction, or what other challenges do you foresee?
The ISA 5000?
Yeah.
Not sure. I think it's probably fairly neutral in terms of costs. I mean, I think for many businesses, this is all far too much cost anyway. Except if they can see the benefit because they're either investors or their key customers are asking for it, and then they see the value. And that's why I said at the beginning, I don't think it's a problem being voluntary, because if a business doesn't see the value, then they're going to go for the cheapest, most limited assurance they can find. If they do see the value, or their key stakeholders see the value, then actually what they're getting out of the assurance process is far more useful.
Yeah, agree. And you were discussing at the beginning limited and reasonable assurance. And for those in the room, it's a big topic at the moment. CSRD was suggesting moving to reasonable assurance. Now that's no longer the case. So there's a lot of concern from companies then being required to move from limited to reasonable assurance, especially with the constraints that we're talking about. But what do you see being those main concerns from companies that assurance providers in themselves are needing to move towards reasonable assurance in a way that is cost effective?
Well, I don't think we've had any client asking for reasonable assurance for a sustainability disclosure. The only place we see reasonable assurance is in the GHG inventories, which makes sense, and that's usually because they want to use SBTI or something else, or a customer has asked them to get reasonable assurance. I don't see that changing for a long time. I don't think anyone that I work with is mature enough to have reasonable assurance.
I guess it comes back to the trust in the information, and if investors or the ultimate users are not necessarily in a position to trust the information, then there is perhaps a question of guiding the market towards a more reasonable assurance ecosystem. And I guess that nod is an important nod, because what we're trying to achieve here is the mainstreaming of sustainability information to the level that it is comparable to financial information. And I used to be a preparer. A preparer is someone who helps produce information from a sustainability perspective. And before the joys of that job, I used to be a financial controller. And my team was well-heeled from a financial controller perspective. As soon as I went into the sustainability department, and this is a listed entity across 70 jurisdictions, we were on threadbare resources. So I think it's also a good nod to corporates start to really take this very, very seriously. And the communications which we've heard throughout this today is that the UK market is going towards providing that clarity from a reporting and assurance perspective. My suggestion would be start to provide greater clarity on when it becomes regulatory. Because companies will do the needful and start resourcing this appropriately, and therefore taking this, most importantly, taking it very seriously. And then we should start to see quality in the information itself. But we also have to be very cognizant that this is a huge change management exercise for everyone in the ecosystem. So don't break the ecosystem, listen to what the ecosystem's saying, and then act appropriately, but have a clear vision.
Anything else on that?
No, I'd agree. We're not there yet for reasonable assurance. The maturity's just not there in what I'm seeing. But it will take time because it is a business change, not maybe it's not the right thing to say, but I think people have gone from a CSR report, which was often a marketing exercise, to a proper disclosure, with all the legal ramifications of that. And that's a huge leap.
And that takes us to another interlinked aspect of this. A lot of the disclosures that we used to have, and we're moving into a different world, but in the world before was using sustainability as a marketing tool. Not so much to inform performance, where the companies were, but more about your hero stories, what was sexy to attract in the market. And now in the UK, we have the CMA Green Claims Code, and it's requiring their environmental claims to be clear, accurate, and evidence-based, and not to omit material information. And we have talked quite a lot around that information either having different skills. You not only see it in the insurance provider, but also you will see it inside of the companies. Now, taking that into consideration, how do you see the role of sustainability assurance in helping organizations manage these requirements?
Well, I think in a best case scenario, they'll have the data to back up those statements because they'll have to produce metrics. So they'll have the data and they can apply that to whatever great CSR report they want to continue to produce if they want to continue. But at least there'll be something behind it. I think at the moment, or certainly previously, there hasn't been anyone telling them they have to have the data, so they haven't gathered the data. So whether it was true or false really didn't matter. No one really knew.
I guess there's a component of maturity in how an entity thinks about sustainability. You know, you spoke about glossy publications and really narrowing down on a minuscule part of the value chain, but ballooning it up to the extent that it articulates the sustainability endeavours of an entity, through to one of which now is how is sustainability really a material risk to an entity's financials, operations over the foreseeable future. And I think this sort of maturity and also the ISA 5000 should help entities to start narrow in on information which they decide to disclose. You know, it's often called green hushing. You know, entities are becoming slightly more considered with the information which they ultimately disclose, and thereby reducing clutter in the annual report to information that is material for investment decision making. And that, for me, is something which is particularly exciting because management has taken a considered approach on what is material and then ultimately disclosed it. That doesn't say that there aren't a multitude of management reports behind closed doors to keep the cogs you know, going, which hopefully includes sustainability information, but the information which they disclose should hopefully narrow down from, you know, 400 pages to something which is slightly more palatable, but also connected, and it's integrated, so that, you know, the first half of the annual report actually flows all the way through to back to the back half where you have your financials.
And that it's a cohesive story where maybe not everything is very good, high performance, but the reality of a company. Sometimes it will have good stories, bad stories, good years, bad years, but that doesn't mean that efforts haven't been made. And I'm quite particularly interested in something that we've been discussing, but now in the UK, there's also the failure to prevent fraud that is very linked to claims. So if you're not aware, right now in the UK, if there's a claim that is being perceived that you're gaining a financial gain and it is found to be fraudulent, then the directors can be prosecuted. And that is very interlinked to non-financial information where, like we've been discussing, it's being published, it had a history, now we're moving into specific requirements that might be necessary for listed or private companies. But what has been your experience in this? Is this something that you've been discussing with your clients, something that's come up as something that the board, et cetera, are worried about?
Well, certainly the failure to prevent fraud regulations has been a hot topic all last year. On a separate topic, we've been doing a lot of work around sort of compliance standards and, again, back to some of the ISO standards around that. It's certainly, I think, shaken a lot of companies in their internal controls processes. They had a whole lot of internal controls for financial purposes, but the level of, again, maturity of those controls wasn't really there when they were looking at it from the fact that their directors could be prosecuted for fraud or failure to prevent fraud. So I think that's been a wake-up. I mean, separate from sustainability, I think that's been a wake-up. But then again, if you strengthen a controls environment, then that will be useful for when you're doing your sustainability data management or any of the other topics that you're doing. So I think overall, that's probably given UK companies a wake-up last year that will be useful in the future.
Yeah, nothing really to add beyond what Andrew has mentioned there.
Excellent. So that brings us to the last topic, which is the use of internal controls, audit processes, especially for sustainability information. And like it's been discussed right now, when you're looking at this disclosure, and sometimes is somebody really keen to tell a story, the company is doing good, but then you have the assurance provider coming in. One thing is the controls are not for the assurance provider. The objective of having reliable data is not to please the auditor, is something about making the data reliable. So with that in mind, in your view, what are the biggest gaps companies face when preparing sustainability data systems, and how this can support the sustainability assurance exercise?
So I agree with you that control environment's not about pleasing the auditors, but I'd probably go further and say it's not about getting the data right. It's about running the company.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's often missed, is that you should be putting controls in place because you want to run your company in a particular way. So I think that maturity is needed in a lot of places. Even some of the biggest companies that we've worked with have controls for some of the financials, to some extent, but then once you get outside of that remit, there's so little, and surprisingly little. And the same with the internal audit function. Often people will have an internal audit function or outsource it, but they also need the skills to look at sustainability data and sustainability controls. Just because you're a good internal auditor doesn't mean you have a clue about any of these other topics. So in the same way that we talked about assurance providers having skills and upskilling if they need it, internal audit needs to, or there needs to be a different body for non-financial internal audit if it's not the same body.
I guess one thing, just from experience, but also what we've been articulating to our members is when with respect to internal controls on sustainability, is how to get clarity on the roles and the responsibilities on data. And then how is that data being elevated up to a governance level? And is there an opportunity to combine sustainability data, especially the material information, with your financial packs? And having the same rigor, my goodness, the amount of intention that goes on financial information on a monthly basis from a business perspective, if we had that same level on sustainability information, it would be tremendous. But I've been out the game for quite a long time from a preparer perspective, and I know that departments have started, especially financial departments, have started to take more focus on such things when there is a regulatory component to it. So you can see from listed entities around the world, especially when there's a regulatory move from an ISSB perspective, a lot of the discussions which we were having was following that was a new audience. It was more your CFOs and your FDs and your FCs on things like how do we actually capture this information, and then a wider discussion. It's a discussion with the sustainability teams, if they have sustainability teams, to better understand where is the information coming from, what is the quality of the information, what are the assumptions around the information, and how can we start to bring a different angle to the information, and then elevate it and start having meaningful discussions at the governance level to facilitate not only disclosures, but I liked what you had mentioned, it's also business operations as well, business resilience. How can you use that information to actually deliver upon your strategy?
Yeah, because you're not starting from scratch when you're doing controls for sustainability. If you start working, and you both mentioned it several times, the collaboration side to make this successful is key. If we're not learning from each other, financial departments, teams, and then bringing the subject matter specialist of sustainability, it doesn't mean one does the work of the other. It's about going together, looking for solutions. So let's just imagine, to wrap this up, there's a client, a business, they are going through the route of disclosures, they have wanting to tell good stories, tell the performance. If they were to build from the bottom up their ESG or the sustainability data governance, what would good look like?
I think it comes back to their assessment of materiality and risk. I think, to your point earlier, I think you don't necessarily need the same rigour as your financial controls for all data sets. It needs to be what's important to the business, and that data needs to maybe have the same rigour, but not all of it does. If climate is just not a main topic for you because you have a couple of offices and that's not your business, but you still have to disclose it because it's mandatory or semi-mandatory, that data is probably not that relevant for anyone, but you have to do it. So the rigour around all of that data gathering maybe doesn't have to have the same sort of level as something else. So I think you've got to have materiality or risk assessment throughout the entire process, not just we do it once a year and we do a mandatory sort of materiality assessment with a double, single, however. That has to be all the way through, and that becomes sensible. Whereas I think financial is material. Yeah, you need a control framework because people need to know that you've added up correctly. So that's almost assumed. Whereas for a lot of this sustainability, I don't think it is assumed. I think you have to have that assessment so you can focus on the right things.
Absolutely. And I would start from a materiality assessment as well. And it's really understanding the risks, forget about sustainability, the risks and opportunities which are currently not explored via your traditional ESG risks, and how to actually expand that from a business risk perspective. So are there things happening within the value chain of a corporate that they hadn't expected? So I've just come back from Sri Lanka. I've got family out there, and there's a higher frequency of cyclones now. So businesses over there are looking at their risk profiles now to say, look, how do we adjust for this? What governance do we need to put in place? Are there appropriate skill sets at the board level to really bring to a fore sustainability matters? And it goes back to collaboration as well. You need that expertise at the board level to facilitate meaningful discussions. So don't be led by disclosures. Really, this is a business operations perspective to make your business resilient. Do it right. They know how their business operates. They know on a monthly basis whether they're meeting targets, and if they're not meeting targets, drill down as to why. And this is not only from, you know, a climate and a water scarcity and a biodiversity issue, which are really quite high level, but you can drill that down into genuine financial KPIs. But it's also human rights issues as well. You know, are there any human rights issues within the value chain? And from a materiality perspective, by its very nature, that is something which is a no-go.
Yeah.
You know, and if that came out, you know, publicly, they need to be on the front foot. You know, they talk about corporate. So I very much start with a materiality assessment from a business lens. Don't be led by disclosures. Obviously, disclosures will be requesting this information, but do it from a business perspective. How do you protect your financial returns over the foreseeable future?
Yeah, I completely agree. It's around sustainability is not a silo. It should be embedded, and it's just another aspect which makes a company resilient. At the end of the day, companies are here to make a profit. And if the value chains are not there, if the risks are not properly managed, then there is a risk of not meeting profit, not meeting the requirements of the shareholders. So in a nutshell, what we've been discussing is while sustainability assurance can vary, their upcoming new standard will hopefully bring a little bit more cohesiveness in making sure that the assurance providers are doing it in a more comparable way. Also, there's a lot of room for collaboration. It is not about they do, we do, but working together. And looking forward, I really like what Rabi is saying. Don't be driven by the disclosure. That's not the point. That's the tip of the iceberg, is thinking on a risk management perspective, and that will hopefully resonate a lot with leadership, and it will open a lot of doors and hopefully budgets.
Yes.
I think we don't have time for Q&A, or do we?
If there's a quick one, I think we could take one. If there isn't.
There's
There is.
question.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, so the point was made earlier around assurance under ESRS, and actually what we're hearing from investors that are engaging with companies in Europe is that there seems to be a preference for companies to use their statutory auditors for some of the reasons that you outlined. They've got those established relationships with the board. It's more cost effective. They understand complex business models, but of course that does represent a risk in terms of the kind of competition within the market and ensuring that other service providers, assurance providers, are also utilised as well. So how do we prevent that from sort of occurring in the UK as well?
Well, there's been some jurisdictions in Europe which have mandated it, so that's not been helpful. I mean, obviously I'm talking from a specific perspective. I just think there is a benefit for a sustainability or non-financial work to be looked at by people who are focused on that. I know that probably is not a universal approach, but I think it just expands the number of providers that can be used.
And at least in the teams that I work, we're an integrated team. We work alongside the financial auditors, and there's no distinction. What makes it a distinction or a strength is that they're focusing on the financial side, we will focus on non-financial, and we meet in the middle because the auditors, the financial auditors, will know certain aspects of the business, and then we will see it in a very different point of view. And that gives us a very holistic understanding of the performance, articulation to management, and it benefits not just who's getting audited, but also leadership.
And I'm going to compliment that. We need a competitive environment. A competitive environment is one of collaboration. There is so much value in having an interdisciplinary team. And to be honest, it's going to be a really exciting period over in the UK as the market starts to mature and things become more clearer. but the ultimate beneficiaries of this will be the users of the information.
So getting to know the company is obviously a challenge, and your financial auditors already know that, although they have to change every now and then. And that's why, so in France, where we're based, the authorities are requiring a 6-year mandate.
And
so,
two.
Sorry?
And also 2 auditors. They always have 2.
Individuals, yes.
Yeah.
But a 6-year mandate, say, the first year, yes, you're going to spend a lot of time just learning the business, but then you'll use that over a long period. And I think that helps mitigate that issue.
Great. Thank you very much, Dania and panel. I thought that was an excellent discussion. And we've just heard from Sana, but if she could come down to moderate her panel, and if the panel members could come down with her, that would be great. We'll do a quick changeover. Our moderator of this next panel is, as I say, Sana Mirza Awan, who is a senior policy advisor at the Investment Association. And this is the investor panel. And I'm not quite sure whether all of the members of the investor panel were here this morning to hear Mark Babington say that the FRC is coming for investors. He said that they're coming for investors because they want to know what you think and what you need and what you want in this area. So be prepared to give the FRC some answers in that regard. Sana, please take it away.
Thanks, Paul. Hi, everyone, and welcome to this panel on how investors use and interpret sustainability reporting. So we've heard earlier that the regulatory landscape in the UK continues to evolve at pace, and that expectations around sustainability-related information and the role that it plays in helping to inform investors when they're making investment and stewardship decisions is increasingly important. So in this panel, we're going to hear from practitioners on the complexities and challenges that they have to navigate when they use this data, how regulatory developments could actually alleviate some of those challenges, and what more investors need to ensure that they're getting the most decision-useful information from investee companies. So with that, I'm delighted to be joined by Catherine Howarth, CEO of Share Action, Oscar Warwick-Thompson, Head of Policy and Regulatory Affairs at UK SIF, Naylan Mutlu, Global Business Manager at the Centre for Carbon Transition and Sustainable Solutions at JP Morgan, and Lucas Penfold, Head of Sustainability Reporting at Impacts Asset Management. So just to kick us off, Catherine, I'd really sort of like you to set the scene in terms of setting out from your perspective how you think sustainability reporting has evolved and what you've kind of seen as the most significant shift in expectations over the last few years.
Sure, thank you, Sana, and good afternoon, everyone. So in coming to this panel, obviously I'm bringing the Share Action perspective. We are a not-for-profit organisation that works very closely with a wide range of investors around the world on stewardship initiatives which address sustainability risks and impacts. But I'm also on the board of Nest Pensions, and so I'm also trying to bring a sort of fiduciary perspective, thinking about my duty on that board, and I was previously on the board of another pension scheme. I've been a member of both of the schemes where I've served on the board. And, you know, pension savers across our economy are ultimately the people whose money fiduciary investors look after, and the stewardship of those assets enabled by sustainability reporting and broader corporate reporting is all about making sure we act in the best interests of those members. And perspective I bring is that, you know, those pension savers have a huge interest in not only companies' ability to build wealth for them over the long term, but also their behaviours and their impact in the world, because those really affect the welfare and well-being of people right across our economies, whether it's companies that produce foods or companies that produce energy or whatever it may be. So I do bring a broad perspective, and I think what we've seen is that sustainability reporting has sort of moved from a voluntary storytelling exercise into being a very sort of contested piece of critical economic infrastructure. And the really big shift of the last few years is that reporting isn't just about whether companies disclose, but it's sort of whose reality gets disclosed and for what purpose. And that sort of brings me back to that perspective of those pension savers. And we've got two kind of competing logics in play at the moment. One treats sustainability reporting as a risk management tool for investors and tightly bounded by financial materiality. And the other treats it as a way of making visible how companies affect workers, consumers, communities, and actually the stability of the economic system, all of which I think are highly pertinent to the best interests of pension savers. And I think that tension is really sort of shaping everything that we're seeing today. So we've got institutions like the ISSB trying to establish a really crucial global baseline, and then bodies such as EFRAG through the EU's ESRS pushing further and insisting that impact, forward-looking risk and systemic level effects also belong in corporate reporting and need to be kind of bounded by strong standards. So what's coming next, I think, is not a convergence into a single global rule book, but a bit of a battle, actually, over whether that global baseline becomes a floor or quietly hardens into a ceiling. And what we're really interested in is making sure that that broad perspective of interests of ultimate beneficiaries in pension schemes and so on are served by the corporate reporting regime that we get for the future. So some scene setting there.
Thank you. No, that's been really helpful, and actually that's touched on a number of kind of themes and challenges that we want to kind of dig into a bit deeper. So I think just kind of starting initially on some of the use cases for sustainability information. So it can be used, for example, to identify risks and opportunities within investee companies to help inform investment analysis or research. Ultimately feeding into capital allocation decisions, or it can help to sort of filter or screen an investable universe of companies based on their sustainability characteristics. So, Oscar, I'd just be interested to understand from your perspective how your members are actually using this data.
Yeah, thanks, Sana. It's really a real pleasure to speak at this conference today. The timing's really good, actually, for your question. We did a report at UK SIF with a group of our institutional investor members representing over 4.5 trillion in global assets under management. The survey was before the festive period, and this really reiterated the investment community's views in terms of the importance of sustainability-related data as being core to our members' investment analysis and their decision-making. So, not really surprised to folks in the room, but this is really aimed at the UK policymaking community that we work really closely with at UK SIF alongside our members. The survey that we did with institutional investors, it also looked to categorize the importance of different types of sustainability-related data and disclosure. It found that climate risk data and actually also governance-related data came up on top of that list. But one thing that was uniform that came out of the survey was that the quality of this data from corporates and other assets needed to be improved. Interestingly, not one single respondent to our survey investors found that the quality of the data they received was very good. Most ranked the data as good or needed room for improvement. So I think there are still these challenges, I think, that the survey reflects in terms of inconsistencies in the corporate disclosure landscape today, both in the UK and other markets. And I think it lends itself to what a lot of panelists throughout today have been saying in terms of making sure we make progress now in the UK towards the ISSB's common baseline.
Great, and actually just picking up on that point around inconsistency in data, that's something that crops up quite often when we speak to investors as well. So obviously high quality data is really important for allowing for the ability to compare companies, progress over time, and ultimately to help make well-informed investment decisions. Now, depending on the size of the investment portfolio, it may be that you decide to supplement that data with your own internal research or proprietary models, as well as sort of third-party data providers. So it'd just be useful to understand from a practitioner perspective, Lucas, how you actually do that in practice.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Sana. And
Yeah, I mean, so a bit of background on Impacts, where I work. So we're a specialist investor that's focused on the transition to a more sustainable economy. We have about 30 billion pounds in assets under management, sort of spanning listed equities, fixed income, and sort of private markets as well. I mean, I think, yeah, clearly, you know, the sort of issue of data availability is one that comes up time and time again in these types of fora. I'm sure all of us in the room, you know, are well aware of that challenge. I guess, I suppose, just sort of reflecting on how much of a problem that is, you know, I think that it starts to sort of become quite interesting when you sort of think about what we're using that data for. So I suppose just to sort of take a bit of a step back, at Impacts, to your point, Sana, we have a sort of proprietary methodology for integrating sustainability into our investment process. So there are essentially sort of three key pillars. The first step is around a sort of macro view, looking at the different sectors across the economy, really to sort of get that sort of top-down view of where the sustainability risks and opportunities might sit across those different sectors. Then we sort of drill down a little bit further at a sort of company level in what we call our corporate resilience analysis. So this is really trying to sort of get under the bonnet and understand where the sustainability risks and opportunities at a company level sit and what our exposures might be in the case of sort of prospective investee companies or where they currently sit in terms of our existing holdings. And then the third step is really around company engagement. So that's something that we do a lot of at Impacts, engaging with investee companies to really try to understand those risks and opportunities in more detail, how they're being managed, and look to influence and shape company practices across our portfolio. So I guess, you know, where we see sort of sustainability reporting being used most across that process is very much in that sort of middle bucket around corporate resilience analysis. So the type of information that companies include in their sustainability reports, you know, helps us to kind of understand where those risks and opportunities sit. Where there are potential sort of shortcomings in what companies are sort of making available in their sustainability reporting, that's where we'll look to sort of pull some of the levers at our disposal. So to my earlier point around engaging with investee companies, you know, a big part of the dialogue that we have with our companies is around transparency and really trying to sort of improve practices in reporting, particularly given that this is such a sort of fast-moving environment. But also, you know, just having that sort of two-way dialogue and trying to get further insight into how companies are managing these different risks across their business. You know, and that's information that, you know, might not necessarily be within reporting or go in reporting. So we get some of those additional sort of insights and colour that, you know, is all really helpful in how we're sort of thinking about that company in the investment process. So I think that there's a piece around sort of company engagement. The other sort of bit of activity that we do a lot of at Impact is policy advocacy. So we spend a lot of time with policymakers, with regulators, through industry bodies, like some of those represented on the panel today, really to try to sort of influence and shape the market and the policy environment. So, you know, if we think that there's an opportunity to improve sort of sustainability reporting and transparency at a systems level through more regulation or improved regulation or market standards, then, you know, we'll sort of be a sort of active participant in those types of discussions as well. So a couple of levers there that we're particularly focused on at Impacts. I guess just sort of to your point, Sana, around comparability across companies and the fact that, you know, data gaps can mean that it's quite difficult to draw those comparisons. You know, I think comparability is clearly important, and it's something that we do look for, but I'd sort of observe that it's not the be-all and end-all, because really what we're doing is trying to understand, you know, what are the specific material risks and opportunities for that business, the company that we're investing in, and what are the processes that they have in place to kind of manage those risks. So, the sort of information that we're actively scrutinising in the investment process is quite specific to that company. So I think, comparability is important, but it's not the be-all and end-all. And I think, we get the sorts of insights that we need through that dialogue with companies.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And we will come back to stewardship in just a minute. But I just wanted to touch, Nayland, on sort of the role of different teams and professionals in actually analysing and utilising this data, which then feeds into your investment decisions. So is it typically just sustainability professionals like yourself that are using this data, or is it sort of a cross-functional effort, bringing in, for example, portfolio managers, analysts, etc.? How does that work in practice?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, before we start talking about the teams that are using this data, it's also important to think about the capacity and skills building within the organization across these teams about how to think about that data. So definitely our climate risk teams, our sustainable investing teams, the portfolio managers, finance teams, HR teams with respect to other sustainability matters, our supplier management teams, they're all using sustainability information from the counterparties that we interact with, our clients, the companies that we lend to, and those that we invest in. So sustainability information clearly has a broad spectrum of usability and usefulness within organizations. One is about, of course, and fundamental to identify ways to assess and quantify risks. And it's a very difficult topic given climate and the data around climate is still maturing, as we just discussed. And on the other side, it's also fundamentally important to understand what are the opportunities, because there are areas where we can help clients or investors to achieve their strategy objectives or achieve their sustainability or net zero goals. So it's kind of both sides of the coin, where both client-facing teams, but also risk management teams, portfolio management, investment professionals are using that information. I just maybe can add a couple of things about fragmentation, unless you want to come to this topic a bit later.
We'll come to kind of regulatory environment as well, if that's okay. So I suppose the other thing that's kind of cropped up earlier as well is the point around that need for connectivity between the front end and the back end of the annual report. And this is something that investors have been pushing on for quite some time to ensure that there's that integration of information on material sustainability-related risks and opportunities to really understand how the company seeks to transition their business model, become more sustainable over the long term. But there are still some concerns that actually, for example, in a climate context, that judgments and estimates in the financial statements aren't necessarily being reflected in the narrative half of the annual report, and there's not a sort of adequate quantification of the impact, of the physical impact or the transition risks. So I suppose, how important is that connectivity to you as investors when you're trying to get a kind of more holistic and coherent understanding of a company? And is this something that we should keep pushing as users of reporting? Nayland, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the panel before, I think the colleagues have talked a little bit about the interaction between sustainability information and financial statements. And that connectivity, with time definitely needs to improve, because that is fundamentally what we're trying to understand. What is financially material and meaningful in terms of investment, lending, and other decisions. But given the time horizons that we're talking about these risks being, this risk transposing into financial impact, and the models and the data that we need to, have in place to be able to assess and model these risks with a level of certainty that we can apply on financial statements to assess materiality, these are still very complex and very kind of immature methods and models. And I'm sure all of us have our own internal proprietary models to be able to assess physical transition risks in a shape and form. But the interconnectedness with financial statements, with time, definitely, I think, will become even more important and improve as and when these reporting frameworks and the way risks are assessed and identified and measured improve. That will lend itself to try to identify how we can apply that lens into financial statements and what parts of the financial statements are impacted by these risks.
Thank you. Oscar or Catherine, did you have anything to add on the importance of connectivity?
Not a huge amount, but I would say it comes up in conversations that we have with our investor members, unsurprisingly. It is a key issue, and our role is really to kind of push at ways for policymakers and regulators to address those inconsistencies that I think we all agree are there, and that's, I think, why ISSB is really important. So I think it does come back to getting clarity from policymakers on the rollout of SRS, learning from some of the sequencing in the past of frameworks like TCFD, but ultimately that's our kind of focus at the moment as an organisation, is getting clarity for our members when it comes to the adoption of the SRS.
Okay, that's great. And then I suppose just coming back to, we probably can't escape the topic of materiality. It's come up a number of times today, and I'd just be keen to understand, how do you grapple with different definitions of materiality within different frameworks? So Mark Babington mentioned earlier, and this is something that's cropped up in conversations that we have with companies as well, is that they are increasingly being asked for information that they deem to be immaterial to them, but investors are pushing for them for this information. How do you kind of grapple with the different frameworks and the different definitions of materiality, and how are you interpreting that information in a material way? Lucas, if you'd like to start.
Yeah. So clearly, materiality is just at the sort of the core of our thinking when we're looking at the sorts of information that investee companies are providing, and that's really what we're looking for. It's that what are the sort of most material sustainability-related risks and opportunities for that company, and how's that going to flow through in terms of sort of financial performance. And I guess to your sort of point earlier around the sort of connectivity between with sort of financial statements and this reporting. I mean, I think it's an evolving space, clearly, but what's really important is kind of really getting into what are the impacts on revenue, what are sort of capex allocations to manage those risks and opportunities, what's the implication for asset valuation. So these are all sort of really sort of decision useful things that we as an investor look out for. I mean, in terms of the different frameworks and the different sort of definitions out there, I mean, yes, it's quite a difficult sort of landscape to navigate. I don't think we wouldn't be alone in thinking that. Ultimately, we just bring it back to kind of our sort of way of thinking and that sort of methodology that I talked through earlier. So it's really looking at the companies, thinking about the sort of financially material risks and opportunities, because that's the sort of crux of our investment thesis as an investor. We do think about impact. Impact materiality, for example, is a key pillar of CSRD and a point of difference with the ISSB framework, for example. But at Impact, we sort of think of impact materiality as being a sort of secondary sort of impact, if you like, that flows from how we're investing in things like climate solutions, for example, and those types of opportunities. So, I think, yes, it's a challenging sort of landscape to kind of navigate, but we try as best we can to sort of be driven by our own sort of proprietary sort of methodologies and definitions of materiality.
You said, sorry, Catherine, would you like to jump in?
Well, only if you're done with that. I was just going to respond to that question on materiality.
Yep, that's great.
Okay. Yeah, so I think where we're at the moment is that quite a range of information that is financially material is not being reported by companies in a consistent way and with to kind of a framework that everyone is agreed on. And that's clearly suboptimal for investors that have to make decisions and are under an obligation to manage financially material risks at the corporate level. But there's also at the portfolio level, and I kind of wanted to highlight that sometimes things might not be material for a given company, or it might be, make a lot of sense for them to pollute, whatever it might be, and actually for these issues not to necessarily be, there may not be an imperative for individual companies to manage sustainability risks and impacts, but at the portfolio level for their owners, it's very necessary to have to be managing those risks. So there's an important distinction between the kind of corporate level materiality and the portfolio level materiality, and that needs to be reflected in reporting frameworks for companies that investors can aggregate up. So I definitely don't think we're there yet, and this is sort of this question of systemic risk and portfolio-wide risk, which is an important distinction, and there's a bit of a tussle going on around that. And then there's this wider question of issues that are material perhaps to end investors, but which may not be financially material, even at the portfolio level. But so let me just give a sort of tangible example related to work that we've done over many years in the UK on the real living wage, where there are companies for whom paying the real living wage is sort of pretty immaterial one way or another. It's not going to be a huge cost to them. There are companies out there where moving to pay the real living wage across the whole workforce would be really material and might be a bit costly, but might nevertheless at the portfolio level make kind of sense. And for the beneficiaries of pension schemes, whom we polled last year, they place a very high level of salience on this issue, and there's huge public support amongst people that pay into pension schemes for companies across the UK economy and actually globally to pay their workforce a real living wage. So I think that's material. It's material to the people whose money is at stake in the capital markets, but it sort of disappears in some of this debate. So I just think this is a really interesting question about material for whom and on what, which kind of get sort of disappear a little bit, and are really, and I guess what I'm getting at is that these questions are sort of, in a way, they're quite political. They look technical, but they're actually quite political around, well, whose interests, whose priorities, and I do think, to Paul was saying earlier, the FRC is really interested in investor views. And I think it's really going to be important in that exercise to get to the real end investors in an economy like the UK, where we have pensions automatic enrolment and everyone, virtually working person, is exposed to investment risk. It's really important to tap into what their perspective is on what risks should get managed, what's material, and then devise a reporting regime that responds in a relevant way to that.
And then just thinking about kind of the role of stewardship within all of this as well. So we know that disclosures can really help to act as a hook for engagement, particularly where some of those disclosures might be lacking. And I guess, do you think, investors are doing a good enough job at the moment in terms of exercising the different tools that they have around stewardship to hold companies to account, for example, on poor disclosures?
I've got loads to say on this, but I've already done lots of talking. So,
I'm happy to go. No, great. We're talking about stewardship disclosure now. I think, we'd always say at UKSIF, we're a mission-based organisation. We'd always say there's more that we can all do, right? And there's more that our members can certainly do to hold companies to account as part of their stewardship engagement role. I guess we also come at it, again, from the kind of policymaker perspective here. So we saw the new stewardship code was finalised last year, and also there was some guidance accompanying the code that was also finalised that I think wasn't as commented on much by kind of people in the industry. I think the guidance there is quite interesting in terms of it tries to, I think, reflect some of the nuances in different forms of investor engagement. So it makes that quite interesting differentiation between, say, more well-defined engagement for change on a specific area versus, say, more routine BAU, you could say, engagement for disclosure, engagement for information gathering purposes. So I think it's good to get those different shades, I suppose, of stewardship, encouraged by things like the stewardship code and the guidance. I think if we can get to the place where the new matters are recognised, hopefully that will help support our investor members to disclose their stewardship approach to their end clients, to Catherine's point just now. So I'm pretty hopeful in terms of what the kind of landscape looks like from a kind of stewardship reporting and disclosure perspective. I suppose on the kind of wider question in terms of like the code itself, and is that going to really filter into more decision useful reporting? It kind of remains to be seen. We may still see a kind of kitchen sink approach adopted from code signatories with less accessibility for end clients. So I'm hopeful that we'll kind of get out of that current compliance-led mentality. I'm hopeful of that, but I still think we'll need to see what happens as firms turn their attention towards the revised code in the coming months.
Interesting. And I think just coming back to the importance of the role of public policy advocacy in this space as well. So I think that is a really important tool to help address systemic risk, because these are risks that affect the entire market. They can't be diversified out of. So it's really important to be able to engage on risks like this through your trade bodies, through other organisations, etc., to help really amplify that collective message as well. But just turning to you, Catherine, what's your perspective on this?
Well, it does worry me that very, very well-paid people that work in asset management are spending a huge amount of what is a limited stewardship budget looking for information which, frankly, I think should be part of a reporting regime with comparable standards. And then engagement budget and time could be allocated to the actual management of risks and impacts. And instead, there's this sort of endless amount of chasing information out of companies because we don't have an adequate regulatory regime that requires comparable reporting. And I like to think, I know there's going to be a panel, I think, after us on AI, and I'm sure many people in the room, I'm sort of daily totally gobsmacked and amazed by what AI is doing and making possible. And I just like to think that AI could transform corporate reporting, make it far easier on the inside of companies and for investors to get through a lot of confusion and into the substance of real discussion about what are companies doing, what decisions are being made to manage material risks and impacts, and where those risks and impacts are not being managed to the satisfaction of investors, that the tools are being used, as you say, Sandra, like weak shareholders in particular, but actually bondholders too have lots of tools that they can use to make sure that companies manage risks that are material, whatever your definition of materiality. And yet, so much time and resource and effort gets clogged up seeking bits of information which, as you said earlier, may not be comparable between firms. So it feels to me that's super, super suboptimal. And all of this is paid for by working people on modest wages. So, yeah, I really think we should be so demanding in saying, yeah, we want comparability, we want consistency, we want regulated reporting standards so that we don't spend lots of time asking companies for information which they should be offering up as a matter of course. And there are tools that should make that possible, both for reading on the investor side and for producing on the corporate side.
Thank you. That's a really nice segue into the kind of broader regulatory landscape as well. So we've heard a lot about ISSB, UK SRS today already. From an investor perspective, I think investment firms operate across different jurisdictions. Capital is international, so actually having that consistent and comparable framework that Catherine talks about is really welcome. But just keen to get your views on the adoption of the ISSB standards in the UK to create the UK SRS. How important is it to have that global baseline? And I think I'll probably start with yourself, Nailin, this time.
I mean, I couldn't agree with Catherine more about, getting on with having a baseline standard that, every, hopefully, single company in the world reports on. Because, all of our pension schemes are not 100% UK equities or bonds, are not, we have mix of, US, Germany, etc. And when all of these jurisdictions have differing and fragmented reporting frameworks, it's making it incredibly difficult to compare information, consume it, analyze it, and actually ask yourself the question, so what? Is that the real, robust portfolio or company I should continue to invest in? going back to your point about fragmentation, it continues to be a key challenge both for preparers of reporting as well as users of reporting like investors. And even though, and fragmentation, of course, clearly is impacting the pace with which quality of information is happening or should be happening. So there's that tension that fragmentation is not helping with the quality that we all of us keep talking about, the consistency, quality, and comparability of information. And that is despite policymakers actually spending a lot of work to think around, interoperability. There's still many frameworks that, companies need to report on, depending on where in the world they're based. On, as well as users and investors having to compare disclosures that are done on different bases. But one thing just to recognize is that different jurisdictions have different policy objectives, and that is inevitability. And that effectively leads to, of course, a level of that fragmentation, and they have also different views of how climate or sustainability disclosure should be implemented. Materiality is just one example, and I don't want to dwell on it, right? It's just one example of how jurisdictions are thinking about their own policy objectives and what they're trying to achieve for the perceived, cohort of users and stakeholders in their own economies. The EU clearly has adopted the double materiality, concept, focusing on broader sustainability impacts. Other jurisdictions, whether or not they have adopted ISSB, are clearly focusing on financial materiality, information that is useful to investors to analyze, the financial performance of the company and future prospects. Where that creates challenges for investors, investors generally just want to understand what a company holistically does about the topic, how they think about these issues, in a coherent way at the top of the house. And even though all of this fragmentation creates this operational difficulty to try to having to comply in Australia and Turkey and the EU and the UK or the US, in different jurisdictions, if you're a company that operates in all of these companies, it's also about how is that useful to investors and how is it helpful for them when, the companies that they invest in are reporting across all of these frameworks and providing different types of information that is not really comparable. I just want to stress, and I think we talked a little bit about it today, is that it's about the quality information rather than the quantity of information. And the second thing I want to say is that reporting disclosure, and we touched on it earlier in the assurance topic, disclosure reporting is very, very important, but let's not forget it's just one input in making an investment decision or one input in making a risk management assessment. There are other tools that sophisticated asset managers, pension funds, investors are using, whether it's management judgment, whether it's client engagement, whether it's scenarios, whether it's different analysis, whether it's targeted due diligence of the company. All of these are inputs into the decision-making process and risk management process. So not to diminish the importance of standardized and high-quality reporting, but not only think about it as the one singular thing that everyone is thinking as the holy grail of making capital allocation decisions and and increasing investability.
Just coming back to that, actually, so you mentioned fragmentation. So there are some instances under ESRS, for example, where they've introduced reliefs that then mean that they fall below the global baseline. I guess that then creates a risk of information gaps for investors, which leads to the issues that we're already seeing around lack of consistency and comparability. But how important is it for you that the ISSB seeks to ensure that interoperability, that the EU seeks to ensure that interoperability with the...
Yeah, I mean, look, there are encouraging signals from the EU in terms of increasing interoperability with the ISSB, but interoperability in itself is not incredibly helpful. It's effectively a mapping exercise between how a certain disclosures or data map across various standards. And I don't think investors are consuming, disclosures in a, disclosure mapping way, right? So I think interoperability is helpful. I'll call it maybe as an interim step, but it should not be the end goal. The end goal should be alignment, because alignment is about, aligning your definitions, aligning your scoping, aligning concepts, aligning, how you think about what needs to be disclosed in a certain way. So alignment and where the ISSB as a baseline is that alignment, tool is hopefully with more adoption, should be encouraged. But I think interoperability sometimes creates this false sense of security that these two things actually are talking the same language, but actually that is not the case, because it's not helping with the usefulness of that information to investors or risk managers or lenders to think about what is the information that I need to look for here, even though it is disclosed in different across different frameworks.
Thank you. Sorry, just conscious of time. I just wanted to come back to just sort of the introduction of the UK SRS, and actually there's a real positive here in that it really builds upon the pillars of TCFD, and to some extent that can provide investors with confidence that companies already have a sort of solid basis on which to start reporting. Lucas, from your kind of perspective, what progress do you think companies have made with TCFD reporting today, and how do you think that will sort of evolve with the introduction of UK SRS?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely significant progress, I would say, over the years. But lots of companies, I think, are still on a journey with TCFD reporting. I was having a look at some stats actually earlier on in terms of looking across our sort of active listed equities investments, and I think the sort of figure I pulled out was that 70% of companies that we hold in those strategies are aligned to the four pillars of the TCFD framework, and then around an extra sort of 20% have some sort of partial alignment. So it gives you a bit of a flavour as to kind of where companies are at. I mean, if you think across the sort of four TCFD pillars, I think most companies have made pretty good progress on aspects of the strategy pillar. So sort of we talked about sort of the transparency around the climate risks and opportunities. Companies are generally doing a pretty good job in disclosing those material risks. I think companies have made some really good progress around sort of embedding climate into their risk management frameworks and having sort of good governance oversight, board accountability, etc. I think the areas that there's probably still a little bit of sort of further scope for improvements on are things like scenario analysis. I would say certainly over the last couple of years we've sort of observed that companies are I'd say it's more widespread that companies are sort of disclosing some sort of scenario analysis, but it skews towards sort of a qualitative analysis. And I think to your sort of earlier question around really getting into the sort of financial impacts of these things, taking that to the next level and getting into the quantitative scenario analysis is kind of an obvious area for sort of improvement. In terms of how the UK SRS might potentially sort of shift the dial on this, I mean, there's pretty good alignment between TCFD and S2. I think S2 probably raises the bar in a couple of places. So things like starting to think about sort of value chain impact, which I know was a sort of topic we talked about earlier, is a good thing. A bit more sort of focus on sort of quantitative scenario analysis. Again, that's a good thing. For me, probably the biggest value from the SRS framework comes from broadening out beyond just climate, particularly in a UK context. The fact that S1 is going to get companies more focused on the breadth of sustainability topics where their material is a real sort of value add from our perspective.
Great, thank you. We are probably kind of coming to the point of wrapping up now, actually, so I think it'd just be really useful to get each panelist's perspective. We've obviously discussed a number of developments that are happening in this space, both in the UK and internationally as well, but what is one sort of key takeaway for members of the audience in terms of something to look out for in the year ahead? Sorry, Nayland, should we start with you?
Yeah, I think, look, the usefulness, relevance, and quality of sustainability information is only going to improve. So that is the positive. And then the most useful information is going to come from regimes that focus on material and proportionate information. And then for investors, and just to iterate another point, the point that I made earlier, it's again about focusing on whether disclosures reporting, how important it is in their overall decision making, and not being, excessively over-indexed on disclosures. They're very, very helpful, incredibly important. The depth, quality, reliability, and comparability, very, very fundamental, but they're only part of the story when people are making, investors and others are making decisions about lending, financing, capital allocation, investment.
Great. Oscar?
Yeah, I think from UK CIF's perspective, again, it comes back to the role of consistent and clear policies that can help rationalize some of the reporting frameworks that our members and companies are reporting against. So rationalization doesn't definitely mean a race to the bottom, but it's maintaining high standards while also ensuring proportionality in the approach. And I think there are ways that we can achieve this, we think, and we speak to policymakers all the time about ways to phase in certain requirements, like on transition plans. So for us, that's a key priority coming up. So yeah, I think it comes back to the role of policymakers and regulators support the direction of travel that's underway in terms of good practice when it comes to sustainability-related reporting and in the market.
So, I mean, just sort of big picture, I do think that sustainability reporting will only sort of retain credibility if we can really show how it links to capital allocation decisions, stewardship and escalation, and accountability at board level. And we're sort of not quite there yet, although we're sort of getting there, and there's huge progress. And then I do think there's this super interesting question of whether ISSB is going to come in and sort of end up being the lowest common denominator in the end of the story, or whether it can be made interoperable with regimes, including the EU and potentially the UK, depending where we go, where we choose to build on top of that. And we think that it's very important for companies to report things that are relevant to other definitions of materiality, impact considerations. Those are perfectly legitimate. It's just that they sort of maybe have different audiences. And so I want to see a stack, and I'm really keen that the UK embrace ISSB, but not as the sort of final piece of the jigsaw. And so I'm really looking forward to leaning into how this, observing and participating in this debate over the next period. It's going to be really interesting. And I think the UK does have a really key role within the global community, in not just the regime it designs and how it engages with both the ISSB and the EU regime, but how it engages with the broader global community on this.
Great. And then finally, Luke.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we're definitely sort of entering into the next phase of sustainability reporting regulation, and I think it's fair to say sort of policymakers, regulators are going through a bit of a sort of recalibration. Seeing that in the EU with the omnibus, I think we're sort of seeing it in the UK where sort of government is let's say not sort of rushing ahead with sort of finalising regulation. It's really sort of been quite thoughtful about landing in an optimal regime that balances kind of the sort of granularity of the approach we've seen in the EU with something more principles based. So that's all sort of good stuff and welcome, I think. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, what's kind of comes back to the point that we've been discussing. What's going to be most useful for the reporting regime is something that really just allows companies to kind of hone in on the most decision-useful material things for their business, so that it becomes, the reporting is the kind of the shop window, if you like. It's the kind of the detailed thinking and really sort of thinking through the impacts of these risks and opportunities on their business from a sort of resilience perspective that becomes important. So giving firms the sort of flexibility to kind of do that and really sort of add value to their businesses is going to be good. And ultimately, in the end, that's going to give them the freedom to sort of report the stuff that's most material for them, which is kind of what we as investors are looking for.
Great, thank you very much. I'd just like to thank our panellists for a really engaging discussion. We are at time, and I really apologise that we didn't have time to ask questions, but please do grab them during the break a bit later. But thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Sana, and thank you, panel, for an excellent session. For once, investors agreeing with each other, which is a worrying moment. It is now a coffee break, our last break of the day. We'll come back at 4:05. We've lost a little bit of time, but if we can come back promptly at 4:05, please. Thank you. I did say 5 past, so... Right, the clock has ticked around, so I think I should get us started again. Welcome back, those of you still in the room and those of you online. Just one final reminder about the questionnaire. Please do fill that in. And I will now hand over to Will Goodhart, the Executive Director of the Future of Sustainability Data Alliance, I think I've got that right, who will moderate our final panel session of the day.
Great, Paul, thank you very much indeed. For those that don't know FOSDA, we're essentially a sort of trade association for the sustainable data ecosystem, which is going through quite a busy time at the moment, so there's quite a bit to do. You've heard, I think, today, I've been sitting with you all for quite a lot of the day. We've heard quite a lot about the what and the why of sustainability reporting. And in this session, we are going to try to address some of the how, which may turn into the how not session as well. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a mix, and we're very keen to get your input, which is exactly what you were hoping to hear at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, filled with cake and thinking that you could cruise through to drinks. But let's start by asking who you are, essentially. And I think it would be useful for us to know the split of sort of users of corporate sustainability reporting and preparers of sustainability reporting and others. So how many preparers do we have in the room? Please raise your hands if you're a preparer. Okay. It's sort of a decent number, actually. And users? A couple, a few. And then others, I guess, are the remainder. So, yes, I count myself in the others, but very nice to see you all. It's a good group and very nice to see some of you here. We are going to, I think, spend quite a lot of time talking about AI. Except that AI is a term that actually some of our panel at least has something of an allergic reaction to, so may refuse to use the term AI. And in a minute, I'm going to ask this lovely panel for their views on how useful we think AI can be in supporting sustainability reporting and what we need to do to make it useful. But first, I'm just very quickly going to ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves and to give their sort of perspective on this question. Gavin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introductions. My name is Gavin Starks. I'm the founder of Icebreaker One. We're a non-profit working on net zero data as a public benefit company and helping corral various organizations to supply assurable data into the ecosystem and then use it to stimulate financial products and services into the market. And I'm one of the people who will have an issue with the term AI. I think you should probably switch it to AA, which should be advanced algorithms, because AI is useful for some things, but we don't need it for everything.
Right, Amir.
I'm Emil Sokolovsky. I'm the other person on the panel that doesn't like the term AI. Also, thank you to anyone who survived to 4 o'clock, and also sorry to anyone who raised their hand and said they're a preparer. I'm from CDP, and we apologize. It's good that you get a laugh in a room. It indicates it's the right audience. So I think everyone knows CDP, and we collect the data, and the question for us is very much if we need to internalize externalities, if we need to tie sustainable action, or at least the relationship to environmental action, with financial assessments, we have to do it in a way that is possible, is credible, and is usable. And in each one of those, there's an increasing complexity. So one of the solutions is advanced algorithms, or I call it advanced computing, and the question of the railguards that need to be applied. That's why we're here.
Thank you. Charlie.
Nice. So my name's Charlie Dixon. I come to you wearing 2 hats. One is an associate director in the Nature team at the GFI, the Green Finance Institute, and my other hat is head of market engagement in the UK for the TNFD. So I spend lots of time talking to corporates preparing TNFD disclosures, investors also preparing TNFD disclosures, but also using them. And then TNFD's data team as well has spent a long time thinking about how to take a good crack at solving some of the issues in the nature data space. So high-level provocations on is AI useful for sustainability reporting or not. As with everything, I guess, devil is in the detail. So I think it has the potential to be really helpful and really useful, but it also has the potential to probably multiply a lot of the headaches that people around in this room already have. And the difference between those is the robustness of the nature and climate data value chain. So it's something that TNFD has been thinking a lot about, and at COP30 last year released 8 recommendations for how we can upgrade that and hopefully mean that we land on the good side of AI being helpful. So we can go into a bit more detail in a bit.
Great, thank you very much. Amir, do you want to sort of pick up on Charlie's comments? Because I suppose we've gone sort of pretty much straight into sort of part 2 of question 1. Sort of, you know, what do we have to do to make AI useful? I'm be very happy to have your views on, you know, how can AI be useful? We had a session just before this one, during which Catherine, I think, was talking about how people in sustainability spend huge amounts of time trying to corral information, and won't AI transform the way that the sector works, you know, in a good way? I think it absolutely could, but I also worry that it might absolutely not. But what are your views on that? And then, Gavin, I'll come to you after, if that's all right.
Thank you. That's a well-phrased question, and obviously one that we want to answer in 10 minutes or 5 minutes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'll start by saying again what I said in terms of reporting specifically. So as far as we're concerned, if the point for us is to tie in, and by us, I guess I mean the world, is to tie in environmental action and impact into financial assessments. It's filling a market failure. It does exactly the same as other reporting. Things need to be kept possible. And that complexity, for example, around the materiality that the TNFD quite rightly identifies, is increasingly a problem. It needs to be credible, which is sometimes in conflict with possible, and it needs to be usable in the sense that however complicated it is, it needs to have a sort of capacity to guide decisions. And what has happened in recent years, and this is just the challenges, is that the system for our needs, our science has developed, our understanding has developed, the sophistication of the actors, for better and for worse, has developed. And what we see is an increasing complexity of the need to report. So there was a lot of discussion around materiality, how to identify, but even once you've identified it, how to report on it. There's an increase, we're the victims of our own success. There's an increase in the legal chains associated with this level of reporting. But given that how you report it is not 100% clear, there's natural hesitation. Then you have a fragmented landscape, which was again mentioned in the panel just before this one, the legal fragmented landscape, but it's also an ambition fragmented landscape. Reporting needs to be impact, needs to be localized, and that will never ever change. But then you want to compare in order to gain a financial advantage, and how do you compare those in a way that a bank or financial institution will identify it? To give an example in terms of stats, because I'm CDP, and if I'm on a panel without stats, my pay is docked. 3% only of companies reporting forest commodities have what we would consider and what TNFD would consider a credible DERO, so dependencies, impacts, risks, and opportunities assessment. 3%. And I don't think that that's because of bad faith. Only 1/3 of financial institutions understand whether or not they're even investing in commodities at risk, of their own confession. Then you have an unstable background. I think we can talk about geopolitics and use oblique language in as much as we want, but it's not only that particular lack of stability. What is considered greenwashing, what has an impact, what doesn't, what credits work, what don't, what pathway is relevant, what isn't. Make this complicated and make AI or advanced algorithms, more likely, very attractive proposition. They're attractive in a few ways, and this as well, I agree with Gavin, and those are important to separate. Advanced algorithms can scrape data. They can analyze data, they can reinforce decisions or help reinforce a statement, and they can come to conclusions. Those are different operations. And the reason that I, as CDP, mention each one of them is that each one of them offers a boon, but also a challenge to what transparency would be. Advanced algorithms are a black box. The more sophisticated the actor, the more capacity to game a system, the less comparability, or at least the less the relationship between comparability and actual environmental impact. So those are our challenges. There is good and there is bad, as I say. So the good help SMEs, for example, gain input from external sources as to their localized goals on a political sense, as to the localized environmental conditions. There's bad in that they won't have access to the same element. There's bad in the sense that we don't know what an agentive AI, which is a specific form, is going to report and think on. How can we make the use of advanced algorithms what we want it to be? How can we make it outstrip its use of resources? And I'll end with that in exactly 1 minute. There are 3 elements to the use of advanced algorithms. The resource use, and we're going to have to see some policy on what that looks like. Adding additional renewable energy to the building of data centers is something that has been legislatively possible for 20, 30, 40 years. We do that with the costs of defense and finance and waste when it comes to nuclear plants. We're going to have clarity on what transparency means, so on how the application of advanced algorithms is. How do you train the algorithm to come to the conclusions? It's going to have to be a body that takes care of that training, for example. And then we're going to have a differentiation for incentive purpose of the purpose of use. There's a difference between using advanced algorithms to make a video, and that should be costed in a certain way, and incentivizing its use for early warning systems. So I'm going to pause there. There's much more to be said, but there are much brighter people than me at the panel, so I'll stop there.
Rather a tricky way to come in now. But Gavin, I'm going to turn to you.
So I think I agree with much of what Amir was just describing there. And we've both were chatting before the panel, and we've been in this space for 2 decades. And I think that there's some reflections to bring from that. Actually, how many people in the room have been working in the sustainability field for more than 10 years? Keep your hands up. More than 20 years? More than 30 years? Okay, so we've got people with enough experience to know that we've had these conversations, the same conversations, for a long time. And while we might feel that we've been making progress, we also all know when we wake up in the morning that physics doesn't give a monkeys about our economy. and we need to get faster at creating change. And I think one of the frustrations I know we've all felt along the way is that we're very good at creating these beautifully complex systems that give us some form of risk analysis or some form of weighting, quite often proprietary models in the commercial sector. I actually think that gets in the way of action as much as anything. One of the perspectives that we've taken at Icebreaker is to say what is different in 2026 that we didn't have 10 years ago. And there are some really materially big differences. I'm going to talk very briefly about effectively looking at the problem from the other end of the telescope. We've heard from companies for decades, if we just had all of the data, we could work out what to do. And actually, that's not a helpful question. Giving someone all of the data actually can lead to more confusion. So we started, and we've got a kind of flagship program at the moment, which is called Perseus, is looking at the user need of a bank or a lender. We've got Tide in the audience here as one of the members, to say, what one piece of information would you need to change the risk profile against a loan? And rather than trying to get all of the data, could we get one piece of really accurate data? So we started off by getting electricity, and this is for SME lending, just to put some bounding conditions around it. So we started with SME lending, let's get electricity, but let's get 30-minute resolution data of the consumption and the carbon intensity of that electricity at the time and location of use. So it's as good as you're going to get from a physics point of view. You know, it's the carbon intensity of that business. We're just now in the process of adding gas, so you've got a bit of scope 1 and a bit of scope 2. But what we've heard from our members is that that probably addresses over 60 or 70% of their actual use cases. And so why don't we fix that problem first and then say what's the next piece of information you need to do the next 10 or 20% of the market. The focus there is on what is the need of an SME. The SME is A, busy, B, poor, does not have the investment capital to do things, and C, really confused because they're getting told, here is another set of acronyms, soups to go and look at, and could somebody just make it easy for me? So instead, what we've said is rather than trying to get the SMEs to do very much at all, could we embed this whole analytics process into the existing applications and carbon accounting tools that are already out there? So whether it's Normative or whether it's Sage, whether it's Intuit and QuickBooks, go to where the customer is. And one of the things that changed last year is we passed a new law in the UK called the Data Act. And that gives the rights to SMEs to their own data. So as an SME, you can now insist that your data from your smart meter is shared into these applications. So the thing that is different here, you've got hundreds of thousands of smart meters deployed across the SME community, including in places like commercial real estate, so you can do sublet offices and all the things that people said were impossible. You've got the ability for the software tools to get hold of that information and apply advanced algorithms or advanced compute to work out how to match people to what intervention they should have as a business. And then we can hand that information directly to the banks and lenders so they can craft a financial product for that intervention. Now, when I say financial product, financial incentive, there's two types broadly of financial incentive. One is providing a lower interest rate on some form of loan, whether it's a sustainability-linked loan, green loan, or mortgage, or some kind of working capital. But it can also be applied even if the SME is funding out of cash flow. So we've got at least one of the banks involved in this has said they will do a higher interest rate to an SME on their savings if they can demonstrate they're moving to net zero. So you'll notice there in the middle of all of this, we've just said get one, or in this case, two pieces of information really well in an insurable, highly provable way. And the financial sector can then create financial incentives and make it a one-click process for the customer. So this is all completely aligned with the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, PCAF, and all the reporting standards, because all of those reporting standards ask for the same information on the way in. And so we're working hard then to make sure that that can be reused across whatever outputs are required.
But the principles that underpin that, I guess, are standardization and the agreement of a wide group of stakeholders to adhere to those standards, and the sort of a degree of simplification to achieve the intended objective. And I know you want to come in, but maybe
just
briefly,
one,
because then I would like
yeah.
to go to Amir and Charlie to talk about how those sort of principles play out in terms of sort of potential AI sort of solutions in their different areas.
One slight nuance is we don't use the word standardization. We're not creating a new standard, because standards come out everywhere. We talk about harmonization. Could we all agree to do things the same way? And that's where proprietary models on the way in at this baseline level, what I would call a pre-competitive level, isn't helpful. We'd love to see people competing on the analytics, which is your...
Charlie, harmonization, simplification, role of AI, and potentially sort of better integration of nature data as a form of sort of financially material analysis by capital providers.
Small questions then.
Yeah.
We'll try and solve them. So when I think about harmonization, I guess there's loads of different aspects to that. It's around the collection of data, the use of data, agreement on what data we are collecting. Probably the two things that I will focus on are data principles and metadata. So these are both in what TMFD was recommending in our recommendations to upgrade the nature and data value chain. And so first of all, on the principles, so we are advocating for global adoption of nature-related data principles, and these are going to address the quality, the consistency, the usability, and the ethics all across the entire data value chain. And we worked on these very closely with Gavin and Icebreaker One. And it also actually mirrors what FOSDA asks for in ESG data more broadly. And so what does it really mean? What are data principles? It's really, as a company, setting clear policies on the provenance, the validation, the version control of this data. And it affects basically all of the data that you collect before it even enters into consideration for being used in a report or any kind of assurance or audit process. And so this helps really reduce the risk of misstatements and reduce the risk of greenwashing claims. And so to give you a worked example, so you can kind of understand how this could work in practice, imagine a UK-listed utility wants to build an internal nature and climate data policy. What's that going to say? It's going to say that all of their key pieces of data, it could be their site-level emissions factors, their water abstraction data, it could be their habitat condition scores. It's going to say we're going to take all of these and we're going to make sure that they meet defined quality tiers. So we know exactly how confident we are in each of those data points. And each of those data points also has a specific data owner. And so that's super important because it means that you have like a clear view on exactly the robustness of that data and who you go to ask questions before it even enters into your analytics or your reporting landscape. And so then when you come to think about how does the audit committee interact with this, they've got a really clear trail to work with. So that's kind of what we mean by principles. The second part that I wanted to touch on was metadata. And so what we would really like to see is all nature data collectors and aggregators using metadata, hopefully in quite a consistent way. So these are things like location, temporal coverage, the methodology that's used for data collection, licensing, all of these types of things. And that means that users can consistently interpret and use that data in the right way. And critically for this panel, it's going to mean that if you were to think about using an AI model to then do some analysis with that data, you can then give the AI model the right information to join that data together, to filter it, to potentially weight different sources, because it can look at that metadata and understand where it's come from and how valuable it is. So, and without that, you can imagine an AI tool basically not being able to know the difference between what's a very specific site-level factor that you might have collected, so primary data, versus a really coarse global proxy. Without that information, it just can't do it. So again, a worked example, you can imagine an asset manager wanting to assess their portfolio for my exposure to water scarcity and maybe biodiversity loss. And so if you have tagged each of your data sets, so data sets that are coming from remote sensing, it could be ones that come from on-site MRV, could be ones from other corporate disclosures, you can basically train that model to say always favor or put preferential treatment for the higher quality data, so the data that's in the higher tiers, the data that's on site level. And that's going to mean that you can then train it to flag maybe outdated data or low confidence data. So then you're still keeping like the robustness of your reporting and your analytics, but you're hopefully speeding up the process and using a little bit less resource to get there.
Thank you. Amir, do you want to come in and talk about these issues from sort of your perspective and what can go wrong and how to prevent that?
Don't know why I'm the representative of what can go wrong, but yes. No, I'll actually start with what can go right. I agree with the point of view. I'll take us a step back and I'll say CDP gets a lot of commentary, and I think a lot of disclosure platforms would get a lot of commentary around reporting burden. There's a famous sentence of $1 for reporting is $1 less for action. I don't believe that. I think $1 for inefficient reporting is $1 less for action, and indeed anything else. And you were talking about harmonization, Gavin, and I think the way for harmonization, I agree, it's not standardization. So CDP, as I know there are IFRS representatives here, is aligned with IFRS S2, but what does that mean? What could it possibly mean? China has just released the CSDS, which is supposedly based on the ICIS BS2, but is actually materially different in double materiality. It's quite similar to CSRD, but also different from there. And that's always going to be the case. Legislation and local interests are always going to be different. How do you harmonize? So when we come to reporting burden, there's a difference between reporting burden of a detail and reporting burden of setting up the system. Mm-hmm. And I think the best way for harmonization is for us to identify, and CDP attempts to do that, as I'm sure many others do, is to identify what the next step is. What are the systems that need to be in place? What do we actually need to track? The simple answer. Before we go into, and now you need to track it in this metric or in that metric and report it in that particular way. We are already training instruments and using AI in order to enable in the very near future for integration in an easier way without going into the detail of what that means. But we remain conscious and cognizant of the risks. More than anyone else, CDP has seen from the very first moment the challenges of when you apply AI that's not trained correctly in the way that you've just described, or advanced algorithms, I apologize, to data that it then prioritizes either wrong data, old data, or data that can't be verified. Because the amount of it is so huge that you'd have to compete with a different agentive AI to make those particular decisions. So the pluses is definitely to help solve that complexity. The minuses is in the transparency of that. But I think that we need to keep our mind in the fact that AI will only help, or advanced algorithms will only help, if we apply them to harmonization of data that comes in. So that's different. It's the conditions on the ground and their impacts. But what creates a competition and a race to the top, we hope, is the actions. So advanced algorithms are going to allow you to compare what the situation is around you. And they're also going to allow you to assess what the impact will be at the end. But they're not going to allow for a comparison of the actions. And I want to say, just before I move away from this, there was an insurance law that passed in, I'm going to say Colorado, and something in the back of my head is saying I'm wrong, and it's Montana, but it's probably Colorado. And somebody is Googling that right now. It is 2 paragraphs long. And it says that insurance algorithms have to take into account adaptation actions. It doesn't define them. It just came into effect 12 weeks ago. And I think that kind of thing is the future that builds the bridge between we use advanced algorithms, but they don't walk us to the edge of a cliff and tell us to jump over. I'll stop there.
Gavin, do you want to respond to what you've heard?
Yeah, well, I think I want to pick up on what Amir was saying about possible, credible, and usable. There's a feedback loop here that I think could be incredibly powerful, is as we get the raw data in a much more achievable way. So what becomes possible is, one, there are sensors everywhere. We have now change the law, and I sit on the Smart Data Council helping to define how we're going to approach this from a secondary legislation point of view, to give the rights to individuals and to businesses that they control their own data. They have the rights to that data. That means they can give it to other people. And it also means that you can't just take it. That is, now a lot of the AI training, as you see in every sector, is creating an unlimited future liability. So I think there's a lot of caution to put around, but it becomes possible. And because the nature of the way that we're getting these pieces of information, they're very credible. There's full provenance, and the usable bit, though, is really important. And the only way we've seen of really navigating to how do you drive adoption at scale is by aligning the incentives. So creating the financial incentives across the market, whether it's insurance, banking, asset management, a whole range of different people that can be incentivized. The only way of navigating that is to define the purpose. And you need to now define the purpose in order to create a data sharing agreement with any customer. So doing that in a way that's going to scale is challenging, but the good news is we've got all these different components in front of us in a way that we did not have 10 years ago. And so there's some really material shifts. And I think the fact that AI is obviously brilliant for a lot of things as well. Advanced algorithms is usually what people mean when they say AI, because the number of software engineers have heard being told that they've got to call their regression analysis AI is getting to a bit of a silly number now. But the ability for us to get hold of credible information is possible, and we've got to get in front of the end customers. The financial sector is very good at stepping away from this and creating sort of macro model and say we'll do an aggregate thing and a bespoke or proprietary overlay on top of it. But actually the opportunity here is just to empower people on the ground. So the likes of Sage, Intuit, other members in the Perseus program are going to start rolling out to hundreds of thousands of SMEs this year, this calendar year. We've got a dozen banks on board, including Lloyds, Barclays, NatWest, and lenders like Tide. They're going to start rolling out to their customer base this year. So there's quite a seismic shift. Now, to come back to an earlier point, there are some tipping points in the mix here, where if we start demonstrating this feedback loop of, well, actually we made it one click easy for someone to get some financial incentives for an SME. Once we've got a dozen use cases of that, getting to 100 will be easy, much easier rather. Getting to 1,000 after that will be much easier, and then we would hope to see a kind of hockey stick effect where people stop worrying about the infinite number of ways they can report and focus on the incentives that back this. So you can automate the MRV process, and then that can feed into, you can use the AI tools or AA tools to automate the reporting piece of this and bring new levels of credibility back into the likes of CDP at a much greater scale. So these are all, it's not an either or, it's an and in the middle.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind just coming back to sort of the to tagging, and also the sort of the idea of corporates having control over sort of the outputs of their own data, because I do worry that without sort of commonly used approaches to tagging, AI different AI engines could take a body of data from a company and analyze it in very different ways and create quite a diffuse understanding of how that company is actually performing based on which engine has generated it. So I don't know, Charlie, is that you mentioned tagging? I don't know, Charlie or Amir, if you want to sort of talk about sort of guardrails, and I know you talked about sort of data principles a bit.
Yeah, so I think it's actually quite relevant to kind of a bit of a view on what TNFD has been thinking through in terms of shared public infrastructure to help sharing data. So I think what's critical to this is both really having a clear sharing protocol and then being really clear on licensing. So we know exactly what data we're sharing and how people can use that, whether or not individual companies are attributed to that or not, or if it's anonymous. And so one of the ideas that TNFD has been developing is what we're calling a nature data public facility that could be governed by Nature Data Trust. And the idea is that this is a a kind of open access database for a core set of decision useful state of nature metrics. So that's metrics on and data on how healthy different natural landscapes are along several different dimensions. And the idea is that this facility could be funded by contributions from larger users, so larger companies or financial institutions, and then it remains free and open access for smaller organizations. And to make something like that work, what you really need is to focus on exactly what we're talking about, the data exchange between users, and also how do you incentivize companies to provide their data and essentially kind of take what they have developed or collected and provide that back into the global commons. And so the reason that that's super exciting and really helpful and why we're advocating for it is that if you make that data available between different parties, both between report preparers as well as for the analytics kind of innovation space, so data analytics firms, it means there can be a whole load of innovation that happens in the overlay above that data. That means that you could go out and you could potentially kind of get climate and nature-related risk metrics that are aligned with TNFD, they're aligned with what regulatory requirements you want at a fraction of the cost it would take you if you were maintaining that database yourself. But to make that work, you have to go back to exactly what you were saying. Companies need to be confident that if I put my data into this database, how will it be used? Will it be attributed to my company and then used in a way which I'm not happy about, or I think is unfair, or is missing context? So how, again, is that connected to the metadata, and how do you protect the identity of that company in an open access database? It gets very complicated very quick.
I mean, do you want to jump in very briefly? Because I am keen to take questions from the audience. I know not all the sessions have had that opportunity, and this is an area where everyone's got lots of questions.
So I will be very quick. So tagging is something that CDP has a whole team involved in. In fact, our mapping exercises are exactly to that. And I think I'm going to say the phrase that everyone's waiting to be said, which is digital taxonomies. Mm-hmm. That relate both to the legislation but also to the actions of companies. But the real brief intervention is what you were talking about, incentives. It's really hard to determine what will be a global incentive now. The direction that I take, whether it comes from trade or anything else, is to say that assessors of national financial health, whether it's the OECD, whether it's the IMF, whether it's Moody's, take into account increasingly environmental data collected by those countries. And those countries themselves are therefore probably, if you're asking for some level of prediction of where we need to go, are starting to put in place exactly the safeguards that allow for the exchange of data, ensuring that it's credible, coming from a common basis when it has to do with your conditions of your company and with the potential impact, and allowing for digital taxonomy to read the value of your actions. And those in turn will incentivize corporates to do so because it'll be easier for them. There is already, and I'll end with a level of optimism, there is already research that says, the European Central Bank published a couple of months ago, that there is significantly more value or significantly lower cost of capital to companies that do not have environmental risk or climate risk associated with them, or that are managing it correctly. And that will only grow outside through creating that, what I call Sydney Opera House sort of system of approving the national health and then them incentivizing downwards. And so I'll stop there. Sorry.
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
I guess I'm really interested. Sorry, my name's Rebecca. Hang on,
Yes, we can hear you, but I think, unfortunately, the recording wouldn't be able to if you don't speak into the mic.
No, that's okay. Hi, my name's Rebecca. I am from the Climate Data Steering Committee, and we work on delivering the Net Zero Public Data Utility. I never get the acronym the right way around. And so obviously our mission is like very aligned with what you were talking about with the TNFD's nature facility. And I guess I'm looking to understand more how you envision that point on the incentives, because the way we think about it, it's very much like a chicken and egg situation where it's really hard to get that buy-in on people wanting to give their data over for a common good. At the same time, you also have to have these really credible use cases to get them on and then using it. So I guess my two little questions is, one, how you perceive the incentives, and two, like, who is it really meant to be serving? Particularly, we heard from asset managers before who are really looking directly to get their information from companies as opposed to larger databases or facilities? Thanks.
Charlie, what about a brief answer from you, and then also I think Gavin would come in on a sort of principles issue.
Sure. So on the incentives point, it's hard, right? Because it's exactly like you're saying, it's a chicken and egg, because the incentive relies on people, lots of different companies submitting their data, so there is that critical mass, but they won't do it until there's a good enough incentive. So if you imagine what we're trying to do is create like a really high resolution, high coverage data set for all of these different state of nature type metrics. So the incentive for the company would be, if I submit what I have, I will then have access to all of the data submitted by other companies that can enable much wider analysis or data collection from my side at a much lower cost, and also enables the data and analytics firms to potentially experiment with this, innovate this, and create the metrics that I am after for my reporting, knowing that this has come from a robust data set from lots of different sources. But the blocker that we find, which is almost bigger than it's more important than the incentive, is exactly this. They're worried that if I put my data into this database, who's going to use it? How do I know it's not going to be used in the way that I'm uncomfortable with? What's my assurance of that? So I would say the disincentive is almost stronger than the incentive in that space. And then who's it for? It's for the corporates. It's for the investors. They will be interested in this. It's for, exactly like I was saying, the intermediaries as well that are creating data products around this.
Gavin.
So to disagree, because we've been in quite strong agreement on a lot of things today, and it's always good to have a more lively panel. So I'd never start any project by building a database. I just think it's completely the wrong place to start. I think this is a data governance question. We have observed, and there is much evidence to look at here, that as soon as you try and build a central database for anything globally, you've got at least 50 of them. And if you're a hub in a collection of hubs, you're a node. So you cannot start off by saying we are going to be the central database for everything, unless you're Companies House or the SEC or someone like that. So I think it's the right place, from my perspective, to start the question is, what are the incentives and who is this for? So your question there is, who is this for? And we were heavily involved in some of the early steering groups and advisory groups for the Net Zero Data Public Utility. And my question on every call was, who is this for? And the answer I got every time was everyone. If you're designing it for everyone, you're designing for no one, by definition. And so we've not observed anybody winning at this over the last 30 years, and I don't expect. Even CDP is doing amazing work. How many companies?
23,000.
23,000. So there's over 230 million companies in the world, so we've got a long way to go.
Two-thirds of global market capitalization.
Right. That's, yeah, but when you're looking at supply chain, everyone's obsessing about building central databases to address supply chain. You immediately hit commercial sensitivity issues, and that will stop you in your tracks if you try and put everything in one place. You will also hit national security issues. We see this today, where people don't want to disclose, and every single point of friction you introduce costs you another 10 years. So if you flip it around and say, here is a purpose, here are the financial incentives, or the whatever incentive structures you want to put around it, here's the ecosystem you build around that purpose, you can get it done. And the green lending program I mentioned has only taken us 200 people and 3 years so far, right, to do one thing well. And I cannot overstress this. I've spent many decades trying to work on these kind of national and international data programs. The starting point is always build a database, and people spend all their budget on a tech company building a database.
Isn't the starting point now that AI will be able to do it?
Well, if you want to spend all your money on AI instead of that, actually working out who are the users and what are the incentives, good luck to you.
Other questions? Yes, just down here. Thank you very much. And I think this might be our last question, because I think we've got 2 minutes and 52 seconds to go.
Thanks. Oh, my third question today, so being a bit greedy with questions. My question is for Meer. CDP's been using, let's use your term, Gavin, AA for a long time for its assessments of the data that's submitted, but there's been lots of errors with that, with the scoring. What are your biggest learnings from that you can share with using AI and algorithms in assessing the data?
About 20, I guess it's 25 years ago, Paul Dickinson and the other two founders took a very brave decision to declare that we are experts and collectors of something that changes every single year. And when I joined 5 years ago, essentially the preparation I should have had was for annual humiliation because the science is changing, technology is changing, and the actions of companies, therefore, are also changing, let alone subnationals. What is the learning? In the previous disagreement, of which I sit in the middle, I lean towards principles here, but actually correctness in terms of data governance. The principles are these. We need to understand what the system is in general, and every single year when we try to either update the platform or the methodology, we have a whole learning system of, okay, that's what technologically went wrong. More importantly, those were incentives that went wrong from phrasing the question. And finally, we do an annual process of, and these scores incentivized in a direction that was perhaps wrong. And there's an importance to differentiate between those. But my answer is disappointing to you in the sense of, I should, on a panel representing CDP, say, well, here's the silver bullet, and we have now purchased this, and it will never, ever happen again. The truth of the matter is that every single year, we rehash the whole process of the collection, the analysis, the review, and then the ultimate, I'm going to call it apology, but correction and discussion and amendment period. I'm sorry it's not more inspiring than that, but to me, that is the only way to go. An assumption that it'll be perfect next year is impossible. I do want to say something about incentives, though. If you do start with building it for a target, whether it's the GCF to know how to assess you, or whether it is IMF to know how to assess you, and then you force the countries to create a national target of adaptation. You say, I'm not going to track anymore my impact. I'm going to track your alignment with that. Then you're creating a system that is accessible at 3 layers, impervious in theory to change and instability, has policy forces behind it, and allows you to verify particular elements. So I do think that there is a solution. It's not simple and an easy one that sits between these two. I saw the timer. I'll stop.
Yes, I think that very nice summary will draw this to a close, but please join me in thanking the members of the panel for a discussion that I very much enjoyed, and I hope you did too.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Will. Thank you, panel, for a fascinating and really thought-provoking session. We have one more address for us, a keynote address from Jonathan Laborie, Chief Connectivity and Integrated Reporting Officer at the IFRS Foundation. Connectivity, we've found today, is a crucially important term that we are making very significant, and so I'm sure we want to hear from Jonathan. Please do join me. Glance that out of your way.
Thank you, Paul, and good afternoon, everyone. And particularly thank you, Paul, for not introducing me how I was introduced at an event just before Christmas when somebody described me as a corporate reporting veteran, which aged me somewhat, but I think probably reflects the question that Gavin was asking, which is how long have we all been working in this space? And I totted it up, and it is now over 20 years that I've been working in the sustainability, accounting and corporate reporting, and particularly integrated reporting space. And I know that there are several other veterans in this room today. So where do I fit into today's conversation? Well, I was part of the team that helped to create the Integrated Reporting Framework, which is a global reporting framework that really focuses on helping companies to explain how they create value and sustain that value over the short, medium, and long term. And this reflects accounting information, financial information, and also sustainability information, as well as intangibles, the issues around copyright, trademarks, the intellectual capital that so many companies today rely on for their value creation. And I've then helped to really navigate the framework through this transition of global bodies that started at a very, very small organization with about 14 of us designing the framework, now to being part of the IFRS Foundation. And I work and report to both our boards, the Accounting Standards Board and the Sustainability Standards Board, in helping to create, as Paul was saying, this connectivity or integration in reporting between the data and information that's provided by companies on accounting information, the financial statements, and sustainability disclosure standards. It's a real pleasure to be able to join you at the end of what I know has been a really formidable day of discussion, and I've actually seen some of the discussion online already, and thank you to Citi and Financial Global for the opportunity to participate. And as I look back across the programme that you've enjoyed today, I know that we've moved from the morning sessions on the global policy overview to the realities of AI-driven ESG, transition planning, and sector-specific materiality. And I hope to be able to draw some of these threads together and also to move the focus from the how of reporting to the why of the strategic resilience of business, particularly in a UK context, which I rarely have the opportunity to do because for various reasons, a lot of my work is centered in Asia. So it's actually quite nice being British and based here to be able to talk a little bit about the implications of sustainability disclosure on the UK economy. And I think as we approach the end of January, it feels almost every day as though the global external environment is once again shifting around us. But January is also a time, as we all know, when many global financial institutions issue their assessments of the world today and forecasts for the year ahead. And we've moved in the World Economic Forum's view from a period of fragmented cooperation into what it now terms the age of competition. And of course, we meet on the first full day of the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos. And according to the World Economic Forum's Global Risks Report of 2026 that was released just last week, geo-economic confrontation fueled by trade wars and strategic weaponization of supply chains is the preeminent risk likely to trigger a global crisis this year. And we're navigating what they tell us is a stormy horizon. Did they need to tell us that? I don't know. Where 50% of experts now anticipate a turbulent 2-year outlook. And what is striking reading the Global Risks Report this year is the contrast between the likelihood experts view as being the short-term geopolitical volatility versus the long-term impact of structural threats, particularly those relating to climate and other sustainability risks. And that contrast has never been starker. And it is becoming clearer, and this is, I think, where reporting and corporate reporting plays an increasingly important role. It is becoming clearer that how you perceive the world and its challenges is determined as much by your time horizon as by the nature of the risks themselves. And this is where I think sustainability reporting transcends compliance to become part of the strategic armory of a business and its leadership. Time horizon, and by its nature, sustainability disclosures, as we all know, are forward-looking, serves a critical role in aligning internal thinking within the business with external disclosures, framing the risks and opportunities that affect a business and its broader ecosystem over the short, medium, and long term. And this is the superpower at the heart of modern reporting standards, the ability to anchor today's corporate dialogue, not in the transient noise of the present, but in the tangible impact that today's actions, including the effects of the business's use of its resources and relationships and its effect on the business model, how all of that will have an impact on your business in 3, 5, or even 10 years from now. And by looking over the horizon, we directly address the tragedy of the horizon, the market failure identified by Mark Carney a decade ago that became the impetus for the TCFD and the TCFD recommendations. So we're finally building a framework through global standard setting to account today for the risks that we know are coming tomorrow, ensuring that corporate resilience is measured not in quarters, but in decades. And in this environment, technological acceleration, specifically the collision of generative AI, or is it AA, and misinformation, is hitting the hard reality of environmental tipping points. And we also see these issues reflected in the Global Risks Report as well. For UK boards, sustainability is no longer a separate pillar of risk assessment. It has become integrated into the core fabric of financial resilience, as noted in the January 2026 Deloitte Sustainability Report, and I know Veronica was here with you earlier. In a world of geo-economic shocks, the transparency we advocate for at the IFRS Foundation is not just a reporting requirement, it is really the only reliable compass for navigating a fragmented global economy. And against the noisy backdrop of the ESG backlash, we must be clear. Sustainability, and particularly the identification and disclosure of sustainability-related risks and opportunities, is about value creation. Because a company that cannot articulate its relationship with the natural and social capital it relies upon is a company that does not understand its own business model or the opportunities and risks that it is exposed to. So value creation today is inextricably linked to how a business manages its externalities and anticipates shifts in this age of competition. High-quality sustainability information acts as an early warning system for financial performance, and this is backed by hard evidence. Research consistently shows that companies with robust sustainability disclosures enjoy a lower cost of capital. Investors use this data to price risk in a world where MSCI now highlights where physical climate risk is, quote, too material to ignore, with natural catastrophe premiums expected to rise by 50% between now and 2030. However, data alone, while critical, is insufficient. Now, I'm not going to pretend to speak for all investors. It is a diverse community, and it is not my place, and nor would it be possible to do this. But in my experience, many investors are not satisfied with data alone if they do not understand its strategic context. So the highest quality disclosures will show, for example, how climate data fits with the organization's business model, its strategy, and future performance. And how is it affecting the behavior of the company? How is it connecting to innovation and the development of new products and services? And this integrated view of business, the integration of sustainability with innovation, with the financial performance, is the North Star that we're seeking to bring about through a comprehensive global corporate reporting system. And when that narrative, aligned with the data, comes directly from the board, it signals that these risks and opportunities are embedded in the governance DNA of the company. It proves that those charged with governance are providing robust oversight from which users can gain valuable insight. Reporting becomes a tool to support higher quality engagement between company boards and investors, and it is why corporate governance is so embedded in IFRS S1 and S2, as well as the integrated reporting framework. Now, there are, I think, unique opportunities currently available to UK companies. While we often read that the transition to net zero adds a significant cost to business, and we cannot be blind, any of us in the standard setting world, to business burdens, The data from organisations like the CBI and the Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit tells a different story. As many of you will know, the UK's net zero economy grew by over 10% last year, significantly outperforming the wider economy. But the most striking figure is this, that net zero jobs in the UK are 40% more productive than the national average and command wages that are 15% higher. And these are not kind of green jobs. They are high-tech, high-value positions in precision manufacturing, semiconductor development for EV infrastructure, and AI-driven grid optimization. So this is where sustainability meets innovation and technology. And as inflation in the UK is predicted to return to its 2% target, economists and leading UK businesses are starting to believe that we are entering a new cycle of investment. We've got to be optimistic at the beginning of the year. Companies that can demonstrate a clear transition plan are positioning themselves to capture this productivity growth. And in this context, reporting is the outcome. It is a reflection of a business that is innovating to survive and thrive in the future. And it is helping UK businesses to become highly investable. So with the UK sustainability reporting standards being finalised in the coming weeks, the global baseline that is at the heart of the ISSB strategy of sustainability disclosure standards for the global capital markets is no longer a concept or an ambition. It is being applied in practice now by around 40 jurisdictions and growing all the time. And our goal is to encourage the preparer community to move from a majority compliance mindset to a state of valuing sustainability disclosure standards as a tool for modern corporate governance. By adopting IFRS S1 and S2, you provide the common language that global capital markets increasingly demand. Now, the IFRS Foundation is market-led. We are not a regulatory body. And so our engagement with you, the preparers, investors, and others, is critical to our development. And we have produced education documents, guidance, and we engage regularly with the market and will continue to do so. And a reporting landscape that was very competitive a few years ago, and maybe it still seems competitive today, I don't know, but it feels to me like it has become a lot more collaborative in the standard setting space. The ISSB is deeply committed to this, and we've expanded, actually we're going through the process of expanding our jurisdictional working group, which is a group of global, of local regulators that will meet to help to passport the ISSB standards around the world. And we're hoping that that will extend to the 40 jurisdictions that are using our standards. We've signed a pivotal MOU with the GRI, and it's a real MOU that's leading to deep technical collaboration, not an MOU that sits on a shelf unused. And we've established a deep collaboration with EFRAG in the EU, seeking to reduce fragmentation. And we've already heard the word interoperability used today, and both its kind of strengths and limitations. And we're definitely in the boiler room helping to strengthen the relationship between ESRSs and the ISSB standards to reduce the risk of fragmentation. And this is in addition to the consolidations, organizational consolidations, and many partnerships that have been initiated along the way. This work of consolidation in the corporate reporting space, and particularly in the sustainability disclosure space, and the collaboration that is taking place between organizations is critical because it ensures that our tools, the tools of the IFRS Foundation, the IASB accounting standards, the ISSB sustainability disclosure standards, work together with the integrated reporting framework to provide a cohesive view of business performance. And this contextual narrative, backed by high-quality data, is what allows an investor to see the full picture of a business. And integrated thinking helps a business to prevent the silos that lead to short-termism and ensures the package of general-purpose financial reporting for which the IFRS Foundation is responsible is truly fit for purpose. So the UK has an historic opportunity, and it's easy to forget, but the UK's leadership in corporate governance over several decades, a system that's historically given the City of London its governance premium, can now be enhanced by leadership in sustainability disclosures and their adoption. And true resilience of business requires the deep integration of management systems to dismantle the chronic issue of internal silos. And we know the pattern because we see it in our organizations, however large or small. Siloed organizations produce siloed reporting, and siloed reporting obscures risk and prevents opportunities from being properly seized. By integrating these functions, we ensure that sustainability data doesn't become a footnote, but is a core driver of business strategy. And this is the strategic value of the integrated reporting framework and the ISSB standards sitting side by side. They provide the architecture for a narrative that reflects an organization in full. So in this age of competition, the companies that survive won't necessarily be the ones that grow fastest, but the ones that are the most knowable. If an investor can't see through your organization, they could price that unknown as a cost. So by being transparent, you're not just reporting, you're de-risking your business for the future. And so I hope in this brief time available to me that I've met the requirements of my brief to show you how sustainability reporting, through the potential of longer disclosure horizons, a pivot from compliance to governance and from silos to integration, can help to shape resilient, future-proof organizations, to call on businesses to apply sustainability disclosure standards, to unlock value, and particularly for UK-located businesses, seize the opportunity that exists in this economy and under such an advanced and globally respected corporate governance system. And finally, to share with you the IFRS Foundation's commitment and action on global collaboration, because we all know the saying that to go fast, you go alone, to go far, you go together. And perhaps after today, we understand that saying even better than ever. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Now, in the interest of time, Jonathan has kindly said he'll linger afterwards and take questions then rather than now. As Jonathan says, we're on a journey, we're on a quest, and I reflect on the point that was made this morning that the average annual report is now longer than The Hobbit. And given that the subtitle of The Hobbit is There and Back Again, which is, after all, what the EU experience has been on sustainability reporting over at least the last year, that really is quite a niche joke. I thought I'd just stick with The Hobbit for my final comments, because we've been on a quest today. We've travelled a long way, and Jonathan's brought us back to the things that were said this morning in a way better than I'm going to do right now. Like Bilbo Baggins, the target of our quest is treasure. It's the value embedded in sustainability reporting, and ensuring that sustainability reporting is indeed focused on value, on the financial effects of sustainability issues, so that there can be proper connectivity with financial statements. The need to identify material issues that are relevant to the strategy, to the sector. We heard from investors who are the keepers of the treasure. And when I say they're the keepers of the treasure, please don't think I am suggesting that our friends, the investors, are like the dragon Smaug, but they are the keepers of the treasure. They say that they are refining their ask of us. Let's hope that's true. They are looking for better rather than more reporting, and they are not going to allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. Good. Let's see that delivered. But throughout the quest and throughout our future quest as we go forwards, I think there are just a few words that should be echoing in our minds going forwards, which are Faith's words from earlier, that disclosure should be substance, not whiffle. And I think if we can keep that in mind, we will succeed in our quest. So thank you very much for sharing the day with me today. I've certainly enjoyed it, and I hope you've appreciated it too. Thank you very much.